Gujarati?
Good morning and welcome to News 9, and you are watching a special broadcast on the election results of Himachal Pradesh, election results of Gujarat, and number of bypolls which are taking place across length and breadth of India, which includes Rajasthan, which includes Uttar Pradesh, and it also includes Bihar. I'm joined by our legal editor Ashok Bagaria and TV9 Digital political editor Brijesh Pandey. But before that, let me take you through the sort of the head count which is coming. It's a very interesting day. Yesterday, Aam Aadmi Party got double engine, but it did not get a turbo boost. So one has to see whether Bharatiya Janata Party is going to get its present in Gujarat, but will it be that sweet enough for the Prime Minister to celebrate? And well, Congress party get a toehold in Himachal Pradesh, and then ultimately what will happen in Rampur Sadar, where Azam Khan's family is fighting for its legacy, and in Mainpuri, where Dimple Yadav, daughter-in-law of late Mulayam Singh Yadav, is fighting a pitched battle against Bharatiya Janata Party. So as of now, you can see that the postal ballots will be open, and very soon we'll be joined by our guests, Darshan Desai from Ahmedabad, just to open the election for our viewers, both Ashok and Brijesh. Do you think, like MCD, it's like getting double engine but no turbo boost? Do you expect a similar result in Gujarat?
Well, honestly speaking, I doubt so, because given the kind of legacy which the BJP has and the kind of personal connect which Prime Minister Narendra Modi has with the electorate of Gujarat, and which we have seen time and again, the only time it was put to real test, and I guess his personal connect was the real reason why BJP was able to extricate itself out of a messy situation in the last election when they were not able to touch triple digit. That was their worst performance, but I seriously doubt that this time there will be any such problem, and they will sail smooth. I think the real problem or the real focus would be on two factors. First is whether Arvind Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party, a wild card entry, is able to get the necessary percentage of votes to ensure that they become a national party, and B, how many seats they win. Will they be able to make inroads into BJP's urban seat areas, or will they be able to make inroads into the rural area? That is one point, number one. The second is whether the rewaz of Himachal Pradesh continues or it breaks. If it continues, it means you have a new government, a fresh lease of life for Congress, for Priyanka Gandhi, who was the overall in charge. If it doesn't, that spells gloom and doom as far as the Congress party is concerned. It puts a serious question mark. I mean, it already is, but it further reinforces the serious question marks over the ability of Gandhis to lead Congress into victory into any of the
you see, election. If we before the results come out, if we analyze the results of Delhi, it tells us that voters are very clear. And the message is something which party should take very seriously. Like, for example, the vote of Bharatiya Janata Party increase, which means that the Bharatiya Janata Party has been accumulating votes in various provinces. Now, including Delhi MCD election, the votes went up from 32% from 2017. Now they are touching 39%. So, in that context, is it a possibility, Ashok, because you have worked in Gujarat as a correspondent, that the BJP might increase its vote share, but not the seat number? Because everywhere we have seen the seats might not go up, but sort of that Hindutva consolidation has been taking place.
Well, Kartikeya, in 2017, what we saw was BJP winning 99 seats of the 182, which was by far the worst performance by Bharatiya Janata Party since 1995. But one interesting facet which emerged out of that election was that the vote share of Bharatiya Janata Party went up to 49%. But unfortunately, it did not translate into them for the commensurate number of seats which they were looking at. At the same time, the Congress party did its best in the 2017 Gujarat elections, where it got a vote share of 41%, but still managed to get 77 seats in the 182 assembly size. So whether this time around the same thing will happen, whether the vote share of the Bharatiya Janata Party goes up and does not translate into seats, we'll have to wait and see. But let me tell you from personal experience that after the 2017 debacle, I call it a debacle because even though the vote shares or the vote percentage for the Bharatiya Janata Party went up, the number of seats was really less, and it was for the first time that they did not reach the 3-digit figure. They were held back at 99. So this time around, what we have seen is that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, all the big Bharatiya Janata Party leaders and even chief ministers from the BJP ruled states putting in a high-pitched plea for the Bharatiya Janata Party in the state, and even the exit polls are suggesting that this time around Bharatiya Janata Party is going to in fact not just improve its performance since 2017 but improve it in a big way.
Ashok, take us to the social complexity of Gujarat, because a lot of people do not understand that Gujarat, the politics of Gujarat has always been in opposition to New Delhi till Narendra Modi made his way to the Latvian Delhi. Now, if you look at the creation of the state of Gujarat, Morarji Bhai was not in favor. He wanted a common capital, Mumbai.
Karthike, if I may stop you for a second, just for a second, I would want to tell our viewers that trends are available for 53 seats in Gujarat, out of which BJP is ahead in 42, Congress is ahead in 10, and Aam Aadmi Party is ahead in 1. So the initial search for the BJP is there. It will be interesting to see whether
so now
it solidifies.
let me clarify for the benefit of our viewers, because in journalism there are a lot of sources which we get. On our screen we are adhering to the numbers which are being populated by Election Commission on their website. Now, when we have our own process, we have our own correspondents, as Brajesh was saying, that these are early leads collated by broadcasters, reporters, journalists. But on the screen, we'll give you the tally of Election Commission for the, so that the rapid jumps which the collation of various broadcasters exists does not appear to confuse you on the screen. But yes, the early results are settling in, and the early results are settling in favor of Bharatiya Janata Party. But setting that aside, Gujarat has always been in opposition. They wanted a state, they created a state. They wanted to create a front against Indira Gandhi, they created a front against Indira Gandhi. The Amanat Andolan was launched. 3 commissions in the 1980s, Mandal Commission, Bakshi Commission, Mahajan Commission. Today, the Badam formula being tried by Congress is a takeaway from that Bakshi Commission. Why has upper caste not come back to the Congress party from 1980s onwards? Has that really impacted the fortunes of the Congress? And is this the reason why that BJP continues to win Gujarat, and maybe it's on its way to sweeping the state in the 7th round?
Karthikeya, as far as Gujarat is concerned, it's a pretty complex composition in terms of rural-urban divide, in terms of castes, communities also. So if you look traditionally, as far as the Congress is concerned, the Congress has garnered votes from the tribals. In fact, there are 27 tribal seats in Gujarat. They have been very popular in the rural areas. In 2017, when the Congress managed to get 77 seats, it was largely from the rural areas in Gujarat where they won the seats. Now, traditionally, as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, Bharatiya Janata Party is very popular in the urban and the semi-urban pockets. But besides that, another important factor which plays out besides this rural-urban divide, another factor which plays out in Gujarat is the Patel factor, which is basically the way Saurashtra votes is also the way the South Gujarat votes, because primarily what you see in South Gujarat region, that is the region around Surat,
Congress 14, Dinesh,
largely has a migrant Kathiawadi population which comes from the Saurashtra region.
शुरू हो जाएगा पोस्टल बैलेट के बाद रुझान क्या कर रहा है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी 64 हो गई, 64, 82, 182 में से 82 रुझान, पोस्टल बैलेट ज्यादातर भारतीय जनता पार्टी 64, कांग्रेस 15। आकाशवाणी
गुजरात के सावली से बीजेपी के ईमानदार केतन भाई आगे।
गुजरात सावली भारतीय जनता पार्टी, ईमानदार केतन भाई आगे। गुजरात सावली भारतीय जनता पार्टी आगे। गुजरात यहाँ देखिए कांग्रेस 15 सीटों पर आगे चल रही है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी 64 पर, आम आदमी पार्टी 3 और अदर्स ने अभी तक खाता नहीं खोला। हिमाचल प्रदेश में 25 के रुझान मिल गए, 68 में से भारतीय जनता पार्टी 14, कांग्रेस 11, आम आदमी पार्टी 0।
बड़ी बात
may have an
है कि आप गुजरात
advantage,
में
may have
सीटों
an
के रुझान
advantage,
देख
and I
रहे
would
हैं।
put that caveat,
बीजेपी
may have an
64
advantage
ये
in
पोस्टल
Himachal
बैलेट से,
Pradesh
लेकिन पोस्टल
for
बैलेट
the
में भी बहुत ज्यादा
campaign
डिफरेंस
they
है, to
ran.
be very honest। कांग्रेस 15, पोस्टल
No
बैलेट से कोई
controversies
ट्रेंड नहीं समझ में आता,
they
ये बात
created
क्लियर
on
है।
the way,
आम आदमी पार्टी
less
3
focus
और
on the
यहाँ पर
Gandhis,
हिमाचल में
more focus
एकदम
on
से चीजें बदल रही हैं।
organization, more
बीजेपी
focus
14,
on
बीजेपी
lower
16,
Himachal
कांग्रेस
Pradesh, where
14,
BJP is
बीजेपी
traditionally strong,
कांग्रेस
more
14,
focus on
हिमाचल की अगर बात की जाए बीजेपी 64,
announcement
कांग्रेस
made by Priyanka
15,
Gandhi was on the
आप
first day of the
गुजरात की
campaign
अगर
in
बात की जाए,
2018.
गुजरात
but how
और
do you deal with
हिमाचल
these
टाली
issues?
देखते रहिए,
Prime
जूनागढ़
Minister
में
talk
एक
about
बीजेपी निकल
Labharti
गई है,
politics and all that.
बड़ी खबर बीजेपी 64 सीटों
BJP
पर
is
आगे
the
है,
biggest beneficiary of Labharti
आकाशवाणी
politics. And today it's kind worse
गुजरात
because
के
Priyanka Gandhi
बीजापुर
is
से
slightly
बीजेपी
better
के
than
रमन
BJP
भाई पटेल
in a larger version of
गुजरात
Labharti
विजयपुर
politics.
रमन भाई पटेल भारतीय जनता पार्टी आगे
If I say something and that gains a lot of traction, that's absolutely all right with me. But if Ashok says the same thing and starts getting traction,
गुजरात
I'll be very
91 सीट्स के
perturbed.
रुझान,
And this is exactly
पोस्टल
what
बैलेट
is
चाहिए,
playing out
दिनेश।
गुजरात में कुल 91 रुझान मिल गए 182 में से भारतीय जनता पार्टी 68, कांग्रेस 20, आम आदमी पार्टी 3, आदर्श ने खाता नहीं खोला। हिमाचल प्रदेश में 3 रुझान मिले।
रामपुर में एक और बड़ी खबर,
गुजरात के महुआ से कांग्रेस के करसिया दीपक कुमार आगे।
whatever you are doing,
गुजरात महुआ कांग्रेस करसिया दीपक कुमार आगे। गुजरात महुआ कांग्रेस करसिया दीपक कुमार आगे।
दिनेश बीजेपी 72 गुजरात में, कांग्रेस 21 नोवेयर नियर, आम आदमी पार्टी 3, ये पोस्टल बैलेट से बीजेपी 72, कांग्रेस 21, आम आदमी पार्टी 3।
और नीचे देखिए डिम्पल यादव नीचे पीछे चल रही हैं, आगे चल रहे हैं रघुराज साहब के। लोकसभा उपचुनाव मैनपुरी ये देखिए डिम्पल यादव शुरुआत में पीछे दिखाई दे रही है, रघुराज साहब के आगे दिखाई दे रहे हैं।
बीजेपी 78 गुजरात में, बीजेपी 78, कांग्रेस 23, आम आदमी पार्टी 3।
एक बार फिर से टैली आपके सामने बदलती हुई है। 104 के रुझान मिले, 182 में से शुरुआती रुझान भारतीय जनता पार्टी 78, कांग्रेस 23, आम आदमी पार्टी 3, आदर्श ने खाता नहीं खोला।
ये देखिए इसकी बड़ी खबर, बीजेपी 78,
BJP goes in order to show victory in every single seat, but that also shows where exactly
गुजरात बाजा लोड अल्पेश कसरिया आगे, आम आदमी पार्टी पहला।
हिमाचल में कांग्रेस आगे निकल गई है, हिमाचल में कांग्रेस 20 पर है, बीजेपी 18 पर है।
हिमाचल
I have to impress you for the first time. Congress has overtaken Bharatiya Janata Party
हिमाचल
in
के
a
बाद
long
देखिए
time in
गुजरात
any
एक बार फिर से
election.
बदलता
Yeah,
हुआ
I have
119
to
के
say
रुझान
that,
मिले, शुरुआती
that
रुझान
is why I
182, 91 भारतीय जनता पार्टी, कांग्रेस
push this
25,
point
बहुमत के
that I
करीब
think
भारतीय
in
जनता पार्टी
last
बहुमत
3
के
or 4
करीब,
years,
कांग्रेस
I
25,
think
आम
this
आदमी
is the
पार्टी
first
3,
time
आदर्श
in any electoral tally.
ये
In
बहुत
any
बड़ी
electoral
खबर हम
tally,
आपको दिखाने
Congress
जरा
has
ध्यान से देखिए,
overtaken
लेकिन ये
Bharatiya
पोस्टल
Janata
बैलेट
Party
से
in Himachal Pradesh
बहुमत,
state.
ये देखिए
And if I may say so,
कांग्रेस
what
25
will be
पर
the
है,
result
बीजेपी
today if it
21
becomes
पर है,
1-1-1
आम आदमी पार्टी 3
as we
पर
were
है,
discussing
लेकिन
yesterday?
हिमाचल
Well,
में
if it
कांग्रेस
becomes
आगे
1
निकल
for
गई है
AAP
पहली
in
बार,
Siri,
20,
1 for
बीजेपी
Congress
18।
in Himachal Pradesh,
तो
and
मतलब
1
क्या ये
for
एग्जिट पोल की
BJP
तरह
in
आगे बढ़ता हुआ
Gujarat.
मामला
I
दिखाई दे
think
रहा है।
it evens out.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी
It will
गुजरात
send a
में
good
एकदम
signal
क्लियर
as
आगे
far
बढ़ती
as
हुई दिखाई दे रही है, क्या
the
ऐसे दिखाई
Bharat Jodo
देगा?
Yatra is
और उधर हिमाचल
concerned.
में क्या
Congress will be
34 हो गया,
extremely
18, 20
buoyant
दिखाई
because
दे
there's
रहा
a
है, 38 के
victory.
रुझान मिले, 68
Don't
पे।
forget that BJP National Party President JP Nadda comes from Himachal, Information and Broadcasting Minister Anurag Thakur comes from Himachal, and BJP has put a lot of stake in it, rallies galore, both by Amit Shah, both by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and it also clearly suggests that the kind of stake which the BJP has put up there, if they are not able to win Himachal, the style of the BJP is that they don't react immediately, so as to not to give an impression that they are perturbed, but heads will roll, that's for sure.
अपने पिछले नंबर को क्रॉस किया बीजेपी ने, पोस्टल बैलेट से बीजेपी 100, लेकिन बहुमत के पार कांग्रेस 26, आम आदमी पार्टी 3, बीजेपी 100 पर आ चुकी है गुजरात में, पोस्टल बैलेट से सही, लेकिन बीजेपी
But I will say
It's 8:25.
no, but Kartike, again, as I said yesterday, I think we should not rush to that conclusion. I think we should wait for another 1 hour and let this lead solidify a bit.
Absolutely, there's no doubt about that. The lead should solidify, but the fact is that I haven't seen any party in first
क्या
25
बीजेपी
minutes
अपना रिकॉर्ड
creating
तोड़ेगी?
leads
क्या
out of
बीजेपी
180
मोदी का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेगी?
That's a postal ballot.
से बीजेपी के उदय कांगड़ आगे।
गुजरात राजकोट ईस्ट भारतीय जनता पार्टी उदय आगे, गुजरात राजकोट ईस्ट उदय
Absolutely.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रत्याशी आगे।
दिनेश बीजेपी 107, क्या भूपेंद्र नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने जा रहे हैं? ये बड़ा सवाल है। बीजेपी 107 गुजरात में, कांग्रेस 28, आम आदमी पार्टी 3, और यहां पर जैसा और ये चल कांग्रेस 30 हो चुका है, आम आदमी पार्टी 3, पोस्टल बैलेट से इनिशियल रुझान है, बीजेपी 107, क्रूजिंग कंफर्टेबली।
लेकिन नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड तब तोड़ेंगे जब 127 से आगे हम बढ़ते हुए उनको देखेंगे। फिलहाल भूपेंद्र आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं 107 भारतीय जनता पार्टी 107 देखिए हिमाचल में 20 से 21 हो गई, 21 हो गई क्या कांग्रेस, 41 में से कुल रुझान जो मिले 20 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी और कांग्रेस 21 पर ऊपर टैली बदल गई, ऊपर टैली बदल गई निशान
107, 30 और आम
So that
आदमी
is
पार्टी
one upper.
Did you feel Pradesh? And then
गुजरात के बंसड़ा से कांग्रेस के अनंत
you can
कुमार
also
आगे
गुजरात बंसड़ा कांग्रेस के अनंत कुमार आगे गुजरात बंसड़ा कांग्रेस के अनंत कुमार आगे
लेकिन ये जो तस्वीर आपके सामने है बीजेपी 107 कांग्रेस 30 आम आदमी पार्टी 3 ये बड़ी खबर है गुजरात में बीजेपी के सभी बड़े नेता आगे चल रहे हैं गुजरात में बीजेपी के सभी बड़े नेता आगे चल रहे हैं गुजरात में बीजेपी 109 कांग्रेस 30 आम आदमी पार्टी 3 और हिमाचल का हाल
और अगर यहां पर अभी इसी जगह पर आप गुजरात के विधानसभा को देखने की कोशिश करें रुझानों के हिसाब से बिग ब्रेकिंग
गुजरात के 84 से बीजेपी के संदीप देसाई आगे
84 सबसे ज्यादा विधानसभा सबसे ज्यादा वोटर्स वाली 5 लाख से ज्यादा वोटर्स हैं यहाँ 84 के बारे में ब्रेक ब्रेकिंग के बाद ऊपर देखिए टैली बदलती हुई 182 में से 142 का रुझान भारतीय जनता पार्टी 109 कांग्रेस 30 आम आदमी पार्टी 3 आदर्श 0 हिमाचल प्रदेश देखिए अब भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी 21 लेकिन कांग्रेस 22 आम आदमी पार्टी ने खाता नहीं खोला आदर्श ने भी खाता नहीं खोला
लेकिन आधा घंटे के पोस्टल बैलेट्स आपके सामने दिखाई दे रहे ये पोस्टल बैलेट्स है बीजेपी 109 कांग्रेस 30 आम आदमी पार्टी 3 142 182 भी नहीं है 142 का यह आंकड़ा है यानी कि अब देखिए क्या होगा हिमाचल प्रदेश और गुजरात की असेंबली का हाल देखिए आप बीजेपी 112 बीजेपी 100
it all depends there could be such slight procedural delay there could be like somebody might not have come or there are a whole host of issues but it will come like yesterday if you remember we were talking about they were the early trends of all 250 wards started coming out only after 8:30 8:40 so there could be initial delay but yes as per the initial trend as far as the postal ballots are being counted BJP has galloped away BJP is leagues ahead as far as any other party in Himachal Pradesh in Gujarat is concerned but interestingly in the same postal ballot early leads Congress is ahead of BJP and I think that is going to be a big face saver if Congress is able, if the revaz of Himachal Pradesh of giving alternate government after every 5 years continues, it is going to be a big win for the Congress. Now why I am saying big win is because Congress is the party is in absolute desperate mode. They badly need a win and I think a win irrespective of the size and strength of the state will be a boost in arm as far as this Bharat Jodo Yatra which is also underway.
Okay, senior journalist Darshan Desai is also through with us from Ahmedabad. Mr. Desai, can you, is my audio clear to you?
Yeah, it's very clear.
Thank you for joining us. You are also joined by my colleagues Brijesh Pandey and Ashok Bagaria. Mr. Desai, are these results or the trends on the expected line?
Yeah, it's on the expected lines as of now, but I think we need to wait for an hour or something to see, get things more clear.
But how do you expect Bharatiya Janata Party? What's the big picture you have in mind?
The big picture is that BJP is definitely going to win, but it may not be as high as the exit polls said. It may not be like 140 or something. It may not. As of now, what was the ground reality as of now is that it may not. It may equal Modi ji's best of 2002. That was 127 seats out of 182.
Why can you explain it for our viewers? You seem to be telling us what will happen, but can you just explain it to the viewers who are outside Gujarat as to why you are making this statement?
See, the polling percentage as compared to 2017, when the BJP, plummeted to 99 seats, which was the first time. Okay, ever since it won the first time in 1995, it has never come down to double digits. This is what happened in 2017. Now the polling percentage is even lower than 2017 overall, whether it is rural areas or whether it is urban areas. So urban areas is not a great news for BJP, while it is also not a great news for the Congress party. So it's going to be, one thing is very clear, that if the opposition parties expected that there is a wave which is going to unseat the BJP government in Gujarat, that has not happened. because if there's a wave kind of a situation, there would be heavy turnout of voters coming out and wanting to see the party out. But in this case, this has not happened. And another thing which has also not happened, I mean, the opposite has also not happened. That they've come out in big numbers to ensure that a new entrant called Aam Aadmi Party is thrown out. So that has also not happened. So it's going to be that way. It appears to be a close contest, and it will also depend on the regional performances of the parties. So that we really need to wait and see what has happened.
Darshanji, do you think that Aam Aadmi Party will be able to make any significant inroads, or it is just going to be all hype and no substance kind of a situation?
Yeah, in terms of seats, yes, it doesn't look it's going to do anything great, but we actually need to watch their vote percentage, how much share they are able to get, because that will decide there whether we have a permanent third player in Gujarat, or this was just visiting faculty who came and left. So that we need to say, because Gujarat has always been a bipolar state. Gujarat has always seen BJP and Congress and no third party succeeding ever. But this is a first in the sense, a lot of analysts are saying that earlier also a third party or a third angle or a third corner has never worked in Gujarat. But that was, if we really look at it, all the 3 to 4 attempts earlier were all splinter groups of BJP. There were 2 splinter groups of BJP. First was Shankar Singh Vagela's revolt in 95, and then we had Keshubhai Patel's revolt, which didn't work at all. But, they in fact flopped, majorly flopped. And earlier ones were also splinter groups from the Congress party. And they were seen as opportunists, and they did not succeed. But
hi Darshan Bhai, sorry to interrupt you. Hi, good morning Darshan Bhai. This is Ashok Bagria here. One thing that you were speaking about the Aam Aadmi Party, one thing that was witnessed in 2021 was that despite people saying that Aam Aadmi Party is making a noise disproportionate to its strength, still managed to garner 27 seats out of the 120 Surat Corporation seats, and it managed to get a toehold into the Gujarat politics. Now, what we have seen is that Aam Aadmi Party has primarily focused on the South Gujarat and Saurashtra region, and most of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders happen to be members of the former Patidar Andolan. Do you think that this will have an impact on the fortunes of the Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat, considering that most of the leaders contesting the elections are members of the Patidar agitation?
Yeah, it will sure have an impact, but the Patidar vote has now been split. If you think that the Patidars will vote on en bloc for the BJP, that has not happened. If we think that they will go the whole hog with the Congress party, which happened in 2017 because of that revolt, Hardik Patel revolt, that's also not happening. And there's also a split in the Patidars. So the Patidars have really worked well in the South Gujarat, especially the Surat region, and parts of Surat city. That's where all those 27 municipal councillors were elected from. But their strategy has been, in huge contrast to the Congress party. They've always been on the streets. Okay, the kind of agitation we have seen, the BJP leading where it was in the opposition party. To be always on the street, to always make noises, and to look at the nitty-gritty issues, irrespective of whether it's an assembly election or whether it's a municipal corporation election. They are looking at those kind of grassroots level issues which touch the common man directly. That's what they did in Delhi. That's what is happening in MCD also, that they're looking at certain populations. So that way they may get some seats, but not a huge impact to become a number 2. That's what I was trying to say. But there is a good possibility of their vote share increasing. And if that happens, it really becomes an important key player in Gujarat, which will be a great problem for the Congress party as well as for the BJP going forward. That's
Well,
how I see the whole thing.
I think, I mean, interesting trends are coming in, and I mean, not interesting, I think more on expected lines, that Samajwadi Party is ahead in Mainpuri by-election, whereas BJP is ahead in Rampur. Remember, Rampur, the voting percentage is all-time low.
Yes,
and a lot of accusation of...
absolutely, because yesterday, I think day before yesterday, when we had a conversation, the reporter from the ground said that the areas where Azam Khan is strong, the voting was less, and the areas where BJP is strong, the voting was on the higher side, and the controversy happened because both had different demographics. But coming back to the Gujarat, because the large question is whether how sweet will be the victory, because you know, if you read today's newspaper, a couple of them said that the Kejriwal got double engine ki sarkar but no turbo boost. So I'm asking this question again and again. Mr. Desai, so are we going to expect a double engine ki sarkar in Ahmedabad with turbo boost or without turbo boost?
I don't think there is a turbo boost. It doesn't look like it. I mean, it doesn't like, I actually, to be very honest, I was a bit surprised with the exit polls, and so were a majority of journalists and political parties in Gujarat. Nobody was expecting this kind of exit poll. Especially if you look at it, if you look at very closely, the kind of aggressive campaign which the BJP, conducted in Gujarat, aggressive as well as at times you might feel that why are they so desperate? The Prime Minister himself held as many as 25 to 30 rallies after the elections were announced. So almost through November, whereas in October he made 5 visits to Gujarat. Okay, and on an average, all the visits were 2 days. 1 or 2 were for 3 days, but otherwise were 2 days. So that kind of a thing. And then the Union Home Minister, who also belongs to Gujarat, and is their own fiefdom. It's like their home, home. Even if I contest from any of the seats in Ahmedabad, I would easily win hands down without even showing my face. That's the kind of clout that the BJP has in these kind of areas. But they were still campaigning like that. And if you really look at it, the PM held 2 long road shows in Ahmedabad just 2 days before, back to back, 25 to 30 kilometer long road shows. So all those things, and the concern, it appeared, the concern was because of the Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party is known to be urban, and they were looking at the lower urban middle classes. If you look at it, the 300 meter hum de denge bijli.
But Mr. Desai, there is one thing which I really want to understand, and Brajesh also has a couple of questions for you. All said and done, BJP might not have a handsome victory, but victory in itself is victory. As we said, the RAP has not got a handsome victory, but victory is a victory.
Yeah, absolutely.
But what has happened after 1995 that the Congress has not been able to come into triple digits? Congress has not been able to knit a social coalition and dislodge Bharatiya Janata Party. Is there a fundamental issue within the organization? Is it organizational? Is it ideological? Or is it because after Amanat Andolan, the upper caste and the Patidars, the Patels, have not voted for the Congress party? What is that basic flaw? It's like West Bengal. CPM went out, but Trinamool has come in. Congress could never come back. So what is the fundamental fault?
Yeah, that's a very important question, and that's the question which we should be looking at. If we look at the 2000, I'll start with 2017 elections and then a little bit of 95, but 2017 elections. Okay, 99 seats to BJP. That is, BJP rescued defeat by 7 seats. If we look at it by another way, and because there were 15 seats where the margin was less than 1,000 votes. So Congress came actually very, very close to, close to a very surprising result, 2017. Okay, now the Congress party did not see a ray of hope, okay, opening there. And while the BJP heard the alarm bell. BJP has always has its ears to the ground. They heard the alarm bell. They knew where they were hit the most. So one area was, yes, Patidars was and Patidars was an offshoot which came. In fact, Congress had no role. Like as by default, Congress says whatever Congress does well, it's often by default. So Congress had no role to play in the Patidar agitation, entire Patidar agitation at all. But the role which they had to play was their stronghold in the tribal areas, the Adivasi areas. Tribal areas, Congress did well, and BJP immediately noticed it, and they started working on it. By the time we were going into the 2022 elections, 5 crucial key MLAs of the Congress party from Adivasi belt were in the BJP and were contesting on BJP tickets. So Congress was not able to look at the ground picture that there is indeed an opportunity for them. Instead of that, in 2022, the central leadership has completely ignored Gujarat.
But Darshan Bhai, if I would just like to add to what you were just pointing out, as far as the Congress party is concerned in Gujarat, it's completely in shambles organizationally.
Absolutely.
In fact, if you were to go to the Congress office in Ahmedabad today, you will hardly see a Congress worker or Congress workers who have converged to the party headquarters. That just shows the state of mind of Congress workers in the state of Gujarat and in Ahmedabad. Now, another thing that you pointed out was with respect to the 2017 elections, and that was something, again, the Congress party was in a total disarray, no organizational strength. Even the Congress was surprised when it managed to get 77 seats. It wasn't as if the Congress had done some turnaround, some change in their strategy was there, or something drastic which actually got them those 77 seats. It was just generally, I think, a sense of fatigue which had set in, and possibly there was some kind of you pointed out the Patidar agitation which was also playing out in the background, and suddenly the Congress party was also doing well in the rural areas as well as in the tribal areas. Now, what was very interesting to see was also the fact that Congress did really well in the Saurashtra region. In fact, they were able to stop, of the 48 seats, they were able to stop the BJP at 19 seats only, and they did really well in central Gujarat and northern Gujarat. In the tribal areas, they did well. Now, today, the situation is not too far different for the Congress party from what it was in 2017. The same set of disenchantment is there with the party leadership. The same level of disarray is there. There is no cohesion. The cadres do not come out in large numbers. There is no organizational strength or organizational leadership which holds the party together. But all said and done, from the early trends that we are getting from Gujarat, of the all 182 seats, the Bharatiya Janata Party is leading on 129 seats. Surprisingly, the Congress is also doing well. It's ahead on 50 seats. The Aam Aadmi Party is ahead on 2 seats, and others are leading on 1 seat.
Darshan Bhai, is he still with us?
Yes, Mr. Desai, can you hear us?
Yeah, Darshan Bhai, I just wanted to ask you one question. Like, as Ashok was saying, that the organizational structure of Congress was in absolute shambles, and we also saw, a couple of senior leaders making one controversial remark which would alter the course of the entire election. You may have your caste calculation, you may have your caste arithmetic, everything stitched up, and comes one statement which torpedoes the entire calculation, ambition and everything. This time, the Congress has been campaigning on an extremely low-key regional scale. I mean, there's not been a lot of noise about what is happening there in Gujarat as far as Congress is concerned. They are doing massive campaigning in the rural Gujarat and the area of strength, but there's not a lot of talk about it. And this time there have been till now not much rallies by Rahul Gandhi, and also not much interference or that kind of controversial statement. Do you think that is going to work in favor of Congress? Or how different you find the campaign which is being done by Congress in this election vis-a-vis the last elections?
Yeah, that's very interesting. It's also very interesting in sync with what Ashok said. Ashok knows how the party office works because he has been in Gujarat, so I know he's been through that. See, what was very interesting this time, which I have not written because I was requested by the leaders who told me this to keep it confidential. But now that the elections are over and now we're already looking at the results, I can tell you that several senior candidates of the Congress party had conveyed to the central leadership that please don't send central leaders out here.
Don't send,
Okay,
don't send.
don't send central leaders out here.
Don't send central
and-
Are you
enforcement.
talking specifically in context of Rahul Gandhi?
No, they didn't say Rahul Gandhi. They say, I mean, everyone remember, like you say Aukat, and then you say you say what? You say Neech, and
Ravan.
Mr. Yeah, Ravan was the latest, so they told me that, boss, what happens is that, we are working these are rural people. We are working in rural areas. We have social contacts. They might be our opponents in politics, but otherwise we have social contacts. We have rural contacts. We move around in the same milieu. There's a local media which jumps on us, and they told me that the BJP is an expert. You just give them one word, you give them, like, I mean, I wrote in one of my stories also that Mr. Modi is a great finisher. He's Mahendra Singh Dhoni. You give him one word and he snatches the entire match from you. And that's what he does. I said, so they said that we don't want this to happen, and we are doing it on our own independently, and we want it this way. Second thing, very significant, they said, was that was organizing a central leaders rally costs money. Okay, and right now we are strapped of that. We are strapped of cash. We don't have that kind of a money to call central leaders now and again. So this works door to door, one to one, person to person contact works much better, and it plays out as a good contrast to the huge sound and fury created by Mr. Kejriwal and his party. And obviously BJP is known for its campaigning style, and Congress doesn't have anyone who can match Congress, or I mean any other party in this country as of now who has anything who can match that level of Mr. Modi.
One quick question, Darshan bhai.
Yeah.
In the last few elections, assembly elections, what we have seen is that the BJP has never raked up the 2002 riots issues. Now, this time around, surprisingly, the Home Minister brings up the 2002 riots. What do you think prompted him to rake up the memories of 2002 riots?
See, it's basically, we always say, as I understand, and like we have covered so many elections, and I have known and covered the BJP and the big boss, I mean, Mr. Modi ji, right from 2002 and all. So I know that whenever there is a sign of panic, or whenever there is a possibility of a crisis, we called Hindutva as the Brahmastra. So that Brahmastra comes out whenever that's used as they teach in martial arts, that you should use it's for self-defense. Martial arts is not just to go out and start hitting people. That's not why you're taught martial arts. So in the same way, this comes at the last moment when it becomes like कि कुछ नहीं है, let us see कि एक ये भी डाल देते हैं, and 2017, very important point in this context, why 2017 was also different, is that for the first time, Mr. Gandhi, I mean the only person from Nehru Gandhi family to have stayed 3 days each in 4 regions of Gujarat. Otherwise, there will be 2 rallies and they'll fly out. That's how all the national leaders have operated. Whether it was Indira Gandhi, whether it was Atal Bihari Vajpayee, they would come, address 2-3 rallies and leave. Because they had the network, but now these people didn't have, and this man, like Bharat Jodo Yatra, he was doing some kind of a Gujarat he's doing discovery of India right now. That time he was doing discovery of Gujarat. So he was the only one.
Going to temples, the soft Hindutva push.
Yeah, but Ashok,
they didn't refer to it.
Yes, Mr. Desai. Wait, Ashok. Ashok, do you
It's
think
very
that the
important.
BJP has built a pressure on itself, sort of give a, I won't use the word parting gift, because no one can decide the tenure of a successful Prime Minister, but sort of a gift to Narendra Modi that this will be the win by the widest margin, because everyone knows that in Bharatiya Janata Party 75 is the cut-off date.
Look, Kartikeya, nobody gives a gift to Narendra Modi. It's rather Narendra Modi who's going to give a victory to Bharatiya Janata Party if they win in Gujarat.
Exactly.
You have to understand, Bharatiya Janata Party minus Narendra Modi stands a very slim chance of victory, whether it's Gujarat or any other state. And Narendra Modi is Bharatiya Janata Party and Bharatiya Janata Party is Narendra Modi, and that is what they have been tom-tomming all along to win not just the national elections but even the elections and the state assembly.
Are you saying that if Narendra Modi wouldn't have campaigned so vigorously, extensively and aggressively, the leads would have been different?
You have to
Yes.
understand one thing. Yeah, Darshan Bhai, I want you to take this question.
Yeah, yes, it would be. It would have been, because if you see that right from Amit Shah to the junior most BJP party worker in their campaign, they were all asking votes for Mr. Modi. They were not, even the chief minister was canvassing for Mr. Modi and not for himself. Okay, each and every person there. And it was, we could see that Mr. Modi realized that ab mujhe jana padega, aise nahi hoga. You know, as we say sometimes, sometimes like, like when we could not do certain things as a reporter, the chief reporter would come and take over, take charge kind of. So he came over and he took charge. Like even during his one of these rallies, he went to the BJP headquarters and had a meeting with the state level leaders. That there was some discussion we could sense. I mean, there would never be, as we know that there are no sources close to Mr. Modi except Mr. Modi himself. So the media, whoever says media that sources close to PMO is all crap. So we have just have to assume that why is he holding so many meetings? So we just do 1 + 1 = 2. That often doesn't add up also in case of Mr. Modi, because he himself creates a huge suspense out of whatever. But this time you could see that sense of panic. Sense of panic was definitely.
But why was there sense of panic, Ashok? Why was there sense of panic?
We really don't know. To be very honest, there was no reason to panic. But from the way situations,
Or was it a pressure created by your own expectations?
This election or last election?
This election.
See, there's one thing which I was in the last question I would like to add to it. It's a wonderful anecdote, and it also illustrates and puts to rest, majority of the insinuations which runs around. Last election 2017, I was in Gujarat. We were there at the makeshift arrangement office of the BJP, and we were, after doing the usual round of interviews and all, we were leaving, and then we were told, that Amit Shah is coming for an off-record briefing and all. We were there talking to him. So there were like a couple of reporters, who say like, oh, you go and campaign and this is a big thing and all. So Amit Shah just cut him short and say like, it doesn't work like that. Okay, the way I speak, I may cost my party votes rather than get my party votes. There's only one person who gets the party vote. Let it be crystal clear to you, and that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This was in 2017. 2017, you won that election by a whisker was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And this election, if you see any upward trends of more than 100 plus, that will also be only because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and nothing else. You look at the kind of time commitment which has been given by Home Minister Amit Shah. He's practically parked himself there. The 54-kilometer road show by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Then, truckloads of rallies and this thing. The only one name which galvanizes everybody, and that is Modi. Like it, don't like it, that's absolutely besides the point. But he's the biggest party vote catcher. He's the biggest catalyst of the BJP from 2013 and till now.
Is it like that umbilical cord, Mr. Desai? Hamara aadmi Delhi mein hai?
Yeah, that is also there. And see, there is, as he said, that whether you like it or not, his larger than life Hindu Hriday Samrat has been internalized. There is a point that you don't even have to tell voters in Gujarat about this. Even if Amit Shah had not raised 2002, you don't need to raise it. It's been internalized so well. So, even if it is in some areas, if you really go, even if you sell petrol at rupees 200 a liter, it's fine. It's fine. It's because, but he keeps all of us safe. I mean, that's the main line. Acha, this time what also happened was, why the low polling? This also happened was that people did say that yes, we want Parivartan not from Mr. Modi, but Parivartan from BJP. That's also one needs to understand. But eventually they understood. I mean, eventually the thought process was, कि हाँ change तो चाहिए, but who? They didn't want to put all their eggs. I mean, they didn't want to trust Arvind Kejriwal so immediately. Okay, and Congress is already time tested, so they are not very confident that okay, we want a parivartan, but can this party deliver that parivartan? That was the huge question. That is one
Darshan
thing.
bhai, one thing, sorry, I'm interrupting you. Another factor which has more often been tom-tommed is the fact of Gujarati Asmita. And I want to raise this question with respect to Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal. Gujaratis have a very strong feeling of pride. As they say in Gujarati, by Maru Manas che Delhi ma ane Manas je ayo che Delhi thi, Delhi nu Manas che. So how does that play out for, will it impact the acceptance of Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat?
I'll give one. I had this question when I went out to the villages. The cities, I know what would they say. So villages, they say, one person said that, can you look at that health center? That was a primary health center which he was pointing out to. He says that's the only one between 15 villages. Okay, between 50, and if Kejriwal comes, we'll have one in every village like that. Okay, that's one thing he said. Then he said that, that now these days agriculture is becoming difficult. So my children need to go to good schools so that they can go to cities and maybe they can think of going abroad. And if we need good schools, we need Kejriwal. That's what a person, and this was not, mind you, this was not by any of my prodding, as a lot of journalists do to get what they want, to get out what they want to hear. That was not, I was very sure about it, that my personal opinion doesn't come in between when I'm reporting. Okay, so that's a different struggle of a journalist these days. We can talk later about it. But so this person I asked, then I said, how do you know that he will do? I said, सारी political parties ऐसे ही promise देती है, सब लोग बोलते कहाँ कुछ होता है. Otherwise होता तो आप ये आप बीजेपी की बात नहीं करते, and you would not have been talking about Kejriwal. So I said, how do you believe him? Because वो तो बाहर वाला है, वो तो दिल्ली वाला है, और पहली बार आ रहा है गुजरात. So how do you believe him? And I was stunned to hear. I was stunned to hear the reply. And this came from 2-3 people in different ways. But the first reply was Sudan Gadvi, the chief minister candidate. I was taken aback. I thought, we journalists live in some kind of a make-believe world. But in this case, people knew Sudan Gadvi and they had a feeling that, yes, he can deliver. Now, that was because of his whatever TV program, Mahamanthan, which was a huge hit in rural areas. So they were willing to believe him. One person said that, no, he's from my community, he's from the Darbar, Darbar. He says he's from the Maldari community. He's not exactly from the Maldari, but there are different forms in that. So he's one of them. So this he says he's from the Maldari community, and look at the stray cattle issue that happened. He was the one who spoke out. And it was because of Aam Aadmi Party. It was also because of Congress. Then somebody added later that we forced the government to withdraw that legislation. Okay, so I mean that kind of I was surprised that that kind of a penetration, and I was hearing this in a remote village in Botad district. Okay, in Botad district, which it's also around Botad, Bhavnagar, Amreli, that belt, which has a lot of farmers, which has patidars, and which has different castes, which has a lot of OBCs also, Koli Patels also. So all those factors, I was a bit surprised to see that they were talking about these things. is same way. I wanted to add something which we left incomplete. That
मैं ये कह रहा था
Congress Party in 2017 they raised all real issues, as in the day-to-day issues which the Aam Aadmi Party is doing now. Okay, like otherwise you can never think of a Dalit and OBC and a party that are coming on the same platform in Gujarat. Those are this kind of caste things you cannot expect them. Why? Because Patidar irritation became just talking point, but then it spread to that there is no employment, there are no employment possibilities, education is becoming expensive because of a lot of private education. And if we look, there's a larger perspective to it, that because agriculture is becoming difficult, so people like Hardik Patel want to come to cities like Ahmedabad. Hardik Patel is a generation which is neither here nor kind of generation.
Darshan bhai, I just wanted to ask you a question. Ahmed Patel is missing in this election, and even he was one larger than life persona as far as the affairs of Congress in Gujarat is concerned. You think his absence will make any dent to the fortune of the Congress party, or will it force the warring factions to come together? What will be the impact of the absence of Ahmed Patel?
To be very honest, I don't think it's having an impact. In fact, the second point which you said about the possibility of warring factions to come together and try to work out a new understanding, that seems more possible. Because a lot of there were lots of irregularities to the whole issue of state leadership in the Congress party. But the Congress party, which had begun well, but what they do is they do half things. Like Hardik Patel was made the state working president, right? So one would feel that, okay, some kind of a generational shift is coming. Hardik Patel and Jignesh Mewani had held two press conferences about whatever some problems in Narega, implementation of the Narega. Okay, they brought out some, her villages mein hote hain, so they brought out some scam here and there and all that. So they were trying to hit the streets, but they did not get the support the state leadership should have given them.
Okay.
That was one reason why Hardik Patel left. There might be there are a variety of other reasons, but that was one reason he left. That was also the reason Alpesh Thakur was emerging as a strong OBC leader who also left. So if the Congress party had the courage, it would have removed the entire state leadership, because there are half a dozen chief ministerial candidates who can't save their own seats, and they continue to remain chief ministerial candidates even despite being aware that they are not going to win. Okay, so and these people are the ones who are the stumbling blocks some of them are my friends. If you are hearing them, I can't help it, sorry, but we have to get all of them out. And I mean, the Congress party, the Congress party needs to get all of them out and bring this new crop, which they are not doing. They are not able to identify. What happens is they start well and then suddenly they disperse. Like, they did well of having an OBC Gujarat, Jagdish Thakur is an OBC leader. Okay, then you have a Adivasi leader as your leader of opposition. So you're kind of returning to
I know what Mr. Desai you're trying to tell me. This is less symptomatic of the leaders at the state level, but actually symptomatic of what Mr. Rahul Gandhi has been unable to do, which is to create continuity of policy, thought and action. So if you have a policy, it continues over a period of time. If you have a thought, it continues to be implemented and shared over a period of time. Like the Hindutva of Bharatiya Janata Party. It's like we leave no men behind, we'll protect you. Whatever the public perception may be, and I really don't want to get into those cases because half of them are legal now. Yeah. Issue is that you'll be politically protected, and lastly, then we will have certain position on national security, and they continue with it. So the goalpost doesn't change. I think you very rightly pointed out, sir, that in Gujarat, what has happened is that Mr. Gandhi tried to galvanize it and then left it because of other reasons plaguing him in the Congress party, without understanding that how close the Congress came. In 2017 in defeating Bharatiya Janata Party. I would like to thank you on behalf of News9 for joining us on this broadcast. And thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
I had
Yes,
one line to add, if it's possible.
it's possible. Please go ahead. You have a minute.
See, as you said, Rahul Gandhi, 2021, there was a huge Maha Mehngai rally in Jaipur. Okay, huge Maha Mehngai rally in Jaipur. Okay, so one thought, okay, they are not going into Hindutva. And at the rally, Mr. Gandhi spoke about, was explaining the people, the difference between Hinduism and Hindutva. Okay, so I was wondering that you're talking about Maha Mehngai rally and you are raising a philosophical pitch about difference between Hindutva and Hinduism, which you are not able to.
But Mr. Desai, why are you surprised? I think I have no qualms in saying that Mr. Gandhi is obsessed with it. Even the word Vanvasi and Adivasi controversy, very few people failed to realize, is not about Adivasi. It was about the rubric of Hindutva. Because if you say Vanvasi, then you become part of subaltern Hindutva, larger civilization thing. And with the way he interpreted the Adivasi, it means that except Adivasis, everyone came from outside. So it falls into the larger thought structure of the Congress party.
I was actually adding to what you were saying that on the one hand you did this 2017 and Congress among all the states where the Congress is in the opposition, it is very ironical that Congress party is not able to register. It's that Gujarat is Congress is the strongest in Gujarat despite all its follies. If you really analyze it.
Absolutely. Despite all its follies, despite it not being able to assess why Hindutva has become a rainbow coalition of all the Hindus. In context of Muslim, it becomes exclusionary, but within Hinduism, it has become inclusive ideology. And Congress, with this Badam theory, decided that they don't want upper caste votes. This is something. These are the seeds of, I would say, the Kham. A lot of people praise Kham, but the destructive seeds of Kham is that the upper caste never came back to the Congress. Thank you very much, Mr. Desai. Vijesh, one thing is becoming very clear. As of now, I don't want to sound presumptuous and make those political elans even before even before the dust has settled. It looks as if we are not looking at wave elections. MCD was not a wave election.
Yes, it was.
Himachal Pradesh is not a wave election. The verdict in bypolls, they're fractured. Samajwadi Party is willing in Mainpuri, but Samajwadi Party is trailing in Rampur Sadar. And as of now, if Congress is able to get 50 seats, it's still not a wave election. But the only thing which we need to watch out for is, where has the AAP vote come from? Has it come from the Congress kitty? Has it come from the Bharatiya Janata Party's kitty? Which constituency Aam Aadmi Party has fractured in Gujarat? I think that will be very interesting. But as of now, in Himachal Pradesh, Aam Aadmi Party has not been able to open its kitty. Just let me take you through the latest figures. Bharatiya Janata Party is winning in 130 constituencies. It's way past the
halfway mark.
It is forming the government again. There is no doubt. So the position of Bharatiya Janata Party in Gujarat is that of the Aam Aadmi Party during MCD election.
Yeah, the number of lead.
So it was all boiling down to the margin. And when we were talking to the spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party yesterday, he was happy, but he understood the import of not having a sweep, because that told a story. And I think Bharatiya Janata Party would want a 130 plus sort of a performance, because anything below 125 will make it a very similar, known, pedantic and old election results. You might win, but you will not be able to taste its sweetness, because it will be like any other election.
I just want to add one more thing, interesting tidbits which has come on, which has been doing the rounds of social media for the last 48 hours, Kartikeya,
like
is that it's that Samajwadi Party candidate. There is one Samajwadi Party candidate, Kandal Bhai Jadeja, is leading in Kutiana Assembly constituency in Gujarat. In early trends are indicating that. So that is also going to be very interesting to see if he goes on to win in Samajwadi Party, will have one MLA in the state of Gujarat.
If AAP is winning 4 seats, if AAP has 6 MLAs, I think today we will have a new national party.
So even if they don't, I think the percentage of votes also decides.
I think it's a percentage of seats and percentage of the vote.
Yeah,
anything
so
which is higher than that,
yeah.
You become the national party. Yes.
One thing, Karthikeya, what we are getting the trends is for the total of 182 seats in Gujarat, BJP is leading on 130. The Congress is on 44. Now, if we were to look at this number of 130, how BJP is managing to cobble together this number, what is visible is that the BJP surprisingly is doing well in Saurashtra from the numbers and the leads that are coming in from Bhavnagar, Amreli and other regions of Saurashtra. It appears that the Bharatiya Janata Party candidates are doing well. Similarly, as far as the tribal areas are concerned of Navsari, where the BJP is leading in 3 of the 4 seats. Surat also, the BJP is doing well on expected lines. Of the 16 seats, it's ahead on 10 seats. So what this 130 mark suggests is that the Bharatiya Janata Party has managed to get its act together. It's doing well. It's trying to regain the ground which it lost to the Congress Party in 2017. It's managing to regain the ground in the Saurashtra region, and that possibly explains the high 130 numbers or the seats on which they are leading.
Karthikeya, one very interesting information has come from the Election Commission of India's website. They have just given trend of the initial 6 seats out of 182. But the voting percentage is very interesting. Aam Aadmi Party in that 6 seats which they have given is 19.3%. BJP is 42.2% and Congress is 34.2%. So I think it will be extremely interesting to watch out as to how much percentage of vote Aam Aadmi Party gets. And the best question, or the most pertinent question would be after 2-3 hours would be how much, the one which you asked is how much inroad Aam Aadmi Party has made and into whose kitty.
I think
that is going to be the very
my
important.
understanding is that Aam Aadmi Party is going to eat into both the vote banks of the Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress, but more of the Congress Party for one simple reason, that the Bharatiya Janata Party worked very hard in consolidating its own vote. Congress Party was not able to consolidate its own vote. If you look at the campaign, if you look at the way manifesto was released and the ruckus which happened in the Congress office, it just went on to demonstrate that the Congress Party was fighting an election like a loose band of individuals. There was no organizational play. Because if anyone who has covered Congress Party or Bharatiya Janata Party would understand, then BJP, that you get a sense of cadre. Irrespective of saying, there will be people working for you. In Congress Party, it is not about cadre. In Congress Party, it becomes about an individual. So, individual creates a cadre for his own constituency, and that merges into the Congress Party, and that is why you have this problem of families, because families control that kinship network of people. True. So, it's not about that the Congress is more dynastic or not. Family is a tool within the Congress Party to control the workers. Whereas in Bharatiya Janata Party, the tool to control workers is through the organization. So it's just like a method, and Congress has not been able to deploy, recreate or reinvent that method. So now Bharatiya Janata Party is leading 131 seats in Gujarat, 42 seats Congress is leading. Aam Aadmi Party is in 5 seats. I can say this with great surety that Aam Aadmi Party will get the numbers with the leads in the 5 seats, which means that they will end up eventually with more than 9% of votes in the state, and they will be the new national party in Indian politics, truly an organic national party, not like other political parties which do cross alliances, merge and then create a national rubric, which Trinamool did, which NCP did. I think the last organic national party in that case before Bharatiya Janata Party was Swatantra Party, Bharatiya Jan Sangh, and then the united what you call the CPM before CPI before it split into CPI, CPM, CPIML and number of other smaller units. Just before we get in our guest, leads in Himachal Pradesh has solidified for BJP. I have been noticing in the last 45 minutes, they have remained around 35, 33 or 36, 32.
It has solidified for both, and not only BJP. And I would say that out of the 40 minutes which you are talking about, a good 25 to 30 minutes, it was the Congress Party which was at 35 or 36. So I think in the last 3-4 minutes, this figure has come where the BJP has crossed the halfway mark, and they're like at 36.
Now it's 35-33. BJP is 33.
See, I think right now as we speak, like yesterday we were talking about exit polls. Right now as we speak, the initial trends are going perfectly the way exit polls have.
See, that is why when I'm sitting with you, I'm adding all the caveats.
So this is going perfectly the way exit polls have predicted. It's a very close fight, neck to neck fight in Himachal Pradesh, and with advantage Congress party, and it is one way as we speak as far as the state of Gujarat is concerned. But I think, in another 1 hour, it will be interesting to see, what is the margin with which the Bharatiya Janata Party is leading, because that is going to be the key question. Nobody has any doubt that they are not going to win the state, but it is only the margin which is going to be the key question. If they are not able to win 125 or somewhere in that range, they'll also act as a dampener. You may justify that, you win, but it's a win without the bang.
Now, we are also being joined by Daniel Francis, our own very psephologist, political expert, who has served with a lot of politicians and understands the business of communication in politics, which has become a dark art in its own way, if I may use the word dark art. Very warm welcome to you, Daniel. Your first impression of the results which have poured in.
Karthikeya, you'll have to repeat your question.
I'm saying very warm welcome to you, Daniel, and the first impression you have of the results which are pouring in.
On expected lines, one could say that it is on expected lines that the Bharatiya Janata Party, would be winning the election hands down for Gujarat, and there'll be a race for the second and the third place between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party. Now, I think one is more keen and interested to know who will get the second place in Gujarat. Means we are witnessing the demolition of the Congress in many ways everywhere. Now, I was just thinking this morning that the Congress has lost MCD for last 15 years. It has lost Delhi for last 8 years. In MCD, it has only 9 councillors. It's a 9-councillor party, basically a conglomerate of independents in a city like Delhi in front of Aam Aadmi Party. And in Gujarat, the results will show us exactly what numbers they really get. But if they lose the opposition space, then it's a day of an alternative for Gujarat. And third thing is that with all that, what was Aam Aadmi Party a spoiler in a way in Gujarat, which spoiled the chances of both the Congress and the BJP to do well. Congress to do well in the opposition space.
Are you saying, Daniel, that Aam Aadmi Party has been able to disturb and disrupt the Gujarati political equilibrium?
Yes, it has. It has disturbed. See, today it is very, very, very important to note, Karthikeya, that all Gujaratis are not voting for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Even last year in 2017, when Modi and everybody was very popular, the Congress Party did give a good fight, and they were very close to forming the government, and they couldn't form the government, a few seats here and there. Gujarat has always split in between where elections are concerned. The only thing is that the BJP has had stitched a very good social alliance in Gujarat, a political alliance in Gujarat that votes for it and keeps it in power, which was disturbed by the Patidar Andolan the last time. But Aam Aadmi Party does come as a for a voter, it just comes as a party of alternative to the Congress. It is when a voter is thinking of voting for the Aam Aadmi Party, we saw that yesterday the vote share of the BJP in MCD is intact. There is a 30 to 33% vote share that it has in Delhi. It is intact. BJP voter in Delhi is not going anywhere. BJP voter, the Congress voter in Delhi has gone away from this, and it feels that here is a party that can fight for me, represent me, and also give me the kind of political, social, and economic comfort that I am looking for a party. And
I may have to stop you for a while. The leads have increased in Gujarat. Yeah. I was just checking various sources of information, including Election Commission. BJP is stabilizing somewhere around 135 to 137. We are giving you that margin, and Congress is somewhere around 35 to 34, and AAP is hovering between 4 to 6. Because we are giving you stable figures, but the fluctuation which I'm monitoring, the sort of internal feedback which we are getting from our parent company TV9 and TV9 Bharatvash and TV9 Digital, is that BJP's swing is on the upper side and Congress swing is now on the lower side. This can this turn out to, okay, you want to answer that? Then let me ask this question to you. Can this turn out to be a historic low for Congress?
No. See, as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, the Aam Aadmi Party is leading on 5 seats. Now let's break it down for you. That of these 5 seats, Aam Aadmi Party is leading on 2 seats in Ahmedabad, 2 seats in Surat, and 1 seat in Kheda. So what is Surat? It is understandable. Aam Aadmi Party managed to get a toehold in Surat.
BJP vote?
It looks like it's eating into the BJP vote.
Okay.
Similarly, in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad, which is traditionally the BJP stronghold, it again looks like because it's leading on 2 seats in Ahmedabad.
So where has the Congress vote gone if AAP is eating into BJP passion?
Basically, what explains the decline of Congress is its losses in Saurashtra and Kutch region.
Okay.
You see, last time around in 2017.
So are you saying, Ashok, and this is very important, that is Congress losing to BJP in straight fight?
It clearly reflects, this trend is reflecting that BJP is doing well in the areas which it lost in 2017. The Saurashtra Kutch region, they were just reduced to 19 seats of the 48 seats which are up for grabs in that area. It looks like they have made tremendous inroads in Saurashtra Kutch region. Kutch, there are 6 seats for grab. Just a moment, Daniel. In Kutch, there are 6 seats up for grabs. BJP is leading on 5 seats. The Congress 4. Now, this is the latest update. Suddenly, we see a candidate from the Aam Aadmi Party is also leading in Kutch region.
That is why I was telling you that the AAP has been swinging from 4 to 6, and sometimes it touches that 7 figure. But the Congress swing has been somewhere between 50 to 44 to 44. Now it has come down to 37. BJP, on the other hand, the swing is being now on the upper side of 130. This is something which I have noticed in last 1 hour.
They're kind of stabilized above 130.
Yes, absolutely.
They have not gone down.
Yes, they have not gone down below 130, and Congress is widely fluctuating from 35 to 49 seats.
To 52, in fact. 55.
It touched 55, but it's not gone beyond.
Now it is 31.
It's 31. So are we looking at a historic low for the Congress party, Brijesh?
Well, it looks like, but I mean, this is too early for me to make any comment or say that, that this is going to be a historic low. But definitely, I think with the advent of Aam Aadmi Party and situations being not so anti-BJP as it was during the 2017 elections, where we saw the soft Hindutva of Rahul Gandhi also paying dividend for the party, the Patidar agitation and the unrest in Surat, various factors which were working against the Bharatiya Janata Party at that time. The biggest challenge would be for the Congress party. It seems, from the initial trends which are emerging, is that whether they can be in the shadow of their performance in 2017. And I think, going by the way figures are updating by the minute, it looks an uphill task.
Moreover,
interestingly, in Himachal, it is back to 36-30.
Daniel, you have worked in the war room. You understand this. And I'll ask, because we brutally analyzed Bharatiya Janata Party in last 1 hour. We'll do some dissection of Congress also here. Do you think the strategy which came into play after 2016-17 when Rahul Gandhi got complete control of the Congress party, to focus on particular states and give up few states where they were not present. And I very distinctly remember, Daniel, that it happened in Nagaland. There was no campaign in 2017, but they were focusing on the state. This has not paid dividend. It's like as if Congress party focused in Himachal Pradesh and completely gave up on Gujarat. Why did they do that? Which national party does that?
Because if, for example, in Himachal, they have in mind who will lead Himachal election. Locally.
Leadership
they have in mind, sometimes when you have a local leader in mind and you give, like for example in Karnataka, they have given the charge to Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar. They are doing the groundwork. यहाँ पे Congress, I would say it in Hindi, it is वो चुनाव लड़ने के लिए खड़ी होती है, लेकिन चुनाव लड़ती नहीं है. वो चुनाव के लिए खड़े होते हैं, लेकिन लड़ते नहीं हैं. They are just standing for elections. They are not fighting elections. That is why Modi had to tell his voters that they are fighting elections, at a local level and quiet level, because he was afraid that these voters will not come out, and voting percentage went down because of this, because people thought, at the end of the day, we have to vote for BJP because there's no other alternative to us. Congress doesn't means when we use the word strategy and all that stuff, I'm telling you, it's now in certain states, in certain cities, politically, forget about elections. You don't see the presence of the Congress for the 5 years. What is the presence of the Congress in Delhi? What did the Congress do in the last 5 years in Gujarat that has become an issue? They had to change 3 chief ministers in the last 6 years. 27 years you are out of power in Gujarat, 15 years in Delhi, 30 years in UP.
Let's not beat the dead horse, Daniel. It's like beating the dead horse, Let's not beat the dead horse. You have a new horse in the game. And the new horse in the game is absolutely Aam Aadmi Party. Brijesh, is Aam Aadmi Party the real winner of these 3 elections?
I think yes. I mean, if they are able to hold on to this trend, absolutely. We said that one is Aam Aadmi Party, which is when they won the MCD election. One is BJP, which is winning the Gujarat election. And third would be Congress if it manages to win Himachal. I think the only other party apart from these 111 would be the Aam Aadmi Party, which scores another 0.25. If I may use statistics, by getting 7 seats. If they are able to win, anything more than 5 seats, it would be a tremendous performance for Arvind Kejriwal. And you also understand that, Gujarat is the gadh of BJP. You lose Gujarat, you win rest of the country. The narrative is never going to be the same for the BJP. For Aam Aadmi Party to win 5 seats there, and the kind of high decibel, high octane campaigning, the guerrilla kind of campaigning which the Aam Aadmi Party does, by them winning 5 seats in Gujarat and getting anywhere in the excess of 10 to 15% of votes, they are going to make this look like as if, they are the ones who have actually won the election.
Daniel, I'm going to share a data with you. Today, when I got up early this morning, this data was tweeted by a very well-known fellow, and you would recall that he is sort of I would say an India watcher, someone who takes. I'm talking about Richard Russell. So Richard Russell in morning tweeted something. It says that it was a statement on the decline of the chief ministers of the Congress party. But it will surprise you that today the maximum chief ministers are not from the Bharatiya Janata Party stock. They are from the regional parties. Today in India, you have 15 plus chief ministers from the regional party.
But there's a slight error also, because he has not counted, wherever the BJP is in cahoots with another regional party to form the government.
But the bottom line is that there is a resurgence of regional parties. It's not as if BJP's dominance is unparalleled. You have parties which are very well organized, organizationally knit. They can actually stand up to Bharatiya Janata Party, and this election is a standing testimony to that, Daniel.
No, there is, there are, see, with Aam Aadmi Party is a regional party which is on the path of becoming a national party. It has always had national ambition. It has always had ambition to replace the Congress. It has always has ambition, and Arvind Kejriwal always had ambition to lead the country. So it's a very unique regional party. It wants to spread its wings. And regional parties were always there in India's politics. Not that, since 1967, Congress party is not there in Tamil Nadu. Since 1984, there has been a regional party in Andhra Pradesh, which has been in and out of power. Since 1956-57, there has been a regional party in Kerala. So there have been regional parties, and of course they have grown over the numbers in the years, and they have held to power. But we see that the real game where the numbers are in big states in the Hindi heartland, and particularly now in the east, from where the Bharatiya Janata Party gets the numbers, where the Congress is completely decimated. And
I'll just stop you. I'll just stop you for a second, Daniel. Look at the number. Aam Aadmi Party has reached 9.
So just to put it in perspective, that in 1980, when Madhav Singh Solanki swept the election, he got 141 seats. It was in 1985 that he got 149 seats, which every journalist in Delhi remembers like a sweeping thing. But he did it twice, 140 plus. So if BJP gets 6 more seats or 7 more seats, it is going to equal the record of Madhav Singh Solanki made in 1980.
But there's a catch here, Karthikeya, sorry to interrupt you. At that point in time, the size of the house was 160.
160. But in a way, it's going to cross that mental barrier of getting more than 140 seats. For BJP, I think the larger issue has been that they feel that they've been stuck between 120 and 130. They've never been able to reach 130 mark.
Yeah, the best showing has been 127.
127.
They have never breached 127.
They have never breached 127. So Bharatiya Janata Party, the biggest thing is, it's the mental maker. We need to reach the 130 marks. They can call it present to the Prime Minister Modi. Or as you said, this is Prime Minister Modi's gift to Bharatiya Janata Party of Gujarat.
This is how it is.
So, but the bottom line is that as of now, they are breaching it. Aam Aadmi Party has made a solid breakthrough. It's a solid breakthrough, and I think Congress, shockwave is an understatement. A party which came so close to winning the election last time, House is not in order. It's 36 seats, and it's fluctuate. And the worst part is the fluctuation has even become big. Bharatiya Janata Party is stabilizing 130 plus, whereas Congress is not able to breach in last 1 hour even the 40 mark. With 50 seats in this house, it's a respectable defeat. But what is happening is that if this continues, this will provide a very stable path for Aam Aadmi Party to grow. In any state, if Congress gets replaced by a regional party, it never comes back to power. I don't need to get into the details from 1967 onwards from Tamil Nadu, but it's very, very evident. But Ashok, coming to you, because you are the real Gujarat expert here, you are the one who has worked in Ahmedabad. The decline of the Congress party, did it start with Narendra Modi, or was it there in Gujarat 10 years before? Because on its own, after 89, it has not won election.
See, as far as the decline of Congress party in Gujarat is concerned, I would lay the blame at the central leadership's footsteps. They have never nurtured Gujarat or the leadership in Gujarat the way it should have been done. Now you have to understand that Gujarat is actually a cash-rich state. It's a state where there are a lot of businesses, industries, there is agriculture, everything is there. However, for some strange reason, the Congress party did not focus too much on Gujarat. There have hardly been any leaders that have emerged from Gujarat as far as the Congress party is concerned. So the first blame is that on an organizational level, there was a lack of leadership, number one. Number two, staying out of power for a long time also breaks the morale of the cadre, the Congress cadre in the state. You have not been in power for the last 27 years. That affects the morale of the party cadres, and even as Darshan Desai was pointing out in the beginning, that even the business community stops supporting the political party in the state. So there is no money, there are no finances. people or the candidates have to contest from their own money or the little help they get from the central leadership. That is another thing. The third thing is that the Congress party has not been able to expand its base in Gujarat, in the sense that it has confined itself to the support in the tribal region from the minority community. As far as the majority community is concerned, it has not really been able to reach out to the poor, urban poor, Dalits, or for that matter, even the middle class and as you rightly pointed out, in the higher caste of the society in Gujarat. They have not been able to expand.
Or is it because that the Congress party in Gujarat, unlike Bharatiya Janata Party, lacks an ideological glue? A bigger ideological glue? Because I think our elections have, or our political process has outgrown those rudimentary caste alliances of 1980s.
Well, that's what I would like to believe, that ideologically the politics in Gujarat is being fought on ideological battle or ideological front. But in the larger scheme, ideology does play an important role, but as far as winning and losing of elections is concerned, it depends more on the organization, the leadership, the organizational strength, the money power, the muscle power, that is the manpower that we say, that people who would go out on the ground, campaign for the party, create awareness, make new members, people to join the party. If Congress were to be asked today that how many new Congress workers they have added to the party's strength in the last 10 years, the answer would be really very pessimistic for the party. And that really is reflecting in today's number, that the Congress is stabilizing somewhere around 36 seats. And as rightly pointed out by you, Kartikeya, that the story that is emerging from the Gujarat elections is the rise and rise of the Aam Aadmi Party.
I would like to tell you one more thing, Kartikeya, that the other two very important by-elections which are taking place in Uttar Pradesh, Dimple Yadav is ahead of the BJP by 13,000 votes. This is coming from a very leading
and
newspaper.
what's the lead from Jaswant Nagar?
And the Jaswant Nagar is contributing maximum to the lead. Interestingly, even in Rampur, Asim Raza is leading by 136 votes. So it's a very slender margin, but it's a neck to neck as far as Rampur is concerned. But the lead of Dimple Yadav is consolidating by the minute. And I think that would be music to the ears of Akhilesh
why do you
Yadav.
think that the Samajwadi Party is trailing in Rampur Sadar?
Samajwadi Party is not trailing in Rampur Southern. I said
No.
like Samajwadi Party is it trailing now, because yeah, like this figures was 136 ahead. I think Rampur there are various factors at play.
Such
as
as?
factors that people are not very happy with the way Azam Khan's has behaved over a period of year. There's also fatigue, and then there are also all kind of allegations which have been leveled by the Samajwadi Party. Videos of which has emerged where there it has been said that the police force is not allowing people to vote, a massive low voter turnout in Rampur. So all these are worrying signs as far as Samajwadi Party is concerned. But I think the bigger challenge, which was the Dimple Yadav, which many thought that got kind of stuck before Shivpal Yadav also joined the bandwagon. I think the good news is coming for the Samajwadi from there, that she's ahead of by the BJP by 13,000 votes as we speak.
I want to add quickly one thing as far as the Rampur election is concerned. In fact, in an hour's time, the Supreme Court will be hearing a petition which has been filed, which basically wanted that there should be a stay on the counting of the votes cast, because the allegations being made out in the Supreme Court is that people of the minority community were prevented by the police, UP police, from going and voting. Now, it looks like the counting has begun there. The hearing is in an hour's time. We don't know what the Supreme Court is going to do, but just was bringing our viewers up to date with the news around the Rampur constituency.
But apart from Rampur, Himachal Pradesh, we expected Congress to do slightly better. If I take you through the details of the Himachal Pradesh, the leads which are coming in, BJP and Congress, they are in the range of 34, 31, 33, 32. But BJP continues to maintain the lead now. Why has that happened? Because Congress did everything right, ticked all the boxes.
Well, I don't know. I mean, see, I mean, it's too early to say that this is the final result which
And
we're
why-
seeing. But interestingly, yeah, like in the last 1 hour, Kartike, in the last 1 hour, if I may say so, the Congress has not gone down below 30 mark. So it is all, both BJP and Congress are above 30. And the second thing is that, in out of 60 minutes, I would say that 30 minutes or 35 minutes is the Congress also which has taken the lead over the BJP. It was 36, 32, 34, 34. So it's like oscillating between the two. But nobody had predicted a landslide or a very comfortable victory for the Congress. Everybody was saying that it was neck and neck fight as far as this is concerned, and it was a touch and go affair even for the Congress. So one latest update which has come is that Vinod Tavde, senior BJP leader, has already reached Himachal Pradesh, and they are holding talks right now. Talks are going on the meeting is going on between Jairam Thakur, the incumbent chief minister, Vinod Tavde, and other senior BJP leaders to ensure and to make sure that, irrespective of whatever is happening or whatever happens, they should be in a position to make sure that the BJP should be well prepared for any kind of eventuality, because the way the figures are fluctuating, it is pointing to only one scenario, that even if any party wins, the lead could be like 2 or 3 seats, and that in that position, in that situation, every second or every effort becomes very crucial, and I think the BJP has taken a lead over Congress.
Daniel, are we saying that Meghalaya, Goa or Mizoram can happen in Himachal Pradesh?
It can happen. It can happen, and it can also happen that what people are predicting, that the Congress will have victory in Himachal, that can also go wrong, because there are many elections still in the small states where we cannot predict who's winning, and few seats here and there, and the game is over, because whatever we may say who has a greater chance to win and what issues may be. But the BJP did fight that election in a very spirited manner. The Prime Minister himself was calling rebels. Where have you seen something like this? People may joke about it. People may mock him. But to see that every seat is won, and to take that kind of interest, to go into every nook and corner and streets of Gujarat and connecting to people. People have joked about his padyatras and things. He's not here blowing kisses to Congress party workers. He's directly going and connecting with his own voters, reminding them of the work that he's done, telling them that he's still around, energizing his cadre. How many times we've seen images of his meetings, meeting his workers. And, if Gujarat is delivered today with all the mess,
I think I will say, I just checked the data, Daniel. Congress is leading to a historic defeat. It has already crossed its mark. Congress party has never got seats below 35 in Gujarat, never. And if Congress is touching 31, it's a historic defeat. I think, I don't know what sort of a leadership crisis it's going to create, because anyway there has been a leadership crisis in the Congress party for last 8 years. But this is absolutely, I would say, shameful for any party to fall from such position. It's like Rajasthan.
It is, Kartike, the jubilation of the numbers is a different thing, but just imagine for 27 long years, this party, after having 10 years of UPA, could not come back to power in a state that is between where it was fighting the BJP. It is 27 long years. And if Aam Aadmi Party gets more than 10-12% seat, it's going to be there. It's going to grow its organization. Any party who has 10%, forget about how many seats they get. Even if they get 10% vote share, it's going to stay the course. It is going to stay the course. The
So
next time
are
around,
we looking at a historic BJP victory? 141 plus?
I think it will cross 145.
Okay, now all said and done that the BJP is doing well and why it's doing well, so on and so forth. But I would just like to add in two very important things. Two big players for the Bharatiya Janata Party, Hardik Patel, who defected or rather crossed the ship from the Congress party and joined the Bharatiya Janata Party, and who was also the BJP candidate in Viramgam, which is a rural seat in Ahmedabad and traditionally a Congress seat. Hardik Patel, the face of Patidar agitation, is trailing in Viramgam. The other big story that is emerging is from Morbi, where we saw the unfortunate incident of the Morbi bridge collapse which happened. Kantilal Amritya, who's the BJP candidate, is also trailing from Morbi.
But who's winning in Morbi?
In both these seats at the moment, these are just trends which are coming in at the moment. I don't know whether they, but it looks like prima facie, it looks like that this Kantilal Amritya trailing.
It's 27. I think.
I think we should just concentrate on two things as far as analysis of Gujarat is concerned: the lead of the BJP and the performance of Aam Aadmi Party.
Yeah.
I think, if we, because talking about why Congress has failed to do is, like you said, beating a dead horse. I think beating a dead horse, then reviving it, then killing it, and then again beating it. It's the same narrative which we've been discussing for God knows when, and we'll be doing it God knows still for how long. I think the only two stories, one story is the margin, whether the BJP is able to breach that 127 citadel, the mental arithmetic, which the mental block of the BJP, and the second is how good the Aam Aadmi Party performs, whether they actually go to double digit or not. These are the only two stories coming from Gujarat. Rest is like, we can...
Is West Bengal happening in Gujarat? Finally people are saying that, well, we gave you 27 years to defeat Bharatiya Janata Party, you didn't. Let us find another party. The opposition vote is consolidating for Aam Aadmi Party, Daniel?
The opposition vote is consolidating for Aam Aadmi Party because there is a sizable vote in the opposition and they want to have an alternative, a meaningful party to vote for. And wherever they are finding the Congress candidate or the Congress campaign dull, they will vote for Aam Aadmi Party. Secondly is that Aam Aadmi Party does a very convincing job. They go on the ground, they stay there. See the amount of time a chief minister of a state like Delhi and the prime minister have spent in Gujarat versus the time with the Congress leadership has spent, whether it's Congress president, the present Congress president, or Rahul Gandhi. So who campaigns more, who gives more time, who has more, who engages more, and who has better candidates, all these things will matter. But overall, the mood that is there in this, our studio, is the mood that is there in the country, that the Congress is just not interested to fight. It's a dead horse. India doesn't have an alternative. Wherever there's an alternative, where there's a chance, we will take it. And people have voted for Gujarat. Now we may analyze Aam Aadmi Party from the point of view of numbers, but like I said, the vote share also matters. Vote share will matter.
I just want to add one more thing, Kartike. I mean, it's good news for the BJP as far as Gujarat is concerned, where they're winning and leading and leading handsomely.
1980 mark,
yeah, 143. Yeah, I mean, if they are able to do that, I mean, it's going to be an earth-shattering, phenomenal victory for the Gujarat. But that's not good news for the BJP from all across the country as far as the bypolls are concerned. In Chhattisgarh bypoll, Congress candidate is leading, and in Odisha, BJD is leading. In Rajasthan, Congress is leading, and in Uttar Pradesh, the Samajwadi Party is leading in Mainpuri, Samajwadi Party is leading in Rampur, and Khatori is RLD is leading. So there also the BJP is not, as we speak, because it's just only third or fourth round of voting votes which have been counted. So I think another half an hour, 45 minutes, if this trend continues, is going to be a big setback as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned.
Let's look into some of the reactions which have come in.
मोदी साहब के राज में हमने पूरे देश को जनता को मैसेज दिया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ पूरी गुजरात खड़ी है, गुजरात की जनता। आपको लग रहा है कि रिकॉर्ड टूटेगा आज? हाँ, आज रिकॉर्ड टूटेगा। आज रिकॉर्ड टूटेगा 135 के ऊपर। जश्न तो हो रहा है, आपको क्या लग रहा है रिकॉर्ड टूटेगा आज? आज नरेंद्र भाई जो मोदी ने जो विकास किया है, वो विकास का रिजल्ट आया है और केसरिया माहौल सर्जाया है। तो ये रिकॉर्ड वगैरह सब तोड़ देंगे आज आप लोग? सभी रिकॉर्ड टूटने वाले हैं। गुजरात नरेंद्र भाई मोदी का था और नरेंद्र भाई मोदी का ही रहेगा। कितना एक्साइटमेंट है, कितना खुशी हो रहा है आप लोगों को? मेरा खुशी का कोई पार नहीं है। आज मेरा जीवन, मेरा परिवार, मेरा देश जीता है। आज
गुजरात की छाट आज पूरा भारत फटाकड़ा और मिठाई बांटेगी और हर खुशी ये हमारा जीवन का खुशी है।
आपको लग रहा है कि दूसरी पार्टी वगैरह भी कुछ कर पाएगी? कोई पार्टी कुछ नहीं कर पाएगी। ये नरेंद्र भाई मोदी का जादू चल गया है और मोदी है तो मुमकिन है। आपको लग रहा है 2024 की तैयारी है ये? 2022, 2024 और 2027 की भी है तैयारी है।
सो 2024 की तैयारी है,
2027.
But there's something which I think just a telling statement the Congress which Brajesh wants to share it with everyone. Brajesh, please.
You know, there's a very interesting visual which came out yesterday, and it's now all the BJP leaders and the BJP supporters are tweeting out, is that there was a clock which has been put out in front of the Gujarat Congress office and saying, like, you know, 19 hours or 17 hours to the formation of the new government, 19 or 17 hours of...
Okay, let's get into the bite of Naresh Chauhan.
हमने कहा, हम जितने हमारे वरिष्ठ नेतागण हैं, तो हमें मालूम है, क्योंकि जहाँ जहाँ जिस तरह से प्रचार हुआ, जो लोगों का हमें सहयोग यहाँ पर मिला, समर्थन मिल रहा है, तो हम अवश्य 40 से पार यहाँ पर आंकड़ा जो है तय करेंगे और पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार हिमाचल प्रदेश में आएगी। देखिए, ये मेरे डोमाइन में नहीं आता है, मेरा क्षेत्राधिकार नहीं है, ये आला कमान को तय करना है और वरिष्ठ नेताओं को आपस में बैठकर तय करना है। लेकिन हिमाचल प्रदेश में कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी। मैंने आपको कहा कि भी बिल्कुल, ये देखिए, हिमाचल प्रदेश का जो ये निर्णय होगा प्रदेश की जनता का है, कांग्रेस पार्टी जब सरकार बनेगी तो पूरे देश में जो है इसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी को बल मिलेगा, एक अच्छा माहौल जो है कांग्रेस पार्टी के हक में यहाँ से बनेगा।
I think Congress still feels upbeat, but this is despite the fact that it's such a cliffhanger and you've got others. And whenever there is a play of others, Congress party has done pretty badly, Brajesh.
Well, absolutely. And I think, I mean, you know, again, I would say that, you know, by talking about why Congress has not fared well in Gujarat.
At least in context of Himachal Pradesh.
Yeah, I mean, in Himachal, they put up a pretty decent fight. They were in far more unison than the election, which was in absolute disarray as far as Gujarat is concerned. You know, you talk to any Congress person or talk to people who are there on the ground and try to get, you know, assess or get a sense of what is happening or how the campaigning of the Congress is progressing. You know, the key word was the rural Gujarat. That was wait for the rural Gujarat, how, you know, they have gone after local issues,
but isn't it
how they have ensured that national leaders don't come.
Isn't it something very old? You know, next 25, 35 years, 80% of the India will be living in urban and semi-urban centers. This rural and urban politics, that divide has at least, if not merged, but it has been effectively diluted by Bharatiya Janata Party's politics.
I mean, you know, I don't know whether it's diluted by Bharatiya Janata Party or politics or not, but like, if, you know, you and I are fighting for a place, or you and I are fighting for power, and you've just simply given up on it, you know, you can come up with 50 explanations of why I won, but the most important, the real reason is because you did not fight. And you know, we can come up with all kind of philosophical or analytical analysis of how this happened or how that happened. These figures, you know, 147 and 23 of BJP, of Congress party, clearly shows one thing, that you have given up the gumption to fight, the guts to fight, and it is very clearly reflecting there. You know, all the talk was nonsense. That, you know, that you are doing this thing in the rural and this is how it's going to change everything, whether you won in Morbi or not. If you're a political party, and I will not talk about Morbi, I will not talk about this, then boss, enjoy what being an NGO offers you.
Well, a lot of people accuse Congress party of turning into NGO. Daniel, what happened in Himachal Pradesh? A couple of months back when the by-elections took place, Congress party won by a huge margin. They got 9% votes more than Bharatiya Janata Party. And people said, like, this is like real big consolidation in favor of the Congress. Now, if you go by the voting pattern or the sort of the leads and trails which we are witnessing now, it seemed that the Bharatiya Janata Party consolidated. It has trimmed the difference in Himachal Pradesh.
Yeah, because it has worked towards it. Because they predict that they are going to lose elections, they don't give up on elections. They work towards it. They work, like I said, the Prime Minister himself worked on a lot of people and a lot of rebels.
True.
And they work towards it. They put a lot of strength in it. Congress party, if it is winning Himachal Pradesh, it is only winning Himachal Pradesh because people are fed up of the government of BJP there, and they want to remove it, and those who are working, because these constituencies is very small, are working at local level to raise local issue and make a difference, and then the full credit goes to the unit of Himachal, and the full credit goes to the MLAs who are fighting the elections. In Gujarat, the battle was a national battle. There was a Prime Minister versus Rahul Gandhi, but Rahul Gandhi was missing. There was a Congress versus BJP, but Congress nationally was missing. अगर पर्चा चर्चा और खर्चे से इलेक्शन जीता जाता है, पर्चा तो आप लोग ने दे दिया है, खर्चा और चर्चा कहाँ है? And without that, no election can be fought. Today, fighting election and being in politics, two people, Aam Aadmi Party's Kejriwal and Narendra Modi, have made politics a hard-working man's profession. They work 28 hours a day, over 24 hours. They find 4 more hours in 24 hours and work. It's like that. They're constantly there. They're taking those decisions. They are on the ground. They are doing media. They are doing worker relationships. They are building their party. They are building their organizations. Congress thinks that, I think, that somebody will get upset one day and upset the whole cart and throw out.
It's like a vulture, you know, you're waiting for the animal to die and then you can have your food.
No, it's a vulture that is looking in the sky and nicely gliding in the air. It is not even looking down where the food is. I think, you know, it's an insult to a vulture if you call it. We have never seen a political party like this. We have never seen a political party like this who has been national party, who has gone it like a Titanic, has gone into and banged itself in a glacier, and then it's waiting for it to drown. It's like that. And
you know, I have to remind my viewers, then I'll take comments from you, Daniel, then Ashok, and then Brijesh. In 1992, the lowest Congress party did after the Gujarat state was formed was 33 seats in assembly elections. Congress is swinging between 22 to 28 seats. Right now it's 22. In last half an hour, the swing is between, well, say 22 to 30 seats. And the lowest Congress party got was in 1990, and it was 33 seats. Your thought, Daniel?
I think it will go lower than that. It will go lower than that. I would just want to say.
And the difference between Congress and Aam Aadmi Party is mere 11 seats.
Now they have touched their double digit.
I would say only one thing. Congress did not fight, the word fight, the Gujarat election.
Why didn't they fight the elections? Did they just participate in it for a consolation prize? Ashok?
Look, in politics, you get no prizes for participation. So either when you are running a race, you either run the race to win it, or you don't take part in the race. If you are participating and if you think that you're going to get a consolation prize, sorry, there are no consolation prizes in this race. Now, as far as the figures that are tumbling out from Gujarat suggest that the BJP is headed for a fabulous victory. The Congress may suggest, the numbers are suggesting that the Congress will fall to its worst ever performance. The Aam Aadmi Party is managed to get a foothold in the state. It's leading on 11 seats. Now, one thing possibly, I'll start with the Bharatiya Janata Party, Karthikeya, is the fact that 144 seats. How did Bharatiya Janata Party, how is Bharatiya Janata Party managing to get these numbers? There are two reasons primarily which are emerging at this point in time. Is that besides doing well in the urban areas, Bharatiya Janata Party is doing well in the Saurashtra Kutch region, which it didn't do well the last time around. Similarly, in South Gujarat also, the Bharatiya Janata Party is doing very well, and there are some pockets, tribal pockets, in which again the Bharatiya Janata Party candidates are leading, and that explains the number of 145.
I would just like to interrupt you for a minute. The data has come in, and data is telling us that AAP is getting 10 to 15% votes in South Gujarat. AAP is also getting 10 to 15% other parts of Gujarat. Now, if AAP is getting minimum 10% of the votes, I think it has created a presence. It is a new national party.
It is
the new national party. Whether it gets 8 seats or 11 seats, that's not important.
That is the reason why at the start of the show I said that that everybody looks like that they will win 1-1-1. The only person who will 1.25 or more than 1 is going to be Aam Aadmi Party. It wins MCD. It gets a decent presence in a state where it has no.
I will conclude your conversation by saying even the Prime Minister has delivered.
Of course he has.
All said and done. 1980 and 1989, despite the strength of the 85, despite the strength of the assembly, were watershed period. 141 and 149. I think single-handedly Prime Minister has at least matched the 1980 record.
What you are saying just reaffirms what Ashok and I have been saying since
Let's
morning.
get into the ANI bite, Vijesh.
नहीं, गुजरात के लोग फोकट में कोई रेवड़ी लेने वाला नहीं है, तो मेहनत करते हैं और मेहनत से कमाते और खाते हैं और हम विकास देखते हैं, मफत में कुछ लेते नहीं है। मफत का काम दिल्ली वाले को सौंपते हैं, हम गुजरात वाले मफत में कुछ नहीं लेते। हम विकास में मानते हैं, विकास जिसने हमारे गुजरात का विकास किया, देश का विकास किया है। नरेंद्र मोदी जैसा लायन बैठे हुए, लायन उसको लायन बोलते हैं हम, लायन जैसा है उसका प्रभुत्व है, नरेंद्र भाई मोदी है हमारे लिए। रुझान विकास का कारण है, विकास का एजेंडा मेन है मेरे लिए। उसने विकास का, देश का विकास किया है, गुजरात का विकास किया है, ये गुजरात का मॉडल है मेरा विकास का। इसी हिसाब से बीजेपी आएगी, रुझान देखते हैं और देखते रहेंगे। सबका रिकॉर्ड अभी जितनी इलेक्शन हुई इसका सबका रिकॉर्ड अब टूट जाएगा, बीजेपी तोड़ देगी, सब रिकॉर्ड तोड़ देंगी।
So I was saying something, Karthikeya, that that this is something exactly what we have been saying since morning. It is not the BJP which is gifting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It is the Prime Minister Narendra Modi who is gifting this massive victory to the BJP.
I don't know whether Bharatiya Janata Party will be able to match the record, but it's only 2 short of matching it, which is 149 seats. Only 2 short. I would like to take my viewers to the 1980-85. Madhav Singh Solanki was the Chief Minister. He resigned in 1980. Was made to resign in 1988. Amar Singh Chaudhary went on to become the Chief Minister. He was a tribal from northern Gujarat because of the Amanat Andolan which broke out, which broke the calm magic which Madhav Singh Solanki had done. But the bottom line is 141 and 149. Was a dream for Bharatiya Janata Party. Despite being in power for long, they were stuck in that, I would say, 120 to 130 range. And with 147, they are close to breaking the record of 1985. But I think the biggest gainer, apart from the consolidated and hugely confident Bharatiya Janata Party, is Aam Aadmi Party, which has smashed into Gujarat. And we will see how much vote they have snapped. 10%, 12%, 13%, and we'll have to analyze how much vote Congress has lost in urban and rural segments.
Okay.
To you.
One quick thing, I have my reservations as far as the performance of Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. As far as the moment, at the moment Aam Aadmi Party is leading on 9 seats, but by the end of the day, I don't think that this figure of 9 will actually go up, but rather I will place my bets on pegging the Aam Aadmi Party numbered somewhere between 3 and 5. That's my assessment of the situation. At the moment, let's not be too upbeat, but yes, in terms of the votes that Aam Aadmi Party has been able to garner is a success story for them. They have, after the Surat Municipal Corporation, they have finally managed to get a toehold in Gujarat politics. They are, in a way becoming a kind of a serious player in a state like Gujarat.
One interesting.
Let's play out the bite of Kailash Vijaywargi.
कट्टर ईमानदार मंत्रियों के क्षेत्र में आप साफ हो गई है। आप देख लीजिए, सत्येंद्र जैन जो जेल में ऐश कर रहे हैं, उनके यहाँ से आप पार्टी साफ हो गई है। मनीष सिसोदिया जो बहुत बड़े शराब घोटाले के लिए जिम्मेदार हैं, उनके क्षेत्र में आप साफ हो गई है। अमानुल्लाह जो कि दंगे के लिए भी जिम्मेदार है, उनके आप साफ हो गई। तो दिल्ली की जनता ने भ्रष्टाचारियों को पहचान लिया है और अब ये आपका ढलान है।
So, well, Kailash Vijayvargiya was actually trying to explain that despite the loss, AAP has to introspect that they lost wards in areas or those areas represented by the senior ministers or senior party leaders. But today is the day of Gujarat, Himachal.
Today's day of Gujarat, Himachal, and also the two by-elections. Kartike, we should never forget how important they are for
Dimple
Uttar
Yadav
Pradesh.
is leading.
Dimple Yadav is leading by 21,000 votes, and very interestingly,
72% of the votes.
72% of the votes counted so far. And very interestingly, this in Mainpuri, in Rampur also, the Samajwadi Party is leading by around 1,400 votes. So what looked like as if like the BJP is going to win there for sure, somehow the Samajwadi Party and its allies have been able to at least save the honor as of now.
So Ashok, it finally means that somehow the experiments which Prime Minister did in terms of changing the chief ministers, lock, stock and barrel, changing the cabinet, making the campaign highly centralized, making it about himself, it has really worked.
Of course. Now, in fact, if you look at behind...
And please explain, why doesn't such lock, stock and barrel change adversely affect the party? If done in any other part of the state, even BJP, if they try doing so in Himachal and Rajasthan, they will have a problem. But they doesn't seem to have that problem in Gujarat. Why?
See, you have to understand one thing. As far as the Gujaratis are concerned, they have tremendous faith in Narendra Modi, whether he is the Prime Minister or whether he is the Chief Minister. In fact, what this trend reflects today is the reiteration of their faith of the Gujaratis in the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. 25 rallies in 1 month, Kartike. That is, it speaks volumes about this man.
Not to count number of roadshows.
It just shows that he also reinforced into the Gujarati mindset that, look, I might be in Delhi, but I am still here with you. I will look into your problems. And again, he reinforced again that thought by removing the chief ministers who he believed were not performing well. Vijay Rupani was removed. Another man was brought in. Bhupendra Patel was brought in. Then even the entire cabinet was reshuffled. And more, adding to that, what he's done, there are almost 42 sitting MLAs who were not given the Bharatiya Janata Party ticket. So basically, Narendra Modi is saying that, look, my dear friends, my dear countrymen from Gujarat, if there is something going wrong in Gujarat, please do not lose faith in the Bharatiya Janata Party. I might be in Delhi, but I will sort the mess out for you. And that message seems to have gone and loud and clear with the Gujaratis, and the Gujaratis seem to have voted in large numbers for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Do you think, Rajesh, that the lock, stock and barrel that BJP was able to break the MLAs of Congress party from Saurashtra has worked for them? Because BJP seems to be sweeping Saurashtra.
Well, I think, if you look at the figures, anything and everything which they have tried in Gujarat has succeeded and succeeded phenomenally well. The figures only indicate that and nothing else. The point is, as Ashok was saying, one of the reasons why Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been able to do that in Gujarat is that this is not the first time he has done it. There's a big Patel leader, Nitin Patel. He was removed. There are a lot of talks about how he might dent, how he might do this and that. But nothing of that sort happened. Sacking the entire cabinet along with the chief minister is something which only he can do in the state of Gujarat and get away with it. And look at what he got away with it. 144 seats, leads in 144 seats right now. I mean, it is unbelievable, unheard of. A 120 seat would have been a great victory. 144 lead in 144.
Let's cut into PL Punya's bhai.
हम सरकार बना रहे हैं, लीड कर रहे हैं और गुजरात में जो इतना प्रोपगंडा किया जा रहा था कि आम आदमी पार्टी दूसरे नंबर पे आ रही है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से भी इस तरह की ऐसे बात कही जाने लगी और लेकिन वो सब दावे ख़त्म हुए और जो प्रारंभिक अनुमान है, जो आंकड़े आ रहे हैं, उसमें से स्पष्ट है कि आम आदमी पार्टी कहीं भी नहीं है और कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अच्छा किया है और लेकिन ये स्पष्ट है अभी भी कि ये प्रारंभिक दौर में काउंटिंग है, उस समय कुछ समय और लगेगा ताकि
स्थिति और स्पष्ट हो सके।
सर, हिमाचल प्रदेश कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष ने पार्टी विरोधी गतिविधियों में शामिल होने के नाते 30 पार्टी नेताओं को अगले 6 साल के लिए उनकी प्राथमिक सदस्यता से निष्कासित कर दिया है।
देखिए, जो टिकट देते समय देखा जाता है कि इस 5 साल के दौरान में कितना काम किया कैंडिडेट्स के द्वारा जो दावे कर रहे हैं टिकट के लिए, और उसके आधार पर जो जीतने वाले कैंडिडेट के आधार पर देखते हुए वो टिकट दी जाती है। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी अगर रेबल कैंडिडेट बन जाते हैं और इलेक्शन लड़ते हैं तो वो फिर इनडिसिप्लिन है। इसीलिए जो प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, हिमाचल प्रदेश कांग्रेस पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, उन्होंने 5 लोगों को निष्कासित किया है और ये प्रारंभिक सामान्य एक प्रक्रिया है और अनुशासनहीनता किसी भी तरह से बर्दाश्त नहीं होनी चाहिए।
सर, एमसीडी चुनाव परिणाम पार्षदों को बुलाना चाह रही है। अब अपना
That's like beating a dead horse again. I think the bottom line, if you are looking at the elections, let's go to Uttar Pradesh. Why has Bharatiya Janata Party not able to make dent, Brajesh, in Rampur Sadar and Mainpuri?
I think, one of the big reasons why they have not been able to make dent is, and it is also evident by the flurry of action that has happened in the last 4-5 days, is that Akhilesh Yadav for the first time has shown pragmatism, the political pragmatism for which his late father was known for and legendary, is that to make sure that got Shivpal Singh Yadav back in the family fold. So Jaswant Nagar, which was one assembly constituency which always contributed maximum to the victory margins as far as Mainpuri is concerned, was brought back to the Samajwadi Party fold, and it is reflecting now. Dimple Yadav is ahead with 35,000 votes, and looks like that she is also heading for 1 lakh plus victory margin. And this is the reason why in the last 4-5 days we have seen how CBI has issued notices to Shivpal Singh Yadav, ED has issued notice to Shivpal Yadav, and various other notices are going on. And the same stands true for Rampur, where I think, we were not counting much on the Azam Khan magic, but I think he has been able to convince or made sure that at least his co-constituents still believe in him, has voted for him. And that is going to be a fantastic piece of news if you are a Samajwadi Party worker.
That's a very interesting observation. But I think it also shows that somehow within the Samajwadi Party family, quote unquote, there was a great realization that if they don't come together, BJP is going to break into their bastion. And even in Rampur Sadar, I think Akhilesh got the idea, if it doesn't come to terms with the dominance of Azam Khan, because Azam Khan had the habit of calling Akhilesh Yadav Tipu, his own name, before he became the chief minister. So I think he realized that he would require support, and especially after the results of the previous elections in Uttar Pradesh, it just really went on to show he has the party, he has the votes, but he needs people to help him climb to the mark where he can be a credible opponent to Bharatiya Janata Party. And I think it is for this reason, all of them came together, and SP was able to create a good fight. But the biggest takeaway, I would say, in this election is what Bharatiya Janata Party has done in Gujarat. Himachal Pradesh is too close a call, so I'm not going to get into that, because even as we speak now, BJP is leading in 33 seats, Congress is leading in 32 seats, AAP has not led on a single seat.
Vote share has come, it is 43.9 as we speak, and 42.6 for Congress Party.
42, which means that the BJP's vote has consolidated. And if you remember, when we did a program a couple of months ago, the difference between Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress Party in Himachal Pradesh was more than 8 seats. So it means that BJP has been able to close the gap. I'm also joined by News9 Live's executive editor Sandeepan Sharma. Sandeepan, your first thought on the sort of historic win of Bharatiya Janata Party in Gujarat?
Well, it is on expected lines because we always knew that whenever there's a triangular fight, the party which is in a dominant position always wins. And in Gujarat, it is winning big because AAP has eaten into the vote bank of the Congress. And in many areas where Congress is supposed to be very strong, especially rural areas and areas where minorities are in a position to influence the outcome, in those areas and constituencies also AAP has taken a big chunk out of the Congress vote bank. So it is on expected lines, and I mean there's nothing surprising about it. It's a simple case of the monkey winning the fight between two cats, and the monkey has taken the bigger bite of the cake.
The bigger bite of the cake. Well, it's metaphorically. I'm also joined by my colleague Kiran from Ahmedabad. Kiran, are the results on the expected line? And do you think that the Bharatiya Janata Party will be able to match Madhav Singh Solanki's record of 1985? Because as far as the trend goes, they've already broken the record of 1980 of Madhav Singh Solanki of 141 seats. Kiran.
The celebration has already started in the BJP office. I'm sitting in Gandhinagar Kambalam office, and the mood is very jubilant. People are dancing. There is music playing on everywhere. I think they are going to bridge that record. They are going to create 150 mark, which will be historic in the history of Gujarat. We should remember that since last 2 years, whenever the BJP has won the municipal elections, whether it's the municipal corporations or the panchayat elections, the BJP had set a clear target that they're going to win 150 seats. And 150, why 150? They have deliberately chosen that figure 150 because, as you rightly pointed out, in 1985, when Madhav Singh Solanki was the Chief Minister of Congress, the Congress had won 149 seats. That is the historic record in the history of Gujarat. I think that record will be surpassed today. BJP is going to create its own new record sort of thing. Here the point is that why the BJP could manage in despite of having anti-incumbency of 27 years, which is a big question. My information is that when I talk to the people here, in Saurashtra region and in South Gujarat region, the BJP was not doing very well initially. But after some days, of course, Aam Aadmi Party was doing very well in Saurashtra in the beginning. But Saurashtra region is trying to have some sort of political churning, we can say, in that region. Aam Aadmi Party suddenly has taken a backseat in last 1 month. That has surprised many people. Even the BJP officials also. I talked to a lot of BJP officials yesterday night, and they are saying that Aam Aadmi Party suddenly retreating in Saurashtra region has surprised many. That is the reason why BJP is crossing 140 seats. If Aam Aadmi Party had maintained its tempo in Saurashtra region,
Kiran, tell me one thing. Kiran, tell me one thing. Where has the Aam Aadmi Party made dent? And which vote has it? It's very obvious that Congress has done very poorly. But do you think that Aam Aadmi Party has also made its presence felt in rural areas?
Rural areas only. Aam Aadmi Party has made inroads in rural areas only. They are not accepted in the urban areas because their promises of freebies are not very well received in the urban areas of Gujarat. People here are very entrepreneurial skills, and they don't fall into that false promises of freebies. But yes, Aam Aadmi Party has done extraordinarily well in the rural areas for two reasons. The major reason which I can say that there were so many incidences of paper leaks in the government examinations, and the youths were too angry with the BJP government. That was the one reason. Unemployment especially, unemployment and the paper leak gave BJP a chance, gave Aam Aadmi Party a chance to make an inroad in that areas. Second area where the BJP was lagging behind the rural areas. Last 2 years, there was a cyclone called Tokte, and after this cyclone in Saurashtra region, 4 districts were largely damaged, but the state government was inefficient to provide them adequate assistance, financial aid. That was a reason for a massive unrest in the rural part of Saurashtra region. That is why Aam Aadmi Party and Kejriwal had made a point to make Saurashtra it's a testing ground. They succeeded it to some sort, but political compulsions or some other political change situations or change equations Aam Aadmi Party could not maintain, or they deliberately did not maintain the tempo. That is why the ground report is coming from Saurashtra region. Had Aam Aadmi Party done very well in the Saurashtra region, the BJP would have got a major setback in that particular area, because Saurashtra is also Patel dominated area. In spite of having a Patel chief minister, in spite of having Hardik Patel on its side, in spite of having Alpesh Thakur on his side, BJP would have got major setback in this area. But this is very surprisingly, people here are wondering why Aam Aadmi Party last moment they did not maintain their tempo. Why Arvind Kejriwal decided to not breach, but not I cannot say that he stabbed his own feet.
I like to I like you to hold your thought for a minute. Let's play. Wait a minute, Kiran. Let's play Manoj Tiwari's bite on Gujarat.
आम आदमी पार्टी तो इसमें देखिए, गुजरात में, गुजरात के नए निर्माण में, गुजरात के लोगों के दिल में नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जो छवि है और जिस प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति सम्मान है, उसी का एक ये रिएक्शन दिख रहा है स्क्रीन पे। अभी तो खैर रुझान है और अभी ये आंकड़ा कहाँ जा कर के रुकेगा इसकी कल्पना हम आप अभी नहीं कर सकते हैं। 10 का 1 भी हो सकता है, 0 भी हो सकता है। अभी तो कुछ भी कहना ठीक नहीं है। आम आदमी पार्टी तो
हम प्रचंड बहुमत से जीतेंगे।
आम आदमी पार्टी चमत्कार करने की बात कर रही है कि वहाँ गुजरात में चमत्कार करेगी।
देखिए, ये कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी को ध्यान करना चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद वहाँ की जनता ने दिया है। 54% वोट अभी शेयर दिख रहा है, जो पिछले बार 49% से ज्यादा है।
आम आदमी पार्टी खुद के राष्ट्रीय पार्टी होने को भी गुजरात का आशीर्वाद मानती है।
ये आम आदमी पार्टी और उसका अपना जो है, हम तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बारे में बात कर सकते हैं। हमें धन्यवाद देना चाहिए, वहाँ की जनता को हम धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं जिन्होंने आशीर्वाद इतने बड़े पैमाने पर दिया है। धन्यवाद।
I think the most important takeaway of the Zafar's bite is 54. Isn't it unprecedented, Sandeepan? 54% of vote. I do not recall in which state election a party got 54%.
Yeah, it is unprecedented also because, you know, in Gujarat, Congress always held on to 42.
Now it's unbeatable.
35%.
Now you can have 40%, 48%. You can improve dramatically, but, you know, you can't just get 54%.
Yeah, 54% is huge. You know, as I was saying that Congress, even in the worst of times, Congress held on to 35 to 40% votes. And BJP would, you know, hover around 47, 48 and maybe go up to 50. But this 54 is unprecedented. Also because, you know, if you remember the last election, there were actually 2 Gujarats in the last election. One was the rural Gujarat and the other was the urban Gujarat. In the rural areas of the state, there was a huge revolt against the government because of various reasons. You know, the farmers were unhappy.
The Patidars agitation.
Patidars were there. Then there was some unrest because of you know, demonetization, etc. So, you know, even in that election, BJP managed like a 47-48%. But I think in this election, the unrest in the sentiment in the rural areas has gone in favor of the BJP. That is why it is gaining more percentage of votes and also more seats, because in urban areas it has reached a saturation points. There are 66 seats. I think there are, you know, some urban as well as, you know, peripheral seats which always vote for the BJP. But I think the numbers are going up because the sentiment has improved in the rural areas.
This has even happened in Himachal. Brijesh, could you just explain it to our viewers? Why is this happening?
You know, one area where the BJP leaders, top leaders, have gone wrong in the assessment of Gujarat is the fact that, you know, be it Mansukh Mandavia, be it that come what may, the Congress is not going to, you know, go beyond, go lower than 35%. They say like, itna to unka aayega hi aayega, minimum. But it seems that all that citadel, all that thing has been broken in. If you want a very honest opinion, not even Gujarat, even the BJP leaders would be shocked to see the figures, because, you know, none of the top BJP leaders who are campaigning, who are from Gujarat and all, I met and spoke to, nobody was hinting at this number. Or everybody was talking about somewhere in the range of 120, 125, and they were very excited about the fact that they might breach 127. But that was all. You know, I mean, this performance, this number which has come out is something which is even beyond BJP's wild dreams.
Okay, so let me put this question like this, because you have covered RSS, BJP for a very long time. What explains exponential increase in Bharatiya Janata Party's vote, even in a city where it lost, like Delhi, it lost to Aam Aadmi Party, even in Himachal Pradesh, it after the infamous defeat of Bharatiya Janata Party in the by-elections of Himachal, where Congress had a margin of 8.5% of the vote, it has closed that gap with the Congress Party. It's 50 plus in Gujarat. Why is this happening? Why is this happening now? See, is there a larger picture we are missing?
I'll tell you.
Or there's a larger thing to be read, understood?
BJP is putting premium at performance. And people who are there out in the state also know that. If you remember, one of the only problem which the BJP was facing as far as Himachal Pradesh is concerned, the biggest problem was the infighting. The rebel candidates, they forced from Delhi, they forced Jairam Thakur, Anurag Thakur, JP Nadda to talk to all those rebels who couldn't be, who couldn't reach to Shimla on time. They were ferried by helicopter. Conversations were held. But the Prime Minister himself made several calls to ensure that that rebel candidates sit down and all. Because people know that it will not reflect immediately after the result, but within 2 months of that result, there will be a penalty. You will have a cost to pay, and this is the reason why people in BJP, whether they win or lose, so I'm not saying that they always win, but they try their level best. The performance in Gujarat, I'd be very honest to say that if anybody stands up right now and say that, oh, we had an inkling, we saw it coming, nobody saw it coming. And this is not a victory. This is a tsunami in favor of BJP, because remember 2002, which was said to be the watershed year as far as the politics of Gujarat is concerned. They didn't went this far even then. And this is a time when you are you have changed your entire cabinet. There's a Mobi-like incident where people have lost their life. There's a criticism of the government. People are trying to, or political parties are trying to make an inroad into this. And despite that, BJP coming up with this kind of phenomenal performance is also an indicator of the kind of trust BJP has, the people of Gujarat has reposed. And all the various social structure, the arithmetical equations which other parties were trying to build, say, like, I mean, as we've been discussing since morning, whenever you talk to anybody from the Congress party or people who were there on the ground as far as Congress was concerned, there were a lot of talks about, how we are working the rural sector up, the rural segment of Gujarat up, and how, the first phase saw Gujarat, Congress being very good. All of that was hokum. I mean, the results and the figure of the Congress, I mean, in various other channels and all, the Congress has touched 150, BJP. And they're saying that the figure has gone up to 152 and the Congress has gone down to 18. So, I mean, BJP is heading for its most historic win. Congress is heading towards its most historic drubbing.
So, I think there must have been a feeling in Gujarat that this might be the last time that the Prime Minister is campaigning for them like this so intensively.
I don't think so.
Do you expect the Prime Minister to campaign like this 5 years
I honestly don't think so. All this talk of 75 and all is all right, but in practical terms, if you don't figure in the scheme of things, 75-year rule apply to you.
If you don't figure, Rajnath Singh is addressing the media.
नया रिकॉर्ड बन रहा है और इसके प्रति हम लोग पहले से ही आश्वस्त थे। ये कोई हम लोग इससे चमत्कृत नहीं है, क्योंकि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के प्रति गुजरात की जनता का एक बहुत ही बेहद विश्वास है।
मोदी मैजिक ही सब कुछ है, मतलब मोदी मैजिक जो है।
और यही
थैंक यू सर।
If you understand one thing, Kartike, let me be very clear to you that all the elections which the BJP has fought post 2013 and onwards, the Prime Minister has been their biggest catalyst. Biggest catalyst. If you remember Uttar Pradesh elections, 2017, when there were people who were trying to say, oh, there's a Samajwadi Party wave, and look, the reason why Modi is staying in the Varanasi area where they're like, in the last 7th phase election, he's not going to win this and that. Ultimately, when the result came out, everybody was stunned. So, if you think that 75-year rule is going to apply to Modi, it is like, killing your golden goose, boss. Nothing more than that. Who do you think is going to get BJP votes?
Sandeepan?
No, I think winners make their own rules. So as long as he's winning under Modi, I don't think he's going to retire, and he's neither, as Vajpayee famously said, he's neither tired nor he's going to retire. So one more point to add to what Brajesh was saying. I think in Gujarat there were no fence sitters this time. So, you know,
But they have already crossed the fence 6 months ago.
Yeah, everybody knew that the BJP is winning. So, you know, there is this trend where people don't want to waste their vote. So, everybody was very clear in their mind that the BJP is going to win. So, I think the fence sitters, the so-called 2, 4, 5% fence sitters, they actually decided very early in the campaign that they're going to vote for the BJP. So, I think that is one reason behind this phenomenal growth in the vote percentage.
This is absolutely. Now let me just announce it. BJP has breached that mark of 1985, which Madhav Singh Solanki had won for the Congress. Let's listen to Arjun Singh Meghwal.
हिमाचल में विषय है ना, कभी एक जाएगा एक आएगा, वो परंपरा टूट रही है ना
सर। जिस तरह से
ये परंपरा भी टूट रही है।
में सबसे ऐतिहासिक जीत की तरफ बढ़ रही है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की।
देखिए, दो ही बड़े कारण भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जीत के आधार रहते हैं, और इस बार गुजरात में भी, हिमाचल प्रदेश में भी, एक तो गुड गवर्नेंस और एक डेवलपमेंट। जो डिलीवरी होती है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के द्वारा जब वो शासन में आती है, तो जनता लाइक करती है कि भाई ये गुड गवर्नेंस देते हैं और डेवलपमेंट के काम को आगे बढ़ाते हैं, जिससे शांति व्यवस्था भी अच्छी बनी रहती है और लोगों को सुरक्षा भी मिलती है। ये बड़े कारण है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी की लोग बात करते हैं सर। 27 साल से बीजेपी का राज है वहाँ पे गुजरात में, नरेंद्र मोदी का परचम अभी भी लहराया हुआ है। किस तरह से
वो गुड गवर्नेंस और डेवलपमेंट से ढक जाती है जी, क्योंकि जनता कहती है यही पार्टी ठीक है, हमें सुरक्षा भी मिली हुई है, कानून व्यवस्था भी सुधरी हुई है, डेवलपमेंट भी ठीक है, गुड गवर्नेंस भी है, नागरिकों को लाइफ सुधरती है, तो वो जनता पसंद करती है। बीजेपी
सर मोदी जी ने एक रैली में कहा था कि हमारा भी रिकॉर्ड तोड़िए नरेंद्र भूपेंद्र की सरकार, तो उसका असर हो गया क्या?
गुजरात और हिमाचल दोनों में आज देखिए, गुजरात तो इतिहास बनाने जा रहा है, और हिमाचल में भी कई वर्षों से ये विषय था कि एक पार्टी आएगी एक पार्टी जाएगी, वो भी परंपरा टूट रही है।
राहुल गांधी ने एक टिप्पणी करी है, उन्होंने कहा है कि हम चाइना वाइना इश्यूज पे डिस्कशन चाहते हैं, पर
कल हुआ ना,
लोकसभा स्पीकर को अपना चेहरा देखने
कल आपके ये जो राज्यसभा में चर्चा, संसद का ही तो पार्ट है राज्यसभा, क्या उनको दिखता नहीं है? मुझे लगता है
I think Congress is going to set a new record of its
newest low. All you have to change is the victory and drubbing. Both are going for historic. Historic victory, BJP, historic drubbing Congress.
155 is unacceptable. Kiran has BJP now 155 means BJP has broken all the bastions. What has been the Bharatiya Janata Party's performance in the tribal areas in North Gujarat? Take us through.
So, Bharatiya Janata Party has tried to breach that barrier in the tribal areas. They had deputed Amit Thakkar. You remember Amit Thakkar was the youth wing president of BJP for a long time. They had dispatched Amit Thakkar from Ahmedabad to the Dahod.
I'll just stop you for a minute, Kiran. Let's play a bite of the Parliamentary Affairs Minister. The reactions are pouring in.
Endorsing the model of Gujarat led by Shri Narendra Modi ji from almost 2000-2001. इसलिए मुझे लगता है जो गुजरात मॉडल हम देश के सामने भी रख रहे हैं वो भी एक्सेप्ट हो रहा है। तो आई कांग्रेचुलेट, मैं गुजरात के लोगों को भी कांग्रेचुलेट करता हूँ, गुजरात के भारतीय जनता पार्टी के यूनिट को भी कांग्रेचुलेट करता हूँ, हमारे कार्यकर्ता को भी कांग्रेचुलेट करता हूँ। दिस इज द वन ऑफ द एवर बिगेस्ट रिकॉर्ड हिस्ट्री इन द इलेक्शन।
राजनाथ जी,
I think it's a historic victory for Bharatiya Janata Party. Kiran, please conclude your arguments. 156 seats now.
Yeah, I was telling you that how BJP on an organization level dispatched a dedicated person to the tribal areas to build up their and strengthen their organization. The second most important part which worked in BJP's favor in the tribal areas is the water of Narmada River. Water of Narmada was a very big issue in Gujarat. Narendra Modi, when he was the chief minister, he did a very hard work for this thing. He managed to get the water and he managed to reach the water to the remote areas of Gujarat. There was another project which is called as Tapi Narpar River Link project. There was a strong opposition to this project. The project was announced in the union budget. Still, Narendra Modi decided to keep it on a back seat and respect the sentiments of the local tribal people there. That these two things have worked in his favor. The most important thing in this tribal area is very surprising actually, is a Medha Patkar pattern. Medha Patkar joined Bharat Jodo Yatra along with Rahul Gandhi, and BJP made it a huge issue in campaigning in Gujarat. BJP capitalized the sentiments against Medha Patkar in the tribal areas for opposing the water to the tribal areas. These are the things where the BJP could manage to get the trust of the tribals. Of course, there is a factor of Chotubai Wasawa also, but Chotubai Wasawa was at some point of time he was trying to align with the Aam Aadmi Party. BJP managed to stop that alliance. They managed to isolate Chotubai Wasawa and reduce his clout in the tribal area. All these things are working in their favor. Excellent strategy, excellent execution, and a ground hard work and a consolidated strengthening of organization.
Kartikeya, even in Morbi, BJP candidate is ahead by some 1700 votes. Kantilal Amrutia, he's ahead of, he's ahead.
What is this politics of faith, which is unassailable, it doesn't create any ripple even in context of a tragedy like Morbi. Why does Prime Minister espouses so much of faith in the Gujarati Manas, if I have to use the word, Sandeepan?
No, the Prime Minister has had a long record in Gujarat of, favoring the investment cycles there, maintaining law and order. And Gujarat has prospered under his guidance and his baton. So I think people of Gujarat always believe that he is the custodian of a faith and also a future. So whenever they have to decide something, they ultimately say that okay, Modi is there and he's going to take care of everything. And also the BJP has also worked in a way where the Prime Minister has himself taken decisions where chief ministers have been removed in the past, people have been replaced. So whenever there has been some kind of anti-incumbency within the state against the party, the Prime Minister and the Home Minister have acted on their own volition. So the people think that we don't have to vote out the government, because as long as the Prime Minister is there, as long as Mr. Amit Shah is there, they are going to take care of everything, and that is why I think they keep reposing their faith in both of them. So and it's a long bond that they've nurtured, and I think it's reaping huge dividends.
Brijesh?
If the fact is that in 2002, when Narendra Modi took over the reins of Gujarat, ever since from then to this date, he has been one of their own boy. Someone who has always stood by them, someone who has understood the psyche of the people of Gujarat, and despite many people writing him off at various points in life, at various point of time, he has been able to spring a surprise. In 2017, which was BJP's worst performance as far as Gujarat is concerned, there are many who believe that the reason why the BJP was able to get out of an imminent defeat was only because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and not because of anybody else. You can talk about strategy, you can say Amit Shah did that, XYZ did that. It was only when the Prime Minister intervened and said that, I am your guy in Gujarat, I'm your guy in Delhi, but I'm also your guy in Gujarat, and you have to trust me. This is the reason why the BJP was able to extricate itself out of a mess it had created in 2017. And the fact is that, again I would emphasize that this number is even beyond anybody's wildest imagination. That is for sure. Nobody knows how this historic surge has happened for the BJP. But one thing is 100% sure, that the Prime Minister is a man who could do
I think that
as far as Gujarat.
Kiran, what did or what didn't the exit poll read? There's something which they didn't read. Kiran?
Downfall of Congress, frankly speaking. Even if the BJP people in Gujarat, they were sure that Congress will get at least 35 to 40 seats, because there are some pockets in the state where Congress has never lost the election. But this imagination or this belief has been strongly demolished this time. The exit poll also read very well that BJP is going to research, it is going to create a new record. But when they said that it is going to create a new record, that was limited up to the crossing the mark of 127. It was in 2012. 2012 was a record of 127 seats. But nobody imagined, as Brijesh rightly said, that nobody imagined that they could reach 150. 150 is a monstrous figure, which in fact the BJP.
I mean, this has not happened, Kartikeya, even in the most polarized of times. So how does anybody explain this? Or if anybody says that, that he had an inkling or he could understand that, is lying through his teeth, nothing more than that. And then, by the way, the Prime Minister has reached the Parliament. So I guess, there will be a lot of smiles and waves and victory signs as well.
No, absolutely. See, for the first time, just to put the thing in perspective, in 1990, Congress, the worst performance of Congress was 33 seats. There was a context to it. There was an Amanat Andolan. People were reacting to the reservation, and then the patidars and the upper caste moved away from the Congress, never came back. Congress lost its dominance and it reshaped the politics of Gujarat. But after 33, Congress got its balance, it came close to 77. But going below 33 is that it's a new low. It's mean that your social base has cracked.
I mean, the Congress has shocked even the BJP walas, yaar. I mean, Mansukh Mandavia, Amit Shah, I mean, who would know more than them? And they all were like so confident that, that this time we will get somewhere in the range of 120 plus. But they were also very sure that the Congress would not fall below the 35% vote share mark. And that is why, what Kiran is saying, ki 35, 40 or 45 is something which the Congress is going to win. I mean, if then they are wrong, then how do you expect pollsters or anybody else to be right when they are the one who are monitoring the situation every single
if this is the confidence which Prime Minister exudes. I think it's written on the screen as to what's going to happen.
And the worst part is which you're not
Lok Sabha elections.
What you're not looking is the right side of the screen, Kartike. The BJP has been 34-30 for the last 25 minutes. In Himachal Pradesh. So they are also solidifying, and looks like the Prime Minister's phone call and various other threats and everything. And the 4 others which you are looking at are also BJP rebels.
Yes.
So if they fall in line, the figure is in a way reads 38-30. So for the Congress to form a government, they are not going to be dependent on others. They have to get minimum 35, come what may.
Absolutely, absolutely spot on Himachal Pradesh. I think it's a mystery how Congress was able to lose 8% vote advantage. It's a mystery, and it's a tribute to BJP's mehnat that they were able to bridge that gap in Himachal Pradesh, despite so many rebels, despite such a problem with Jairam Thakur, despite
despite everything,
despite what you call the master stroke of old pension scheme,
despite everything,
and despite everything, Sandeepan.
See, I think in Himachal it's too early to say that the Congress has lost. But coming back to Gujarat, I think you remember that famous.
I'm not saying the Congress has lost, but the BJP has bridged the gap.
Yes.
If you look at the figures, they're close. And 6 months ago,
for them
Congress
to be this neck and neck is something.
This was not expected.
Yeah, the other day we were discussing that if the Congress comes very close to power and still is not able to form the government, it would primarily be because of lack of well-defined leadership. So I think that is going to hurt the Congress, and the BJP was not expected to form the government, but there was some confusion in the mind of the voters that who's going to be the chief minister, who is going to be the leader of the Congress party. So I think that has hurt the Congress in the last, when it came to the last mile, and when the home run started, I think the Congress sort of lost a few steps there. Coming back to Gujarat, you were talking about the Congress there. So remember this famous exchange, famous James Bond exchange, where Goldfinger says, "Mr. Bond, I expect you to die." So Congress is like everybody expected them to die in Gujarat, and they said, "Oh, lo and behold, and we are going to roll over, and you do whatever you want with us." So one, they made Ashok Gehlot in charge of the state, and then his junior minister in one of the governments, Raghu Sharma, was the man on the ground, and both the Ashok Gehlot, we know what he was up to. So Ashok Gehlot paid no attention to Gujarat. Rahul Gandhi made a couple of appearances, I think, compared to 33, 35 appearances he made in the previous.
Yeah, 2017 he was there. He was there properly.
But this time the Congress just rolled over and said that okay, we are going to die, and and this is what is happening here.
Kiran, will Congress be able to make a comeback after this such fracturing of its social base in Gujarat?
City. 16 seats are there, in assembly seats are there, and there is one assembly constituency, it's called as Vijalpur. It used to be one of the biggest constituency in Ahmedabad, and now it is broken into 3: Vijalpur, Naranpura and Ghatlodia. So in Vijalpur there is a pocket, it's called as Shajipura, and it's 97%, it's a Muslim dominated area, 97% voting was registered, and a BJP candidate in Vijalpur is leading by 34,000 votes. When I talked to some people yesterday there, they are saying that Muslim women had voted for BJP. It had never happened before in Ahmedabad city. You remember, this is Ahmedabad city, old city area, which is dominated by the Muslims. BJP had never got votes there, but the BJP has bridged that barrier also. The social aspect, BJP has given tickets to the Patidars, to the OBCs, to the police, to the Valmikis, to the SCs, every caste And this time also, there are 13 Brahmin candidates, unprecedented in the history of BJP in Gujarat. So BJP has managed the social engineering very well in Gujarat this time, and Congress has lost on that time. See, this is a very remarkable thing because BJP has crossed 150 seats, and for a period of 5 years, you are not getting a representation. This is a long period. For 5 years, Congress cannot revive. Congress has to go through a very sea change, which I don't think which is possible in the near future. They need a very dynamic leader. They need a very promising young leader, which they are lacking today, and I don't think they are going to have it in the next 2 years.
Well, I think, I mean, you know what the Congress really needs to do is to what the famous ad lines were like, पूरे घर के बदल डालूंगा. And until unless you do that, in
घर के तो बदल दिए, बच्चे कुछ नहीं है.
No. Even whatever is left, they have to change that. Otherwise, like if you remember in 2012 when we were there covering the Gujarat election, you know, would walk up the Congress party office in Ahmedabad with Arjun Modwadi. I was speaking ill of the rest of the faction, and then going down with Shakti Singh Gohil, and he again doing the same and saying that I'm the only savior which can happen.
I think Himanshu Trivedi is giving a reaction. Let's listen in.
नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद जो पहला चुनाव गुजरात में हुआ 2017, वो असहज परिस्थिति में हुआ. पाटीदार आंदोलन के कारण एक अलग प्रकार की सामाजिक और राजनीतिक स्थिति थी. जीएसटी के कारण एक आर्थिक स्थिति थी. ये पहला गुजरात का चुनाव है जो सहज परिस्थिति में हुआ है. तो मुझे लगता है गुजरात में विकास के कार्य, जन कल्याणकारी योजनाएं और गुजरात की अस्मिता और उनके ऊपर श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विराट व्यक्तित्व की अपार लोकप्रियता के कारण यह ऐतिहासिक जनादेश आ रहा है. और मैं ये भी कहना चाहूंगा कि गुजरात गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी का गृह राज्य है, और हमारे मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्र पटेल जी के विषय में तो खुद मोदी जी ने कहा था कि नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड भूपेंद्र के नेतृत्व में टूटेगा. तो परिस्थितियां उस तरफ दिख रही हैं और बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से दिख रही हैं. और हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सी आर पाटिल जी ने भी बहुत काम किया था. और हम ये कहना चाहेंगे कि हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं और बूथ लेवल तक जितने वर्कर्स का एक कार्य था, उन्होंने भी उस संदेश और विकास के कार्य को जन जन तक पहुंचाने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है. इसलिए मैं कह सकता हूं कि गुजरात में भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपना ही नहीं, किसी भी राजनीतिक दल का सर्वकालीन सर्वश्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन करने की तरफ बढ़ रही है.
हिमाचल में जिस तरह कड़ी टक्कर दे रही कांग्रेस,
देखिए, हिमाचल में अभी अंतिम परिणामों की प्रतीक्षा करनी चाहिए. ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे राज और रिवाज के बीच में 2020 मैच के आखिरी ओवर्स जैसा खेल चल रहा है. अंततः हम आश्वस्त हैं कि राज कायम रहेगा और रिवाज बदलेगा.
गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी चमत्कार की उम्मीद कर रही है.
गुजरात में महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि कांग्रेस ने को जो सीटें मिली हैं वो इसलिए महत्वपूर्ण है. बगैर लड़े किसी पार्टी को इतनी सीटें मिल सकती हैं. आम आदमी पार्टी के लिए उन्होंने जैसा रास्ता छोड़ा, मुझे लगता है दिल्ली में उन्होंने आम आदमी पार्टी को पहली बार पालकी ढोके सत्ता पहुंचाई थी, और आज लग रहा है मैदान ही छोड़ के चले गए. तो मुझे लगता है बगैर लड़े उनको इतनी सीटें मिल रही, तो ये भी अपने आप में एक महत्वपूर्ण उपलब्धि है उनके लिए.
Good point. I think Congress didn't fight elections, and despite that, Congress was able to get 23 seats. I think this, though he said it as a matter of joke, but I think it's a matter of fact. Sandeepa?
Yes, that is true. I mean, even I am surprised that in spite of not making any effort on the ground, you know, people have actually, maybe, you know, people went out and said, okay, we are going to vote for the Congress, but they were not at polling booths. The agents were not even there in some places. There was so much lack of effort there. So this is surprising that the Congress is actually winning these 23 seats. But primarily it's because, you know, there are some pockets where, you know, the caste combination, the social arithmetic, it favors the Congress, and, you know, there have been traditional Congress seats. So I think
BJP's vote share in Gujarat has risen to 53.61%.
It will. I mean, how else does this figure indicate? And, you know, Kartikeya, the interesting thing about Gujarat is that irrespective of which party,
RLD continues its lead in Khatoli. I'm sorry, I'm bringing various.
Dimple is leading by 43,000.
Yes. So by elections, regional parties have done well.
Opposition is doing better.
Opposition is doing well. And the elections of the states, BJP has done very well.
Now, see, interesting thing is now BJP has breached that 34 mark, which was hovering around for like last 20 minutes. Now it is 35, Congress is 30, and the others are 3. So that is also interesting narrative which is taking place. I was saying that Kartikeya, Gujarat has always been one state where, you know, it has never been one-sided. You know, there was always been room for opposition. There is no other way you can define the fact that Congress was, the minimum vote share of the Congress was at least 35%. Which means that you had a sizable presence.
In Himachal Pradesh, BJP has crossed The simple
Yeah,
majority
the
mark.
simple majority mark.
It's a
Absolutely.
68-member assembly.
Absolutely.
They have got 35 seats. Simple majority is 34.
And the others are also
So
BJP rebels.
even if they have a speaker, which is like a neutral vote, who would cast his vote obviously for the party at the time, it's 34 plus 1. They have the majority.
Well, they have a majority. There's nobody, see, the role of the speaker comes only when it is 33, 34, 32, 33. In this scenario, there's no way on earth anything contrary to what the figures are suggest is going to take place. I mean, it's I would wait for 1 more hour before we can take a call at Himachal Pradesh election. But I think, yeah, Gujarat is, I think, done and dusted. It's just like whether he breaks that magical 149 or not is the only thing which anybody is looking for. It's a historic victory. All the calculation, all the interpretation, any and everything, even the imaginations of the BJP leaders have been breached. There's nothing more I can say about that.
Karthik, when it started, it seemed like a joke. You know, everybody said, everybody in the BJP said, we want a Congress Mukt Bharat. But now I think it's going to become a reality, because Himachal was the only state where Congress had an outside chance. Next on the polling list is Rajasthan. Then we have Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. Rajasthan, I'm convinced that they're going to lose. Chhattisgarh might be a close contest, but if the trend holds, and if this is the way the Congress is going to perform in other states, I think that joke is now going to become a reality, and we are going to actually
I think in 2023, it might emerge as a Congress Mukt Bharat.
Yes.
So are you saying that in 2023, a year before the Lok Sabha elections, Congress will not be in power on its own in any state, because the only state where it's sharing power is in Jharkhand?
Well, I mean, the statistics speaks for themselves. You look at the fact that BJP is not winning Himachal as we speak. Okay, now look at the numbers again there in Gujarat, 155. So it's like, it's another level of game which is being played there.
Are we saying that the Congress is going to be in a single digit? My God, that's going to be a historic low. You know, Congress is giving a good fight to Aam Aadmi Party, huh, Brijesh?
Right now, it looks like
it's
that.
giving an exemplary fight to Aam Aadmi Party and others.
As we were discussing, Karthik,
so if you put Aam Aadmi Party and others together, it's 12 versus 15.
Absolutely. If they don't win Himachal Pradesh, in the next year, they are definitely not going to win Rajasthan, that's for sure. Barring miracle, they are not going to win. Chhattisgarh is a close fight, but then they won't be Hot's favourite. And there's no other state left for them to rule.
Then what's happening with the Bharat Jodo Yatra?
Oh, it's refurbishing your image, right?
It's repurposing Rahul Gandhi's image.
You be happy with your image, you know.
Image without any electoral consequence.
That is how it is.
Karthik, the silver lining is that the Congress might as well form an IPL team in Gujarat, because I think they have the required numbers, 4 extras. So coming back to the Bharat Jodo Yatra is now in Rajasthan, and I think Sonia Gandhi is also gone there. Today is her birthday, I think. So the Congress is, playing its own some kind of fantasy game there. It seems as if there's a World Cup going on.
I think it's in some sort of a thrall. It's some sort of a death dance,
Yeah. So, I mean, they are in some parallel universe where nothing seems to matter to them. Gujarat didn't matter to them. Himachal, Priyanka Gandhi went there, but Rahul Gandhi didn't show any interest. In Rajasthan, they've been fighting with each other, and it's a fait accompli that they're going to lose. But Rahul Gandhi has been carrying on with his own parallel universe, and talking about issues which are not relevant to voters anymore. So I really don't know what Rahul Gandhi is up to and what is the point of his yatra, because the electoral result is
no, Sandeep, but he contradicts himself. He says that he is a big voter for democracy. He wants democracy to happen. So there is an election. But again, he contradicts because he wants all the power and center stage on himself. How do you explain this? I mean, at least you be honest with yourself, or your utterances at least. I mean, that's the minimum anybody can expect from you. But I have full faith in democracy. I will pretend that I'm acting in favor of democracy, but I will not act democratically. And this is the result which you get.
And Jairam Thakur has won from his legislative constituency, which is called Saraj, with 20,000 votes. So Jairam Thakur has won his own seat 6th time straight. And with 35 and 30, the leads consolidating, I think clearly Bharatiya Janata Party has won both the states. There is no doubt about it. One is a sweep, another is a simple majority, one is a handsome victory, and another, they have broken the rivas. They have broken the rivas. That was their campaign, and hats off to them that they did it in Uttarakhand, They have repeated this in Himachal Pradesh. I think this is a reflection of one thing, a sort of side debate. I'm telling you, and I have fundamentally believed in it from 2013 onwards, and that is that the problem of the Congress Party is not stemming just from the state organization. It's stemming from control of Gandhis of the Congress Party. They can continue to say that they are the glue which binds the Congress Party together. Actually, it's the glue which is eroding the constituency of the Congress Party together. It's the glue which is eroding its political capital. Let Congress Party break into 100 pieces, a new flower, new tree come up, rather than something like this to happen, that it dissipates. It's like a mammoth has been turned into a bonsai. Mammoth has been turned into a bonsai. For what? Imagine 70 years old leader walking with Rahul Gandhi in trying to repurpose his image. And leaving aside elections like Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh, Priyanka doesn't campaign more than 10-12 assembly constituencies. So you are saying that your leadership is your liability. So what sort of leadership have you cultivated that you need to hide it from the electorate, lest they see it and not vote for you again?
See, you are not hiding from your electorate. You are operating in a parallel universe, as Sandeepan is saying. There's a contest, there's a match of football going on, and you have padded up and ready to bat. How do you explain this, boss? How do you explain this? It's exactly like this, that they are operating in a parallel universe. They have no idea what is happening. You are doing a Bharat Jodo Yatra, which enters into the states where elections are going to be held. How do you explain this? Are you a political party or a joke? If you are a political party, you would never do that.
Absolutely. Sandeepan?
So the problem with Rahul Gandhi is that he has been relaunched so many times that it's not funny anymore. It's like a product. A company is trying to sell a product which has failed, and they're trying to push it again and again with a new wrapper, with a new catch line, with a new tagline, and with a new advertorial. But once a product fails in the market, it's very difficult for consumers to come back and lap it up. So I think the same problem is plaguing the Congress Party. They're trying to relaunch Rahul Gandhi again and again, but the results are always the same. People have rejected Rahul Gandhi's leadership because it's very simple. Rahul Gandhi wants to be a moral leader of this country. He talks about secularism, and he wants to carry debate about the moral points in politics. But he's completely he's completely ignoring real politics. He doesn't want to participate in elections. He just wants to carry on his own agenda. He wants to set his own narrative, which people don't accept. So that is the problem with the Congress at the moment.
See, you want to enjoy the spoils of power without actually holding the power by yourself.
But more than that, if you want to enjoy power, you have to work towards power. If you want to be powerful, then you have to behave like a politician. You don't call power poison. If you want your party to be in power, you don't behave like an NGO. If you want to fight an adversary, you learn from it. Mr. Gandhi has not even changed his vocabulary on Hindutva, development. He has been repetitive in context of so many words. So I think there are certain issues which Rahul Gandhi has not resolved, and I think that's what is happening, and I think that's very, very evident. And I think the biggest takeaway here is that somehow Congress Party has failed to understand that there is no way they can revive the party by creating sort of seminars or walkathons. I'll use the word walkathons. I think the only way you can revive your party is to create an ideological grit, an ideological ecosystem which is understood by people. You are trying to create an ideological imaginary which is of bygone eras, which is not understood, absorbed even by your own party members. And I think this continuous shifting of base which Mr. Gandhi had done has become very, very problematic. I would like the visuals to be played so that we can show you. Let's play the visuals.
न यहाँ कोई ऑपरेशन कीचड़ चलेगा, न हम इसको चलने देंगे. हम हिमाचल प्रदेश में एक स्थिर सरकार देने जा रहे हैं.
और गुजरात के जैसे ट्रेंड्स आ रहे हैं, कांग्रेस का जैसा परफॉर्मेंस है, उसके ऊपर आप कैसे?
अभी इंतजार करिए. गुजरात एक बड़ा राज्य है हिमाचल की तुलना में. अभी कई राउंड्स बाकी हैं. जब स्थिति थोड़ी और स्पष्ट हो जाए फिर उस पर चर्चा करेंगे.
एमसीटी पोस्ट में आप शीला जी की काफ़ी काम भी किया है. जिस तरीके का परफॉर्मेंस रहा है कांग्रेस का, आप कैसे देख रहे हैं?
दिल्ली में कांग्रेस को विश्लेषण बहुत गंभीरता से करना है. जब इस
stage because it's not even 11 a.m. It's just about to strike 11 a.m. and it's very clear as to who the winner is in the Gujarat State Assembly elections. For all those watching this live coverage here on news9live.com and News9 Plus, a very warm welcome. Please continue to stay on as we bring you latest visuals of celebration. The BJP cadre in Gujarat out in all saffron glory, celebrating this massive landslide of a victory. This is Krishna Kumar bringing you this coverage live from the News9 Live studios, and joining me here in the studio is Ghulam Jilani and Sandeepan. Thank you both of you gentlemen for being there. Sandeepan, of course, continues to stay on with us in the program. I'm going to begin by asking Ghulam Jilani, just yesterday we were discussing the MCD elections, and look at what has happened with the Gujarat State Assembly elections, Ghulam Jilani. If ever there was an election that was so clear, this has to be it.
Well, Krishna, if you look at the numbers, the trends that are coming in, so we are yet to get the official figures, but whatever is appearing on our screen, it looks like it's a BJP's election. We have so many records being played on the screen. One is 155 is BJP's, not just BJP's record, it's all-time Gujarat record. The last time the highest margin any party has won was Madhav Singh Solanki in 1985. He got his party, Congress, got 149. Today it's 155 already. I remember on November 6, when Prime Minister Modi launched the campaign in Gujarat, he said in Valsad, he was addressing a rally in Valsad, he said you have to break, Bhupendra Patel has to break Narendra Modi's record. What is Narendra Modi's record? It's 127 seats. So another record is that BJP is breaking its own record. The third record is for the Aam Aadmi Party. They are getting 6-7 seats. Whatever seats they get, they are set to become a national party.
That's true. That's true. Sandeepan, that's an important point to note. Even as we, we will obviously discuss the decimation of the Congress party in Gujarat. 5 years ago, Sandeepan, if you remember, at the same Gujarat State Assembly elections, at 11 a.m. in the morning, the Congress party was actually leading in the last State Assembly elections.
Absolutely.
And then now at 11 a.m. 5 years down the line, the Congress party is nowhere in the picture.
Yeah, absolutely. Even till 2 o'clock on the counting day, the numbers were swaying wildly. And there was a point where I still remember Congress was 83 and the BJP was 87 something. And it was too close to call. But this election, I think it got over even before it started. For the past 6 months, the buzz on the ground has been that the BJP is going to sweep the polls. And the Congress completely sort of rolled over and said, okay, you walk over. And Aam Aadmi Party came into the fray and ate into the Congress vote bank. So it became worse for the Congress as the election progressed. And one important thing to remember is that in 1985, when the Congress won that landslide victory, it was primarily because of two factors. One was the Indira Gandhi sympathy wave, and also because Rajiv Gandhi had taken over and there was this Mr. Clean era in Indian politics. So it was an outlier in terms of electioneering as well as campaigning. So this is much bigger because it's a normal election, and still they've sort of broken that record.
And the term anti-incumbency that keeps getting used in Indian politics and in fact politics across the world, that that factor doesn't seem to be applying for the state of Gujarat, doesn't it, Ghulam?
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about MCD elections yesterday. We saw BJP getting 3-digit seats. So 15 years of incumbency. Where was that incumbency? So now Gujarat, it's 27 year already rolling. BJP has been rolling Gujarat. Now it's, it will be 32 years when they complete the 5 years. So it will be another record. So I think this anti-incumbency term should be reconsidered and re-christened with some other term, because we don't see any anti-incumbency here also. So the point is that Gujarat, when the Gujarat election started, all of us talked about, we came to know that BJP has targeted 150 seats. In fact, officially, as I said earlier, they said we have to break 127 record. Last elections when BJP got just 99 seats, right? Then it was said that next time we don't want to win election, we want to win it with a record. That's how BJP took this election. And you talk about Congress virtually being decimated in, from 30-35% vote share to just 26% vote share. And when this Bharat Jodo Yatra was started by Rahul Gandhi, we saw what happened. He didn't even touch Gujarat.
Correct.
We are in...
A lot was spoken about that.
Yeah.
A lot was spoken about that. I'm just going to shift the focus away from Congress a little bit, Sandeepan. If I were to ask you, what do you make of the gains that Aam Aadmi Party has made in these elections? How significant really are they, considering the kind of victory that the BJP has won?
See, it's very simple to see that, the Aam Aadmi Party is gradually replacing the Congress. And the problem with the Congress is that once it starts sliding, it fails to recover itself, and its vote share keeps going down and down and down. So we have seen that happening in Uttar Pradesh, we have seen that happening in some southern states, we have seen that happening in Delhi. Now it's starting to happen in Gujarat also. And you can clearly see that Aam Aadmi Party has made a lot of gains in rural areas of Gujarat and also in some minority dominated seats, which means the traditional voters of the Congress are now seeing AAP as a credible opposition in that state. And this perception will take years to be wiped away because the Aam Aadmi Party is on the ascendant and the Congress is on the decline. So I think it's a big setback for the Congress and a big gain for the Aam Aadmi Party.
Right, big gain for the Aam Aadmi Party, but many people who look at those numbers on the screens right now, for all those tuning into this coverage live, the BJP leading in 155 seats, Congress Party in 15 seats, 1-5, Aam Aadmi Party in 7, a debutant, in these elections, and others, 5, in which they are leading. Those are the leading numbers as we speak, and the other state election numbers are also there on your screens. Congress Party leading in Himachal Pradesh, 35, with the BJP trailing at 30. So it's pretty much a neck-to-neck fight in Himachal Pradesh. Aam Aadmi Party drawing a blank so far in Himachal Pradesh. And look at those numbers as far as Gujarat is concerned. Surat, Ahmedabad, the urban centers, which were always, a BJP stronghold, Sandeepan, they've been clearly retained. And this time around is, when the final vote share percentage tally is out, you know that the BJP has made significant inroads. After losing, because last time they didn't even touch 3 figures. I remember they had 99 seats, with which they formed the government last time around. And this time around, it's been a complete pullback, one of the best victories that they've ever seen.
So in the previous election, there were 2 factors which were working for the Congress then. One was some kind of anger within the rural areas, and the other was this unrest within the partidars. So the BJP lost a lot of votes and seats because of this combination of factors. But in this election, I think the partidars have come back to the BJP, believing that this is their natural choice, and also some of the leaders who were spearheading that movement.
Hardik Patel is leading in his constituents.
They were co-opted by the BJP. So I think the advantages which the Congress enjoyed in the previous election, they were neutralized, and these voters went back to the BJP. Also, the second factor is, as we were discussing earlier, there were no fence-sitters in this election. People had made up their mind very early on that the BJP is going to win. So people, there are some voters in this country who don't want to waste their vote, regardless of the ideology or political predictions. So they voted for the BJP. So that is the reason the numbers have gone up so much.
Right, and also we're talking about voting percentage. Ghulam, we were discussing voting percentage of Delhi being so poor. And, we're talking about the voting percentage of Gujarat. So tell us, how do you view that? In Gujarat this time around, it was clear that, the incumbent party had a very good chance because the voting percentage wasn't too high. There was clearly no anti-incumbency, even from the voting percentage.
Yeah, that's true. See, whenever there is a high voting percentage in any election, it's generally presumed that it's because the people want to outthrow the incumbent government. But as you mentioned, in Gujarat, the voting percentage didn't go much. So that means people, presumably people were happy with whosoever was ruling them. And Gujarat is a classic case of, how seriously BJP takes Gujarat. We know that Gujarat is their bastion. We know that it was done and dusted even before as Sandeepan mentioned earlier. Right. It was done and dusted. We knew that BJP is going to win. But look at their campaigns. Look at their, look at Prime Minister Modi's rallies. Look at how much people turned out for their rallies. Look at the effort that the BJP puts in every election. Like we were discussing yesterday, even for municipal elections, BJP is, going all out. Even for Hyderabad municipal election, even for Delhi municipal elections, even for Surat municipal election. Last year we had the Surat municipal election. So look, we should see the fact that BJP has become an election machine. Other parties have to learn from it. Whichever election it is.
Right.
Look at the what has happened in last few years is that every election has become a national election. It's not just Lok Sabha or Lok Sabha elections that get.
Especially in a country like India with a Prime Minister like Modi, Gujarat does become an extremely, important prestige battle every single time it goes to elections. Even the Surat civic body polls, I remember we were discussing Ghulam yesterday, even the Surat civic body polls were highly covered by national media. Gujarat state elections, no questions whatsoever. If I were to take this back to Sandeepan, talk to us about where does the BJP go from here, in a state like Gujarat, because where the final numbers will lie, the way things are looking right now, it's pretty much going to settle. There's very little swings happening at this stage. It's going to be 150 odd for the BJP, and in the low double digits for the Congress party and a low single digit for the Aam Aadmi party. Where does the BJP really go from here?
Well, they say that the sky is the limit, but they have they have touched the skies. So I don't know where they can go from here, because 156 is a huge number. And in terms of vote share also, I think they're getting 55 or 56% vote. So I really don't know how far they can go from here, because this could be the limit. And because the Congress has always enjoyed like 30 to 35% votes in that state. So that percentage of vote has always been there for the opposition party to grab. So I think it would be very difficult for the BJP to outperform itself in the next elections. But two things are very clear. One, the result of the Lok Sabha election is clearly out, at least when it comes to Gujarat, that the BJP is going to sweep that poll again, as always. See, the point here is that the BJP has a hunger to win. So even if it is winning, it wants to win big. So you see, the Prime Minister went to Gujarat, conducted road shows. So even though everybody was convinced that the BJP is going to win, still they wanted to win very big. And this hunger to win sort of is the differentiating factor, because Rahul Gandhi behaves as a renunciate. He says power is poison. So people think that he doesn't want it, but the BJP goes out of its way to say that we want power, we want to win big, and this feeling, this hunger and this desire percolates down to the grassroots level, and that is where the BJP scores over every other party.
Yeah, right. And also, Ghulam, I know you want to continue. Please go ahead.
So I just wanted to add it. Look at these two states election. We knew Gujarat is done and dusted, but we had apprehensions for BJP in even exit polls. They predicted a neck and neck contest in Himachal. We know that even Chief Minister Thakur's face was not in the posters. There were so many things. There was so much of anti-incumbency. There was some rebellions also, rebels within the party. So, but still, Modi goes to Himachal Pradesh. He launches his campaign with a Vande Bharat Express train. He inaugurates and aims in Bilaspur. So he makes people. He says on record that you have to vote for me. So that is how BJP takes election seriously. You go to a state where you think that you are not going to do well, but you project yourself as the face of the election, and you get the result. One important aspect of this elections is about the opposition. Not only in Gujarat, about the larger opposition across the country. What do you think about what will happen in 2024? Who is going to be the opposition's face? We did a story News 9 Plus last month. We did a survey on who is going to challenge Narendra Modi, if there has been any challenge in 2024. It emerged that Arvind Kejriwal will be the prime challenger in 2024, and the elections are showing that, because if Aam Aadmi Party finally gets at least 2 seats in Gujarat, it's going to be a national party, and it will be just the 9th national party in the country. So that means we are set for a contest between Kejriwal and Modi, if not in 2024, maybe in 2029. And another last point that I want to make is that for BJP and for the BJP leadership, a weak Congress is always better than a strong Aam Aadmi Party. Look, they are the only regional party which is in power in 2 states. They won the MCD elections. They have Goa, where they have 2 MLAs. They are making their presence. They are replacing Congress in Gujarat. What they did in Punjab in 2017. They won 20 seats and emerged as the principal opposition party. But 5 years down the line, they won the elections, hands down. So that's it. That's how AAP is doing. That's how AAP is strategizing. So they replace Congress. They take the opposition space. Then maybe. So I think 5 years down the line, we may see a contest between AAP and BJP in Gujarat at least.
5 years down the line is a long way away. We can definitely, for now, crystal ball gaze what is going to happen just a couple of years down the line. That's when the national elections are going to take place. Sandeepan, would you concur with Ghulam over here, in terms of, how the kind of election result that has come out in Gujarat and the kind of impact it will have on national politics?
See, the Congress, even in worst case scenario, gets 20 crore votes. So that vote is now up for grabs. Now the only question is whether the Aam Aadmi Party will be able to make a dent into the traditional Congress vote bank, which is basically minorities and maybe some Dalits, etc. The only question mark is the Aam Aadmi Party's ability to attract the minority vote, especially because of the U-turns they've taken on ideological issues. So it's too early to say at the moment that Aam Aadmi Party might become the principal opposition, because the Congress will, even if it holds its ground, it still has 20 crore voters left who are voting for that party. So out of those 20 crore voters, how many of them would actually go towards the Aam Aadmi Party? Because don't forget, Congress is still strong in Rajasthan, it is still there in Madhya Pradesh, it's there in Chhattisgarh, it's there in Karnataka. These 4 states are very important, and the Aam Aadmi Party doesn't have any significant presence in these 4 states. But the other important issue here is that in the previous Lok Sabha elections, Congress did quite well in Punjab. Now Punjab is gone, Gujarat is gone, Rajasthan is going. So it would be very difficult for the Congress to even reach that tally of 44 in the next election if the trend continues to hold. And some of these seats might go to the Aam Aadmi Party.
Right. And as we speak about other states, the numbers of Himachal Pradesh that are flashing on our screens, the balance has shifted a little bit. Congress was leading in 35 just a few minutes ago. Now it's leading in 34, BJP in 31. 35, there is the majority mark to form the government in the state of Himachal Pradesh. So Congress is doing fairly well in Himachal Pradesh. Aam Aadmi Party yet to open its account in the elections of the state of Himachal Pradesh. Independents are leading in 3 of them. What do you make of those numbers, Ghulam, in terms of Congress's performance in Himachal Pradesh?
See, Congress was Congress in charge of Priyanka Gandhi. Congress is Himachal Pradesh in charge. I think it's a mandate. It's even if they get 30 seats, even if they don't win this election, but giving a neck and neck fight in Himachal is something that Congress can at least cherish, something to cherish about for the Congress party. But
silver linings amongst the dark clouds.
Yeah, that is most of the exit polls have predicted the same results. Himachal Pradesh has a history of switching governments. There hasn't been any party, any government which has had consecutive terms, right? So this goes as per the tradition in Himachal Pradesh, right? But again, if I was in a Congress party function some time ago. So after the elections were held, before the exit polls, so a Congress leader said we are winning Himachal Pradesh unless somebody from within us wants otherwise. So Congress has it has to put its house in order, and if they win this election, 35 is the majority mark. They are already there. If they win this elections, so it's a silver lining, as you rightly said, for them.
Right. As you speak, Congress is now leading in 35 and BJP is leading in 30. So Congress currently has the majority mark in Himachal Pradesh, and that is technically going according to tradition in the state of Himachal Pradesh, which keeps changing its ruling party with every election. Very similar to Tamil Nadu, isn't it, Sandeepan, in terms of Himachal Pradesh's own voting history, interestingly?
So Himachal, the BJP starts with a disadvantage. The default setting of every election, which is polarization, doesn't work in Himachal Pradesh. Also, the number of government employees is huge in Himachal Pradesh, and government employees, for some reason or the other, are always unhappy with the government of the day. So this time the major grouse was that the BJP government was not implementing the old pension scheme. So I think because of this combination of factors, one, there was no polarization, and second, the government employees were very unhappy with the BJP government, and third, because Congress implemented this pension scheme in states like Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. So these government employees believe that maybe it would be sort of beneficial for them to vote for the Congress. So I think because of these 2 reasons, the Congress party is winning. It's not winning because of something that it has done on its own. It is because of the combination of factors which are working against the BJP. So the people are voting the BJP out there.
And one important aspect is that Aam Aadmi Party started campaigning in Himachal Pradesh. Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann did some rallies and roadshows in Himachal Pradesh.
It's not showing on the scoreboard for now.
But it suddenly stopped because they got busy in MCD elections. They changed their mind midway and they shifted the focus to Gujarat and MCD elections.
Imagine you can call it growing pangs of a regional party becoming a national party.
Totally. As I said, even if they get two seats in Gujarat, they will become a national party. They are the only 9th party to get that status.
But clearly all that focus on Gujarat has taken their focus away from Himachal Pradesh, as you were rightly telling us, and the numbers telling that story as well. But let's quickly get back to the big story of the day, which is the Gujarat state elections. I want to talk about candidates at this stage. Let's talk about the star faces that the BJP got, their way this time around. All of them are leading in their, in their respective constituencies. Hardik Patel, which was a U-turn from completely against Prime Minister Modi and BJP to into the party, leading in his constituency. Rivaba Jadeja, cricketer Ravindra Jadeja's wife, also leading. The Aam Aadmi Party's face, that candidate who is also a TV anchor, is also leading. So a lot of all the star candidates are leading in the election, isn't it, Sandeepan?
See, the interesting thing about
I'm just going to interrupt you. I'm very sorry. I'm going to ask you to hold on to your thoughts, Sandeepan. We have some fresh updates coming in. We have Mr. Hardeep Puri, Minister Hardeep Puri speaking. Let's quickly listen in.
Something that I'm not really competent to, that's a different league. It's outside my pay grade. But all I'll say is that the BJP is slated to do exceptionally well. I have a question.
That was Union Minister Hardeep Puri speaking to the media outside the parliament. Let's quickly get back to our coverage here of the big election results out today. Gujarat state election results that is out, and the BJP has won a historic mandate, 152 seats in which they're leading out of 182. Congress leading in 19, Aam Aadmi Party leading in 7, and others and independent candidates leading in 4. Meanwhile, in Himachal Pradesh too, there are elections, and there is the Congress Party there leading in 36 seats, crossing the majority mark. The BJP leading in 29. Aam Aadmi Party drawing a blank in Himachal Pradesh, while others and independents leading in 3. So, we were talking about the star candidates in the elections, in the Gujarat State Assembly elections. Very interesting that all star candidates from across parties, all of them are doing well, aren't they?
I think Jignesh Mevani, the Congress star candidate, who was an independent candidate from Wadsam, I think he's trailing. Jignesh Mevani was the Congress face.
Okay, he's bucking the trend.
Yeah, he's bucking the trend. He was the face during the Una protest, Una agitation in 2017.
So the interesting thing about Hardik is that when the Patidar Anamat Andolan took place, and when this firing took place, he called the Home Minister and the BJP party General Dyer, and then he sort of there were hordes of youth who were supporting him. And I covered the last election in Gujarat, and everywhere I went, there used to be such loud chorus of the youth that even the walls would start reverberating. He was such a huge hero and gain for the Congress party, and suddenly the Congress sidelined him, and now he's gone back to the BJP where.
अब देश की जनता आने नहीं देना है। अरे ये झूठे लोगों की बातें मत करो, ये सारे झूठे लोग हैं। चलिए एक मिनट बाबू अरे ऐसे मत करो।
That's Ravi Kishan there speaking to the media right outside the parliament. Sandeepan, you were talking to us about the kind of swings that Hardik Patel has seen. Interesting to see, Ghulam, that Rivaba Jadeja is also leading in her constituency. Cricketer, all-rounder, star cricketer Ravindra Jadeja's wife, Rivaba Jadeja, who recently joined the BJP.
And in fact, his sister is contesting on Congress ticket.
Yes.
So that's interesting, the family, two parties. So, as Sandeepan was saying, Hardik Patel, he was saying that he called, he referred to whom as General Dyer. Now he's winning the elections. Hardik Patel was somebody who was the face of Patidar agitation, and which is considered one of the reasons why BJP did not perform well in last elections. But then even if you look at Aam Aadmi Party's efforts, they also tried to get in some local Patidar leaders. That has not paid for them. As he was saying, that Patidars have once again they have their faith into BJP once again, and they realize that.
और मैं समझता हूँ कि जो रुझान गुजरात के आ रहे हैं उससे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जो सकारात्मक नीतियां हैं उनका ही परिणाम है, और मैं गुजरात की जनता को, कार्यकर्ताओं को, सबको हृदय से बहुत बधाई देता हूँ।
Was the Agriculture Minister speaking outside the Parliament again. We continue with our coverage here on News 9 Live of the Gujarat State Assembly elections and the Himachal Pradesh State Assembly elections, both of which the results are out and on your screens now. The leads on your screens tell you that the BJP has won a historic mandate. Himachal Pradesh has been a silver lining for the Congress party amidst all the dark clouds of the MCD elections and the Gujarat State Assembly elections. as well. So Congress party leading in 37, past the majority mark, likely to form the government at this stage. But Gujarat has been one of the fastest in terms of being called, as Sandeepan has been telling us. This election was over even before it began. But it didn't seem like that when it comes to the campaigning and the kind of faces that the BJP went and got its way, which is clearly paying off. Let's not talk about the Aam Aadmi Party's star candidate. Another interesting history, isn't it? A TV anchor turned a politician who is currently leading in his seat, and who's the face of the Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat campaign.
Yeah, Isudan Gadvi is the president. Is he coming, right?
Yes.
Yes.
No, sorry. I thought.
So you see, the stage for the Aam Aadmi Party was in Gujarat was set during the Surat municipal polls, and it happened primarily because, if you remember, in the 2017 elections, everybody was presuming that the traders of Surat and the partidars of Surat will combine and they will vote out the BJP. And there were exit polls which are saying that Congress might win 5 to 6 seats in Surat city itself, which was like a huge task for them. But ultimately, on the last day of the polling, something happened, and the Surat voters reposed their faith in the BJP party. Now, but the Aam Aadmi Party sense that there is some kind of discomfort and disenchantment within the electorate in Surat. So they went there and fought the municipal polls there. And then they focused on the local partidar leaders who were active in Surat. And suddenly they realized that they went back to the Delhi model, and they asked people that who do they want to see as the chief minister face from the Aam Aadmi Party. So this guy was the the top ranking candidate from the internal poll. So I think because he came through a sort of a internal democratic process, so he had the numbers and he also had the support of the workers. So I think that is reflecting in the election trend.
Also, look at the win that BJP is getting. We know Morbi accident happened just close to elections. 130 people died. There was a hue and cry over Morbi, and everybody pinned the blame on the state government. But look at the results. The Kantilal guy, who is the BJP candidate, is winning the elections from Morbi also. So this shows the impact that BJP has. This shows the support that BJP is getting in this election in Gujarat.
Another interesting thing which is worthy of a Hercule Poirot investigation is, why did the Congress decide not to contest in Gujarat? Because it seemed to me, after the results in the previous polls, that it was a ripe mango to be plucked. Because Congress was so near. Even like in 2017, the Congress couldn't win because they themselves did not believe that they can. But the voters were actually wanting the Congress to win, and the Congress should have sort of use that base to build the party in the state, but suddenly they decided.
Surprising, isn't it? It was the numbers. Anybody who looked at those numbers, even I was there in Ahmedabad on counting day 5 years ago, and anybody who looked at those numbers, clearly said that this was the chance for Congress to push forward and make sure that in the next elections it ends up winning it, because it was so close to winning it, even in terms of vote share last time around, if you think of it. They had put up a very good performance, and it's extremely surprising that absolutely nothing was done about it. In fact, things have gone from good to bad, in terms of Congress's own groundwork in elections, isn't it, Ghulam?
Yeah, totally. See, the elections are battles of perception. On one side you have a BJP government which has all the faces on ground, from Prime Minister Modi to other leaders, and on another side you have a party which doesn't want to do the normal, at least for the sake of optics. They don't want to do campaigning. They call it something called silent campaign. It doesn't work in current age, I believe. Your voter has to, you have to be visible to your voters. He has to see you to judge you.
Right.
There's another aspect which is important.
If I may stop you for a second, Ghulam, we are being joined by Kiran Tare from live outside the BJP headquarters, is what I'm being told. Kiran, talk to us. A historic victory for the BJP, and a historic decimation for the Congress party. Kiran, if you can hear us.
Celebrating this victory, the BJP is celebrating. You can see outside me, BJP has historic victory for the BJP, and their mood is very jubilant. They are shouting the slogans, drumming the beats, and BJP workers, they are expressing their joy in a very different way, in a very traditional way. You can see behind me, you can hear the music here, you can see how the BJP is planning 5 years ahead of that. they are now saying that we will repeat this performance 2014, 2017 also, 27 also. This is really unprecedented for the BJP and very colorful celebration here. I'm sitting in I'm inside the Gujarat BJP office in Gandhinagar, and the mood is very jubilant. People are dancing, literally a garba dance. You can see actually people behind me grabbing the weights and all. But the major point is that BJP workers they are saying that we are in the preparation. This is just a phase. We are going to repeat this performance. We are not going to sit idle for some time. We are going to start our preparation for the next big election, which is coming after 5 years. Of course, the Lok Sabha election is before that, 24 to 24. But the BJP people, they are aiming for 181 seats, just one short of the full majority mark.
Right, that's Kiran Tare reporting live from outside the BJP headquarters. Kiran, continue to stay with us. Just wanted to ask you, can you tell us the latest details of what is expected to happen at the BJP headquarters for the rest of the day, if you have any information on that front?
The only point I can say here that why the BJP has won here, when we talk to the people, several people told me that it is just because of the bold decisions the party has taken in several years. When they started the campaign last year, the BJP had anticipated that they can win only 84 seats, and from 84 to 154 is a huge margin. BJP has changed its working style, BJP has changed its leadership, and the BJP ensure that all the leaders who are not happy with the party are on the same page. They strengthen the organization. They manage everything, every dissent to die down to its natural base. And the BJP workers, the BJP leaders, they manage to get everyone on the same page under the leadership of Narendra Modi. It's all because of Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi gave a free hand to Amit Shah in ticket distribution. But when it came to the campaigning on the ground, Modi took the charge. Modi took huge march out. Modi had huge rallies. He addressed 2 to 3 rallies in a day. And the last, what can say, the last major attraction, the magnet, was the road shows. And Modi ensured that every single community person gets a representation in ticket distribution. This is a collective effort of the party leadership. But of course, Modi has been the biggest magnet and the bold decisions he has taken in the last 2 years. This is the credit for this historic win for the BJP.
Kiran Tare reporting live from outside the BJP headquarters in Gujarat. Let's bring this back to the guests in our studio. We have Ghulam Jalani and we have Mr. Sandeepan, who is continuing to stay with us for this entire broadcast live here on news9live.com. Ghulam, we were talking about the Congress party and the Congress party's great chances after what happened in the last elections and how they've been completely wasted over the last 5 years.
Totally. One reason why Rahul Gandhi didn't touch Gujarat in his Bharat Jodo Yatra is that he saw it coming. I think the Congress saw it coming, that they are not doing any.
Do you think that's
good Gujarat?
If because they saw it coming, they used the ruse of a silent campaign? Because a silent campaign has been silenced.
Because I believe
Congress has been silenced.
It's my opinion. I may be wrong.
Right.
They thought that if BJP wins the election and Congress loses, the blame will be pinned on Rahul Gandhi. There's another school of thought within the Congress party. They didn't want any Rahul versus Modi battle to be showcased. No, they didn't want this campaign to be Rahul Gandhi versus Narendra Modi campaign. Even in that situation, if they think that votes get polarized between Modi and Rahul, that is one aspect that I have heard on the ground. So the point is, see, Congress, as Sandeepan was mentioning, whenever their numbers go down, they don't do anything to bring them up. They had this golden opportunity. They almost won 2017 elections. They were there. It was till 2 p.m. The results were going either way. But now look at the numbers. 19. It's not even 20. It's their worst performance. Their worst performance before this was in 1992 when they got 33 seats. Imagine Congress getting decimated in Gujarat, which was a Congress bastion before 27 years.
Which goes to say that the result of these elections for Congress is as bad as it was when it was voted out of Gujarat, by the BJP for the first time.
Yeah, it is the worst. It's their worst performance ever. They never got this, this dismal figure. I would any day say that Aam Aadmi Party has done better than Congress because if they get 15%
in the scheme of things, in the context of things,
they are the beginners. They are debutants there, and they don't have such as Sandeepan was mentioning. Congress Party has this pan India network. Congress Party has been in Gujarat. They are everywhere in the country. Even you go to remotest of villages in India, you will see a Congress card member there. Yeah. But that's not the case with Aam Aadmi Party. They just started in Gujarat. They are just 10-year-old party. Arvind Kejriwal and Narendra Modi are two different parties, but look at the kind of effort they put in all these elections, and the results are showing.
Yeah, the results are clearly showing. And Himachal Pradesh is slipping further away from the BJP right now, leading only in 27. Congress increasing its lead to 38 seats. Sandeepan, do you see these numbers going further away as the day progresses, or do you think they're settling down?
Well, one silver lining for the Congress in Himachal Pradesh is that they will not have to book resorts anymore because they've crossed the magic figure of 35. Yeah. So there are very little chances of the BJP poaching their legislators. Yeah, but in the morning I was listening to some of the Congress leaders from Himachal Pradesh, and they were saying that our internal assessment suggests that we are going to win 40 to 42 seats. And I think it's going in that direction. And the way it is changing now, it seems that the Congress is now coming from behind. It has the momentum, and maybe it might touch 40 or 39, 40. It might stay in that range, and they will form the government. It seems like at the moment, because it's almost like I think 90% of the votes have been counted. So it seems that they are now in a position to form the government, and the Congress can breathe easy. You can see that the Congress was slightly confident of forming the government, because in the morning they dispatched Bhupesh Baghel to Himachal Pradesh to ensure that there is no last minute hiccup as it happened in in Goa last time. So they were there, and they had sort of gathered their intel, and they were sure that they were going to win 40 seats. So I think the Congress was itself confident that they are going to win, and this is what is reflecting in the results.
And this is it's playing to the traditions, the historical mandate that the Himachal Pradesh people give. They change governments every 5 years. So this is what is happening, and it's more or less on the lines of exit poll also.
Right, that's true. For once, the exit polls are proven right in the right sense.
Not exactly, but not on spot, but
right. Yeah. Even by that logic, the exit polls have not exactly predicted the kind of victory the BJP has won
in Gujarat.
In Gujarat, isn't it, Gulam?
Totally. And this is, as I said, 150 seats is something that I think even BJP had not.
Right. I am going to interrupt you again. Terribly sorry about that. We have some fresh news that's coming in.
Diminishing returns, जैसा आप कह रही हैं कि वक्त गुजरने के साथ साथ हर चीज की मान्यता, उसकी लोकप्रियता में कोई ना कहीं अंतर आता है, लेकिन यहाँ पर डिविडेंड्स और ज्यादा बढ़ते जाते हैं. और तीसरा, एक ऐसा मॉडल हर चुनौती के बाद और ज्यादा मजबूत होता है. जब वो मुख्यमंत्री थे तो भूकंप आया, प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में अभी हाल ही में आपने देखा आपदा की चुनौती आई कोविड की, और वो इसलिए कि इसमें बहुत अधिक, मुझे लग रहा है ये भी एक शोध का विषय रहेगा शोधकर्ताओं के लिए, कि जिस प्रकार की निष्ठा, निरंतर परिश्रम, प्रयास और फोकस के साथ मोदी जी ने इस देश को ये प्रशासन देने का एक कामयाब कोशिश की है.
एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज पीएम ने भूपेंद्र पटेल के लिए भी थ्रो किया था कि नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड भूपेंद्र तोड़ेगा. He would have also been under a lot of pressure, but do you think he'll be a much more relieved man today?
No, I think see, Narendra Modi ji is an ideal for all of us. He's an asset for all of us. And if not wholly, even to a certain extent, to some extent I would say, if we are able to follow him, that itself is an achievement.
Sir.
Right, that was Minister of State for PMO, Prime Minister's Office, Dr. Jitendra Singh, speaking to the media on the historic results that have come out in the Gujarat State Assembly elections. The BJP leading in 152 seats out of 182. Congress leading in 19. Aam Aadmi Party, the debutant, leading in 7 seats at this stage, while independents are leading at 4. In Himachal Pradesh, it's a completely different story. It's not as much a landslide or as devastating, but still there is a winner, and that winner is not the BJP. It is the Congress Party, which is leading in 38 seats, past the majority mark already. The BJP leading in 27. Aam Aadmi Party unable to open their accounts still in Himachal Pradesh, while independents are leading in 3 of them. And as The elections have been called
there's
out.
Another election. Sorry. There's
another election, Gulam. Go ahead.
There's another. There are a couple of elections also going. There are by-elections, assembly by-elections in 2 states, and there is a big Lok Sabha by-election happening in Mainpuri. Mainpuri is to Samajwadi Party what Gujarat is to BJP. And in Mainpuri, Mulayam Singh Yadav, who died recently, his daughter-in-law Dimple Yadav is winning by a huge margin. Is leading by a huge margin. Just for the viewers to.
Yes. As we speak, India is one of the most vibrant democracies in the world. There are elections all the time. As 2 state assembly elections results are coming out after this day after the national capital Delhi's municipal corporation elections results came out. We have 2 state assembly election results, and as these election results come out, we have a slew of by-election results in which some star candidates are also in the fray and are coming out. We'll keep you posted on that, but for now, the big headline clearly is that as far as national politics is concerned, it's the Congress party's worst ever performance in Gujarat. It's the BJP that has just completely decimated the Congress party this time around. The silent campaign, we're even speculating that the silent campaign is probably because the Congress party actually gave up this time around, and that's surprising considering how well they did 5 years ago in the 2017 Gujarat State Assembly elections. Himachal Pradesh, as we've been telling you, both Sandeepan and Gulam have been telling you clearly that Himachal Pradesh votes for Congress and BJP in alternate elections. The BJP was the incumbent in Himachal Pradesh. It is the ruling party and it was expected to lose. And Sandeepan telling us that, Congress party insiders telling him that their target was 40 to 42 seats in Himachal Pradesh, but and they're closing in on that tally with the 38 leading. Let's quickly talk about the by-elections that Gulam was talking to us about. We'll get back to these big state elections. Tell us, Gulam, in terms of these by-elections, which one do you think are the most significant? Which election results do you think will be most significant when it comes to impacting the 2024 national elections?
See, Samajwadi Party is in opposition in Uttar Pradesh, right? It lost the elections twice in last 2 terms. It's a BJP. But then Lok Sabha elections are in 2024, and this Mainpuri seat has been an SP bastion for years. There are only 5-6 Lok Sabha seats that SP used to win, and one of this is Mainpuri. And Mulayam Singh dying, is a big blow for the cadre, for the nation. He was a tall leader, and obviously it was almost predicted that Dimple Yadav will win. So at least Samajwadi Party will have one good thing to cherish, is that they won this seat. There's another by-election, which is a state by-election. It's happening in Rampur, where Asam Raja of SP is again winning. It's again important because Rampur is the seat where Azam Khan comes from. Azam Khan has been to jail. Azam Khan was sacked. He's no more an MLA. He ceases to be an MLA. So an SP candidate winning that seat is also a good thing for the Samajwadi Party. I think these 2 elections are there. There's another election which is happening in Western UP, where a local RLD leader is leading. So summing these elections is that in these regional parties are also doing well in elections. You have Samajwadi Party doing well, you have RLD doing well. So these regional parties are doing well in these by-elections.
Also, Rampur is interesting because the other day the Samajwadi Party was complaining that people were not allowed to vote there. And the poll percentage was like 31%. And even the Samajwadi Party candidate himself was saying that, even 31% is surprising. It should have been actually 2.6%. If the Samajwadi Party is leading there, it means that the Samajwadi Party voters actually came out to vote. And it was the other side which did not vote. But I think it's too early to predict the outcome of Rampur, because as far as the sentiment goes, I think the BJP is going to ultimately win it. I think these are early trends, because you see, if the Samajwadi Party is complaining and if the minority voters are themselves complaining, then it seems that there's some kind of disenchantment and also some strict measures taken by the local administration. So if Rampur goes to the BJP, it would be a big sort of setback for the Samajwadi Party, because it has, like Mainpur, it has been a traditional bastion of the Samajwadi Party and also a personal fief of Azam Khan. So let's watch that carefully.
Till recently, it was the SP's candidate were leading by 1,500 votes. But in Mainpuri, as Sandeepan is saying, Mainpuri is already done and dusted. I think 43,000 is the margin by which Dimple Yadav is leading right now.
Something in it for every single political party in elections over 2 days, isn't it? The Aam Aadmi Party winning an election yesterday, historic win in terms of them for the first time in the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. The BJP doing extremely well despite being incumbent for 15 years. This was the MCD elections yesterday, and today we have the BJP retaining Gujarat in a historic fashion. Congress party winning back Himachal Pradesh, and you have the Samajwadi Party doing well in by-elections. If ever there was a clear case of democracy being in full force, in full
Just
glory,
to add that
this is it.
Asim Raja is leading in Rampur by 5,700 votes.
Right.
Samajwadi Party is Asim Raja.
Samajwadi Party leading in all the by-elections so far for the day. Samajwadi Party doing so well after having having lost both the state elections in UP back to back, and putting up not a good performance in the Lok Sabha elections as well, is managing to hold on to some seats in these by-elections. Dimple Yadav as a candidate emerging victorious is important to note. But at this stage, it's all about Gujarat, because the numbers on your screens, the big numbers on top of your screens, BJP leading in 152 in Gujarat, Congress in 19, Aam Aadmi Party in 7, others in 4. Those numbers are stabilizing, aren't they, Sandeep? And they're not going too far away. And even Himachal Pradesh seems like, it's stabilized as to where they are.
So we'll talk about Gujarat, but just to make one more point about Uttar Pradesh, the by-elections in Uttar Pradesh are always misleading. Even before the 2017 election, the Samajwadi Party had won every single by-election in that state, and everybody presumed that they're going to win and come back to power, but they did not. So a similar thing might be happening again in Uttar Pradesh. I don't know what are the reasons why people vote for.
There was even a by-election when the Samajwadi Party and the Bahujan Samaj Party went into it with a coalition, and even something that what do you call that is something that is impossible to think of when it comes to the state assembly elections. So by-elections are a completely different ballgame. Is the point that Sandeep is trying to make.
Local issues that
they are local issues, local candidates, who matter. They're not
because the governments will not change anyway.
Correct.
Especially in Uttar Pradesh, because generally people vote for the party in power in a by-election. But in Uttar Pradesh, people, for some weird reason I'm not able to understand, they always vote for the opposition. Anyway, coming back to the...
Sandeepa, just hold on to your thoughts. We have Kiran Tare joining us live from outside the BJP headquarters in Gujarat. Kiran, talk to us. What is the latest update you can give us?
Latest update is that the mood is very jubilant here. I can see, I can hear. I had just gone down to watch the celebration, the way, the traditional way, the garba is going on. The doors are being drummed, the doors are being beaten up here. And I'm very jubilant. But the most important thing I marked here, just a few minutes ago, that the BJP workers, they are saying that this is just a phase, this is not an over. Even though we are creating a record, we are aiming for something bigger one, which is, of course, 24 election. Again, they are aiming to win 26 seats. And 2027, when after 5 years, when there will be another assembly election, they say that we are going to set a target of winning 175 out of 182, which is a very big thing. I think, and when last 2 years, when there was a civic poll elections, if we go by the yardstick, the BJP should comfortably win 168 seats. So 168, they were aiming for 149. They had a capacity of winning 168, but they are restricted to 155. Aam Aadmi Party is again a talking point here in the BJP office. Some people are saying that Aam Aadmi Party is too much creation of a hype, which is not that much true. The BJP will first feel that if Aam Aadmi Party is not contained in next 5 years, Aam Aadmi Party will be the principal opposition party in the Gujarat, and Congress, of course, will be disseminated. Congress, they will struggle to find their own existence here. Forget the relevance that they are talking about the existence. Congress is going to lose their existence. We were discussing the Congress thing, the future of Congress, short while ago. So I personally feel that unless and until Congress get a very charismatic leader, a person who can go miles to connect with the common person, Congress is not going to revive in Gujarat. They are in a very bad shape. They have the network, but they are in a very bad shape. They don't have any issues. Apart from attacking personally on the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the Congress has not done anything well in the last 5 years. They had an opportunity to target the state government for its pathetic handling of COVID situation, but for the pathetic handling of education in the state, higher inflationary bills of electricity and the gas prices. But the Congress focused their target, they focused their campaign in a personalized way targeting the Prime Minister. That is what a big mistake. And Aam Aadmi Party says that this is the lacking in Congress. This is the area where Aam Aadmi Party can improve, and they try to occupy that space. Of course, they are not going to have a bigger party in the future, immediate future. But yes, Aam Aadmi Party has created a space, but that has not affected any morale of the BJP as of now, as we can say. As the day progresses, several big leaders are expected here. The Chief Minister is also expected to reach here. After he reaches, the next strategy will be decided.
Kiran Tare reporting live from outside the BJP headquarters in Gujarat, giving us a full perspective on what exactly has gone down in these elections. What does it mean? Clearly, Aam Aadmi Party on course to becoming the principal opposition. Tell us about, I wanted to ask you, one from our own industry is the leading face candidate of the Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat, a TV anchor who's also leading in his constituency. Can you tell us a bit about the appeal that he has, on ground?
Gadvi is of course a very natural choice for Aam Aadmi Party because he was a very popular news anchor. He was a very popular journalist. He used to report on the rural areas, and this is where Aam Aadmi Party has made inroads in Gujarat. They are not debutant in Gujarat. We must remember this. Aam Aadmi Party had contested last election also. They had contested the civil elections also. But Aam Aadmi Party did not manage to get even 1% vote 5 years back. This time the situation is different. It created several dedicated cadres
13% votes
in the rural areas. In Yashodhan Gadvi, of course, being the popular face, he was projected as the CM candidate. Of course, the results are yet to out. He's leading, I heard. He's leading. But if he wins the election, there will be a prominent face representing the Aam Aadmi Party in the assembly. On the contrary, Congress doesn't have that kind of person who has a mass appeal. BJP has a galaxy of such people. BJP, when it comes to reaching out to the people in a direct way, in a direct communication way, BJP has mastered that art. But Aam Aadmi Party will get a voice in the form of Yashodhan Gadvi. It will be very interesting to see whether he wins the election. But then what happens to Gopal Italia? Gopal Italia was the state BJP president. He is still state convener of Aam Aadmi Party, a very ambitious politician. He represents the Patidar community also. It will be very interesting to watch the tussle in the Aam Aadmi Party. It's a camp of Yashodhan Gadvi versus Gopal Italia. So Aam Aadmi Party will not be aloof from the internal politics. That is what my guess is. Slowly and slowly, Aam Aadmi Party will be absorbed in the Gujarati soil. But it will be interesting to watch whether they can replace Congress in next 2-3 years.
Right, Kiran Tare reporting live from the BJP headquarters in Gujarat. Stay with us, Kiran. Ghulam Jilani wanted to comment on the point you were making. Ghulam, please go ahead.
Yeah, what Aam Aadmi Party does differently is the fact that they always, appoint a chief ministerial candidate. That's what they did in Punjab. They announced Bhagwant Mann as chief ministerial candidate. That's what they did in Gujarat. Yashodhan Gadvi was their chief ministerial candidate, right? So Aam Aadmi Party has, as I was going through election commission numbers, the type of vote share that they are getting. BJP has got 53% vote share, right? The Congress, just reading from the Congress has got 26% vote share, and the Aam Aadmi Party, which is debutant, has got 12 to 13% vote share. As Kiran was saying, what remains to be seen, what next for Aam Aadmi Party? They have 7 seats in Gujarat, not just in Gujarat, where else will they go? Aam Aadmi Party, as their strategy has been for the last 2-3 years, they are expanding, they are going beyond Delhi, they went to Punjab, now they are going to Gujarat. Where else will they contest? We have 9 assembly elections lined up next year, then we have 2024 elections. Will Aam Aadmi Party focus on these states, or will Aam Aadmi Party try to get to other states, and especially the states where the fight has been bipolar fight between the Congress and the BJP? Is Aam Aadmi Party trying to capture Congress's space? That is something which remains to be seen. That is something which will be very interesting.
Very interesting times ahead, not for the Congress party in Gujarat. Kiran Tare, what do you think is going on? You are at the BJP headquarters. What do you think is going on at the Congress party headquarters in Gujarat at this stage?
I heard there is a complete silence. I have a pretty good source there.
Well, the campaign itself, they called it the silent campaign, and that has ended in complete silence at the Congress party headquarters.
It turned out to be a silent heart attack.
That's what I said. They saw it coming.
My source in Congress, they are saying that where are you person? Where are you people? We are waiting for you to come here to ask for our reactions. So please come at us. Please ask for our reactions.
Sorry to interrupt. I heard one Congress leader saying on TV that at least Aam Aadmi Party has not emerged as the second number 2 party in Gujarat. So that is how they are taking this election.
I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, it's pretty disastrous enough for the Congress party at this stage. Had the Aam Aadmi Party gotten more seats in the Congress party, it would have, been another kind of a record. But Kiran, you were talking to us about what your sources in the Congress party headquarters were telling you. Can you please go ahead?
The leader of opposition was trailing when I last checked. Jagdish Thakur is the state president, but Jagdish Thakur could not, what we can say, they could not mobilize the Congress workers. Congress, even the BJP people, BJP workers, the BJP leaders, they had accepted that there are 35 to 40 seats where Congress could not be defeated because of social engineering, and the Congress has a grassroots level hold there. But this time, this election has demolished all these beliefs. Congress could be defeated in these pockets, in a tribal pocket, in a SC pocket, or in a ST pocket. This BJP has demonstrated this election, which is a very, very big turning point in the state of Gujarat, which I can say.
Right.
But tribals and SCs,
right.
they were very close to the Congress.
Right.
Congress is losing.
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं इस जनादेश का सर झुका के सम्मान करते हुए गुजरात की जनता को हृदय की गहराइयों से बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के नेतृत्व में आम आदमी पार्टी को गुजरात की जनता ने राष्ट्रीय दल बनाने का काम किया है। 10 वर्षों में हिंदुस्तान की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ने वाली पार्टी आम आदमी पार्टी है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के नेतृत्व में आज आम आदमी पार्टी राष्ट्रीय दल बन गया है। ये एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता है। इसके लिए गुजरात के लोगों को हृदय से धन्यवाद और शुभकामनाएं। चुनाव का जो परिणाम आया है, अभी तक लगभग 15% वोट शेयर आएंगे इस चुनाव में। आप सब लोग जानते हैं कि मोदी जी और अमित शाह जी का गढ़ है गुजरात। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रयोगशाला है गुजरात। 27 वर्षों से गुजरात में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन है और उस किले को भेदना कोई आसान काम नहीं था। और पहले चुनाव के हिसाब से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के उस गढ़ में भेद किया है। आम आदमी पार्टी ने उस गढ़ को भेदा है। मैं समझता हूं कि इसको एक सकारात्मक दृष्टि से उत्साहजनक फैसले के रूप में लेना चाहिए। आज देश के आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को और देश की जनता को हृदय से बधाई, शुभकामनाएं। आपने आम आदमी पार्टी को राष्ट्रीय दल बनाया और आगे का सफर और मजबूती और तेजी के साथ हम लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे।
गुजरात में आप लोगों का ये कहना था कि सेकंड पार्टी तौर पर हम उभरेंगे, लेकिन सेकंड पार्टी तो नहीं, अभी थर्ड पार्टी हो रही है।
देखिए, अब इसकी आप बात करेंगे तो बहुत डिटेल में मैं पूरी तैयारी करके आया हूं। कहिए तो एक एक करके बता दूं। देखिए, कोई भी राजनीतिक दल चुनाव हारने के लिए चुनाव नहीं लड़ता। हर पार्टी चुनाव जीतने के लिए चुनाव लड़ती है। अगर आप इस तरह से देखेंगे तो भारत के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी, जिनको राजनीति का चाणक्य माना जाता है, 2018 के बाद 11 चुनाव में उनके दावे गलत साबित हुए। दिल्ली को लेकर उनका दावा गलत साबित हुआ, हरियाणा को लेकर गलत साबित हुआ, महाराष्ट्र को लेकर गलत साबित हुआ, बंगाल को लेकर गलत साबित हुआ, बहुत सारे चुनाव में बिहार को लेकर गलत साबित हुआ। तो उनके दावे गलत साबित हुए। भारत के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद बंगाल जाते हैं। 2016 में 3 सीटें उनको मिली। जब वो 2019 में भारत के प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में जमकर मेहनत करते हैं आंध्र प्रदेश में, 173 सीटों पे, सभी सीटों पे भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जमानत जब्त होती है। 0.8% वोट मिला था आंध्र प्रदेश में 2019 में बीजेपी को। 40 साल तक बीजेपी को केरल में 1 सीट मिली है। सभी चुनाव में 0-0 सीट मिली, इस बार भी 0 सीट मिली। 40 साल तक तमिलनाडु में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मात्र 8 सीटें मिली अलग अलग मौकों पे, बाकी सारे चुनाव में 0-0 सीटें मिली। तो हम एक नई भारत की सबसे तेजी के साथ उभरती हुई पार्टी हैं। मैं तो इस बात की
प्रसन्नता और खुशी जाहिर करूंगा अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के नेतृत्व में आज आम आदमी पार्टी राष्ट्रीय दल बन गई है। आज आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता इस बात से उत्साहित है, खुशी है कि 10 वर्षों में इतना बड़ा सफर हम लोगों ने तय किया है।
So, Aam Aadmi Party becomes the 9th national party, and it has become a national party, I would say, matching Bharatiya Janata Party's record of 1980s. Because in 1990 BJP got 89 seats, though it got 8.73% of votes, but it turned into roughly 90 seats in Lok Sabha. But there is an upset also which is taking place. BJP, I don't think will be coming to power in Himachal Pradesh.
Yeah.
There is distance between Congress and BJP, which is far more than they can bridge. It's 68 seat assembly. You require 34. You require 34 seats. So Congress is way ahead of the halfway mark, and BJP is 26. Though they have given a good performance in the sense that they have not been wiped out in Himachal Pradesh, but it ultimately depends on how Congress is able to keep its flock together, because in absence of sort of a majority like Chhattisgarh, there is always a chance that Congress party ends up having a divided house. Sandeepan, any thoughts on the...
I just want to make one more point, because everybody is gung-ho about the prospects of the Aam Aadmi Party. And Kiran was saying earlier that, it seems now that Aam Aadmi Party would be the natural opposition party in Gujarat. But I think it's slightly early to say that for just one reason. You see the natural, the evolutionary arc of Arvind Kejriwal. He started as a Bhagat Singh fan. Then when he lost in Delhi, some people called him wretched, which is Kambhakt, and then he became Hanuman Bhakt. So there is this large committed vote share which Congress gets from the minorities. So unless and until Kejriwal himself, positions himself as a champion of the minorities, I don't think it would be very easy for him to replace the Congress entirely in Gujarat. So that is the only caveat. Otherwise, Aam Aadmi Party seems to have very nice prospects in almost all of North India.
So basically you are saying it's a long road for Arvind Kejriwal?
Yes, primarily because many people would say that the Aam Aadmi Party is BJP plus freebies. So this ideological battle which was being fought between the Congress and the the BJP, it's still there. On one side of the ideological divide is the Congress, and on the other side is the BJP. The Aam Aadmi Party is somewhere in between and slightly closer to the BJP. So this till such time this ideological battle rages on, I do not think Congress can be replaced so easily.
You're saying the Congress cannot be replaced so easily. Brijesh, your thoughts?
Well, yes, I would suggest that yes, Aam Aadmi Party seems to have a fantastic run. They won MCD yesterday. Today their performance is like somewhat stabilizing around 6 seats and a decent chunk of vote share in Gujarat. So yes, there is a natural fillip to their further campaigns and all. But yeah, I agree that it's too early for anybody to completely rule out the Congress party in Gujarat and say that Aam Aadmi Party has emerged as a successor. Congress had 35% of vote for ever since independence. So you can understand that, like, in one electoral debacle, which is like the worst drubbing they got, still it will be too early to completely rule out the Congress party.
Kartika, just one more thing. We are saying Congress at 20. The last time we saw Congress at 20 in a large state was Rajasthan. So, but the Congress bounced back. So that's one silver lining which comes from the numbers.
Okay, so Sandeep is saying that there's a possibility that the Congress can bounce back. But I think the bottom line is that Congress party will find it very tough to defend what has happened in Gujarat. And these are the celebration visuals which are coming from the state of Gujarat. And let's play these visuals full window. Let's play them full window. The workers of the Bharatiya Janata Party are ecstatic. They understand that what they have achieved is historic. What they have done is that they have created history. They have beaten Madhav Singh Solanki's record of 1980, and 1985. So Bharatiya Janata Party has delivered the state of Gujarat. A lot of people would say that the Prime Minister has delivered the state of Gujarat to BJP. But Brijesh, let me ask you, with the states, the results of Himachal Pradesh, do you think action or some sort of consequence or actions of consequence may take place in context of JP Nadda and Anurag Thakur?
Yes, because there is a degree of resentment in the central leadership about the way the entire election was fought. It was not only the image of BJP which was there online, it was also the image of JP Nadda, who comes from Himachal. It was also the image of Anurag Thakur, who comes from Himachal, as a cabinet minister holding 2-3 portfolios. But as we go by the way BJP takes action, I seriously doubt that any action will be taken immediately. But if 2-3 months down the line any action is taken, don't be surprised.
I'm also joined by a senior colleague, Rakesh Kar. Good afternoon. Am I audible to you?
Yes. Hi, Karthikeya. Hi.
Thank you for making time. What do you make of the verdict, the sort of a split verdict of Himachal Pradesh and Gujarat?
Well, it's an interesting verdict. If I can borrow a very, very famous economic law, it's called the law of diminishing marginal utility. It's been tested time and again for decades. But what Gujarat and Mr. Modi have done, they've failed this law. Actually, it's not the law of diminishing marginal utility. In this case, it's the law of increasing marginal utility. So in that sense, it's quite a historic verdict for Gujarat. Himachal proves that, Congress is not dead yet, it's alive and it has potential to, so to say, bounce back. Joined with the yatra that the Congress leader is doing, there is possibility that there is some recognition that, there's a long road to go, but those who, so to say, ride the opportunity for Congress, maybe, are not the right thing to do at this stage, given the Himachal verdict. Though I think we'll have to wait till the final numbers come in. But Gujarat, to my mind, is a clear case study in Indian electoral history where, what has happened is that this kind of mandate is unprecedented. You've already been talking about the records broken both of BJP and also of the Congress government there earlier. And it sets 2 or 3 key lessons to my mind. One is that, those who are, conveniently say that Gujarat is, a result of the Hindu or the Hindutva laboratory. That's why such thumping mandate for 27 years has happened. I think, to my mind, there are 2 very, very important quotients. One is the emotional quotient, which Mr. Modi, so to say, represents himself, talking about Gujarati pride, Gujarati asmita. And second is, the governance quotient. Gujarat holds a very important lesson for all politicians of all hues that, you'll have to really sustain your pitch for governance. There could be a debate on HDI indicators in Gujarat, which may not be really top of the notch. I mean, there's a debate. Gujarat state data and central data, depending upon, read few years ago and today, Niti Aayog, there is some variance there on data on the social indicators. But overall, Gujarat's sustained pitch for governance, which leads to be called the Gujarat model, has in turn led to this kind of result. So I think, even if you borrow from the corporate annals, if you look at big ticket multinationals, transnationals that operate across, countries and continents, this kind of continued run in terms of profitability, success is unbeatable. I mean, I think, there is a lesson for corporate India to also pick up from the Gujarat mandate. As regards Himachal, I'm happy, I think, it's important to keep opposition alive. And if Congress finally makes the cut there, in the next couple of hours, I think we'll have a clearer picture. There is room for a very healthy and constructive opposition to play, both in the federal India perspective and also in the national perspective.
Okay.
As regards AAP, before I conclude, I think, we must give credit to AAP for a party that is just about a decade old. And it's like a playbook for BJP in terms of doing the electoral machinery. The planks are different, I would, beg to disagree. But the results for them, even if it's modest in terms of numbers, is something to cheer about and something to talk about as we go closer to 2024.
Okay, let's listen to a couple of reactions which are poured in. Let's play them out.
नहीं, उत्साह है जी। अब एक तो सर्दी का मौसम है, धीरे धीरे जो है लोगों का आना शुरू हो गया है। अब जो है काफ़ी लोग यहाँ इकट्ठे हो गए हैं, क्योंकि यही है कि इसी की ही वजह से ही हम जो है हॉली लॉज की वजह से ही ये चुनाव जीतने जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि स्वर्गीय राजा वीरभद्र सिंह के नाम से ही आज फिर भी वोट उनके नाम से ही मिला है, और हॉली लॉज ही एक यहाँ का पावर सेंटर रहेगा।
So basically, one of the loyalists of the late Congress Chief Minister Veerbhadra Singh. Did you, coming back to Gujarat, Ashok, did you expect the sort of results which have come out from Gujarat, sort of a tsunami of a wave?
Frankly, Kartikeya, I doubt even if the Bharatiya Janata Party
Exactly.
actually thought they would be winning by such fabulous margins. Now, these results are beyond anybody's expectations, and clearly it shows the kind of confidence Narendra Modi, the Bharatiya Janata Party, enjoys in the eyes of the people of Gujarat. But besides that, the other two stories that are emerging from Gujarat are the complete decimation of the Congress party and the rise of Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party at the moment is leading on 6 seats, but it does not look like it will be able to translate into any seats. But however, the kind of vote share they have garnered, that would go on to help them get recognition as a national party at the center. But besides that, today it's all about Bharatiya Janata Party and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi when it comes to Gujarat. How the Prime Minister held 25 rallies and more road shows in Gujarat.
Let's play Mallikarjun Kharge's bite.
सभी रिजल्ट आने के बाद शाम में हमारे पार्टी का जो कुछ कहना है वो कहेंगे।
सर रुक के बोल, एक सेकंड सर, एक बाइट देके चलिए खड़गे जी।
So, well, I think Kharge is taking his own time, because for simple reason the Congress has done very poorly in both Gujarat and yesterday's MCD election. But what are the reasons why Congress has done well in Himachal Pradesh, Brijesh? Now things have settled. This question needs to be asked: what it did right in Himachal which it could not do in Gujarat?
Well, I would just
it couldn't even afford a respectable defeat.
I agree. I'm just saying that I just wanted to add to what you have been saying and what Ashok was saying, is that if you look at the overall results which has come, it's such a mixed bag outcome. It is not like that the BJP has won everywhere. But the point is that the win in Gujarat is so round, so comprehensive, so thorough, that the majority of the people are in a state of shock that's why they're not looking outside it. There are like 6-7 bypolls which are happening, 3 in Uttar Pradesh, which is very important. And in all 3, Samajwadi Party and its allies are ahead. In BJD, in Odisha, BJD is ahead. In 2 places, Congress is ahead. So I'm saying, in Himachal Pradesh, Congress is performing expectations. I think 2 seats, we were expecting them to get more. Now, coming back to this question of Himachal, I think, the biggest drawback, if I may say so, for the BJP was the infighting. In the rebels. And it has been pretty seriously documented about how rebels dented Congress's chance of breaking this Rivas system, which is every 5 years a new government comes. Had that not been the case, and to full credit to the BJP, they tried their level best. They ensured that if any rebel candidate is in some remote part of hill, he was flown back in a helicopter. People would go there, approach them, talk to them. All the senior leaders, Jairam Thakur, Anurag Thakur, JP Nadda, and others. But somehow they were not able to do it. And I think this speaks volumes about this. Also puts a question mark on Mr. Nadda's ability to swing his own home state back. And election, mind you, although it looks more or less like that he will be continuing on his term as the next BJP president, but it's up for renovation in the next renewal in next year.
Mr. Kar, I would like you to comment this movement, but there is one thing which is common in all these elections, and that is that Bharatiya Janata Party has increased its vote share. In Gujarat, it is more than 50%. In Delhi, its vote share increased despite losing to Aam Aadmi Party. And even in Himachal Pradesh, it became a close fight 6 months ago when by-elections took place. The difference between Congress and BJP was more than 9% of votes. And even now, the vote percentage has almost equaled. Congress has done well, but the vote share has surged. So there's a BJP surge in vote share. Is it telling us something about what may happen in 2024?
I think, let's go one by one. Delhi MCD elections, the increased vote share points to, Delhi not being closed for BJP. So BJP is the key challenger, whereas Congress is completely lost that space. Gujarat vote share, because the number of seats is converting so comfortably for them that, there's no debate there. Increased vote share for BJP, even on a relatively lower turnout, shows that there is a concerted mandate for the party. But will it convert into, equal number of seats? You see in Gujarat, wherever AAP has directly contested with, BJP, about in 42 seats, I think it really is the number 2 player. So I think it depends upon the way the contest is laid up. Is it a triangular
Let's
contest?
cut into, sir, I really have to interrupt you. Let's cut into this bite.
देखो 9,800 हो गया ना 13,334 दोनों जोड़ के बराबर है इससे भी आगे दूसरे तीसरे दिन के भेंट मुलाकात कार्यक्रम के 3 दिन जिसमें राजिम बिंद्रानगढ़ और सरायपाली 3 विधानसभा कंप्लीट किया और सभी जगह शासकीय योजनाओं के प्रति लोगों में उत्साह भी है और उसका लाभ लोग ले रहे हैं। धान खरीदी भी लगातार चल रहा है और निर्बाध गति से चल रहा है। कहीं कोई शिकायत बारदाने की तौलाई की या
I think we expected that Mr. Bhupesh Bakhel will have to say something on Himachal Pradesh, but I think he focused on Chhattisgarh, so we had to come out of it. Please, Mr. Khar, go ahead.
He would be busy with the logistics for transporting. So, I think he may not be having that job. That may go to Rajasthan. I mean, I don't know. I'm just speculating. So, what Brijesh pointed out a little earlier, I think, let's not lose sight of these other elections in other states where BJP hasn't necessarily done well. So, I mean, the Gujarat is obviously a great story in terms of BJP. It inspires the leadership across states. But let's not read too much into Gujarat. Every state poses its own set of challenges. And, there are elections in 23 in very, very important states where BJP will have a lot of homework to do. Other key message to my mind, Karthike, is that, Mr. Modi, I mentioned myself the law of diminishing marginal utility. What happens is the individual and the institution in this case get submerged, they're both one and the same thing. But any success story, any part of the world, in any domain, represents the individual has to be equally important as the institution. So in that sense, going forward in Gujarat itself, they will have to invest in a strong leader and sustain him through the term to build that confidence. Himachal, again, I think, this, changing course halfway through and then, bringing that element of additional uncertainty could possibly also have led to this kind of a result. The message for BJP is that states going to polls next year and then in 2024, they will have to really invest in important local state leaders and sort of say relieve Mr. Modi of that additional pressure and stress that he always tends to get into the slog overs, if I can borrow an expression from cricket.
No, I think Mr. Modi loves this workout.
I know, but
it's a good stress.
There is a tire factor, and also there is a fatigue which sets in, because the pitch. I mean, it's ultimately great art of communicating. He's one of the best political communicators of contemporary times. But there are challenges, there are intrinsic challenges to that pitch. Governance is his key pitch, Vikas, and he's created a new model of welfare economics. But that again is up for competition from Kejriwal. If you look at the MCD results yesterday, South Delhi, I think, please correct me if I'm wrong, is hands down gone to AAP. South Delhi is essentially considered elitist. So they're not gone, purely by the, Bijli Pani free pitch, while as the poor have outrightly voted for Kejriwal. So you and me would argue that this free Bijli doesn't qualify for a, for a freebie. That's what BJP also says. But from a voter perspective, this is also an interesting model. So grudgingly, BJP may not like it, but now we have a Delhi or a Kejriwal model competing with the Gujarat model when it comes to, governance, when it comes to welfare economics, when it comes to, ideology. On ideology, like I mentioned earlier, I think BJP and AAP are very, very nuancedly different. So that's where I think it's going to be an interesting space, because the best thing about Mr. Modi is, if you talk of messaging, He's been so consistent for the last 25 plus years in public space that he has not either done a misstep in Gujarat in terms of his messaging or nationally. He is very, very consistent. So some of the politicians like Mr. Kejriwal, he's ambivalent on, say, on Hindutva. So that has also resulted in, or on appeasement, in MCD elections yesterday, as you have pointed out very, very rightly, in the, right affected areas, Congress has made a dent. So, but BJP, no confusion, Mr. Modi's pitch on his election, sloganeering is governance, vikas, and then also the welfare economics and the Hindutva ideology, whether you have a quarrel with or not.
But I think, we live in very interesting time. We are seeing an emergence of a national party, which is Aam Aadmi Party. We are watching decline of Congress, a slow decline of Congress, reinvention of Gandhi's, a silent acceptance within the Congress party that Rahul Gandhi is not working out for them. I think it's a very socially complex and a moving political situation today.
Well, I think, when you use the word reinvent, you have to also, add a line before that, how many times? Like this is the 5th or 6th attempt at reinvention, number one. Number two is that, the sheer dilemma which the Congress the former Congress president and MP from Wayanad, Rahul Gandhi faces is whether he's being truthful to himself, forget the cadre, forget the voter, forget everybody else. He presents an image where he abhors power, where he wants a sense of democratization to set in and set into a level where, people call him champion of democracy. But simultaneously, every single power that could have been vested with anybody else who could have taken a different decision and the results might have been different is vested with him only. And this is the reason why 90% of the Congress party right now is more preoccupied with the Bharat Jodo Yatra, which I personally believe is a good step, in the sense that this was a positive step in the sense of reinventing Rahul Gandhi's image, as well as proving him that he's a consistent player. But the timing was horribly wrong. I mean, you went to states where there was no election, and look at the result of Gujarat. Honestly speaking, if the Congress BJP would have won Gujarat, if the BJP would have won Gujarat by say 120 seats, Kartikeya, right now we would have been discussing whether it's a comprehensive win overall for the BJP or not, because the other bypolls are telling a completely different picture. But the defeat in Gujarat is so comprehensive, and the loss of Congress in Gujarat is so comprehensive that you're forced to return back and keep on returning back to Gujarat. You can say that, oh, people are obsessed with BJP. You can say, oh, media is biased with the BJP. But I mean, if you're a political student, forget everything else. If you're a political student, how do you explain this phenomena? Because 2002, when Gujarat faced its worst communal riots and the polarization was at its peak, this didn't happen. The election after, and the last election, the bullet barely missed the BJP, in the sense that it was a very, very closely fought election. And in the next year they come, change the entire cabinet, and voila, they have defeated all the previously held record. And if they stick to it, this which is 151, they have created history.
Absolutely, they have created history. Absolutely, there's no doubt about it. And I think the victory of Bharatiya Janata Party in Gujarat is not in pockets; it's all across. They have
comprehensive.
It's comprehensive. They have broken new ground in Saurashtra. They have retained their space in urban areas. But what is also very, very surprising is the sort of space which AAP has created for itself. There was a survey, Ashok, which was very clearly indicating that the Gujaratis want an alternative. Maybe they didn't see an alternative in Congress. Maybe they saw a beacon of hope in the Aam Aadmi Party, and they have responded.
Well, Kartikeya, let me start off by saying that BJP's win is Congress's loss, or rather, if we put it the other way around, that the Congress loss is basically BJP's win. So last time around in 2017, Congress had 77 seats, and today it's been reduced to approximately 21. So there is a loss of 59 seats, and these 59 seats on which the Congress is losing, the BJP, Bharatiya Janata Party, has gained. Besides that, the other gain that Bharatiya Janata Party has made are in small pockets of independents. There were 4 independents who won the assembly elections last time. Now those seats are also up for grabs, and BJP is slowly moving in. Now, as coming to the AAP story, in Gujarat is concerned, that in 2021 AAP made its presence felt in the southern part of the state by contesting the Surat Municipal Corporation, and not just contesting it but also winning 27 seats there in a house of 120 members. So that was the first time they managed to get a toehold in the state, in the southern part of the state. Now, one other very interesting feature which emerges, if you look at the leads closely of Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat, they are primarily confined to 3 seats in Saurashtra, another 2 seats in South Gujarat, and 1 seat in Kutch. Now, what this says is that the popularity of the Aam Aadmi candidates or Aam Aadmi Party as a political unit seems to be more popular with the Kathiawadis, or as we say, the Patidar communities. Now, Saurashtra again is heavily and a densely populated Patidar stronghold. Southern Gujarat again reflects what Saurashtra is, because there is a large migrant population from Saurashtra which lives in South Gujarat and Surat. And basically they say in Gujarat that whichever way Saurashtra goes, that way South Gujarat will go. So here again the Aam Aadmi Party seems to have made some inroads in among the Patidar community members who seem to have voted. Now, these are all very preliminary observations from my side, but once we get the data, once the elections are over and the data emerges, that needs to be, very closely studied as to what are the pockets in which Aam Aadmi Party has managed to make those inroads, which is the community which was responsible for giving them the surge that they have been looking for in Gujarat. However, as I said in the beginning, I have my reservations if Aam Aadmi Party will actually go on to win any seat, although even at this moment they are leading, or they have leads on 6 seats.
There's one thing which I would like to add, Kartikeya, here, that the clock, the Parivartan nu samay at Congress office has stopped.
Okay.
So 45 minutes back. So I think they have also accepted that the Parivartan which they were waiting for actually went against them rather than in favor of them.
When I see this result, it baffles me for one simple reason, that not only it represents fracturing of the Congress social base, but it also tells you that a part of it has gone away completely.
Not really, because if you look, once you come to a generalization like that, the people of Gujarat are not totally disillusioned with the Congress party. In 2017, when Congress had no inkling that they would manage to get 77 seats, it was the people of Gujarat who voted for the Congress party. The Congress party, even at that point in time, was in a total state of disarray.
I'll just stop you for a minute. Let's play Meenakshi Lekhi's bite.
मन को संतोष देने वाले और खुश करने वाले रुझान सामने आ रहे हैं, और मैं सब गुजरात की जनता को, गुजरातियों को बधाई देना चाहती हूँ उनकी सोच, उनकी विचार और समझ के लिए। और यही कारण है कि वो लोग इतना अच्छा करते हैं, क्योंकि एक इंडिविजुअल लेवल पर भी और कम्युनिटी के लेवल पर भी उनका विचार जो है वो बहुत ही सुदृढ़ है और अपने क्षेत्र के बारे में अच्छे से समझते हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जितना भी अब तक का काम है उसकी भी अप्रिसिएशन मिली है।
लेकिन मैम, हिमाचल प्रदेश में नेक टू नेक फाइट चल रही है और कांग्रेस पार्टी वहां पर बढ़त बनाती हुई भी दिख रही है।
जी, मतलब अब हिमाचल की जनता जो चाहती है यही लोकतंत्र है। यहाँ पर तो सत्ता का हस्तांतरण बहुत आसानी से और शांति से किया जाता है, और लोकतंत्र की परंपराओं के अनुसार जो भी जनता का मानस है उसका स्वागत है।
Let me go back to Mr. Khan. We have spoken in great detail about Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh, but there are elections happening in rest of the India also. And if you look at those elections, RLD is doing well, Samajwadi Party is doing well, all the parties except Bharatiya Janata Party has done well in these by-elections. What do you make of it? Resilience of the regional parties?
Federal India is a great, fascinating story. I am one for all, because it represents two things. It represents political aspiration. It represents economic aspiration. When the two converge in a healthy construct, That's where India growth story will happen. You can't have, India growing without each of its pockets, which are established good economic spots, or those which are bad laggards. They have to go together. We'll have to invest heavy energy in UP to, make it count as an economic destination rather than as the political heartbeat of this country. So in that sense, it's a happy coincidence, as I said, if Congress does well in Himachal and other regional parties, actually do well and, win these seats. We must create an enabling environment for a healthy opposition where obviously there will be one winner like BJP is right now, the commanding political force of the Indian landscape. But obliteration is not a great sign of democracy. There should be a thriving, positive, competitive, ecosystem which generates own set of leaders. As I said, within BJP, outside BJP, in the NDA framework, in Congress. Unfortunately, that's where we have a bottleneck. Brijesh talked about reinvention. You also mentioned that, I'm reminded of a classic case of Fiat. This car has been relaunched in India several times, but the only success it met was when it was, a taxi in Bombay. And after that, all such inventions have failed. So, forget about the Italy connection. So I think, it's very important to realize that in other parties, the need to host fresh talent is extremely well felt. Within AAP, if you see, I think they have been able to create in the last 10 years 4 or 5 next-gen leaders, even if they lost some great minds, because of ideological reasons. But even then, in the last 4 or 5 years, they've been able to construct those names.
Okay.
So, Federal India story is great. It's welcome. We need that competitive, perspective in the Indian political spectrum.
Let's play out the Bhupesh Paghel bite. I think now he's okay. And before that, we'll play the Rajyavardhan Rathore bite.
के अंदर जनता को विश्वास है. अब जहां आप गुजरात उसका एक उदाहरण है, गवर्नेंस, गुड गवर्नेंस का उदाहरण है. गुजरात एक इसका भी उदाहरण है किस तरह से पूरा कैबिनेट भी अगर बदल दिया जाए, जनता ये समझती है कि उनकी सेवा के लिए यहाँ सत्ता हासिल करने के लिए लोग नहीं आए हैं, सेवा करने के लिए आए हैं. अब आप नतीजे, आप जो रुझान आ रहे हैं अभी हिमाचल के अंदर, उसकी आप बात कर रहे हैं. पहली बात तो सारे वहाँ नतीजे आए नहीं, हम इंतजार करेंगे. दूसरी बात, कई बार लोकल फैक्टर्स होते हैं, ये आकलन करेंगे पूरा का पूरा. जब पूरा नतीजा आ जाएगा पूरी तरह से आकलन करेंगे, क्योंकि हमारा संकल्प बदलता नहीं है, हमारी जो विचारधारा है वो बदलती नहीं है. हम सेवा के लिए आए हैं, सत्ता के लिए नहीं. लेकिन ये जरूर है, सेवा करने के लिए आपको सरकार में रहना जरूरी होता है. तो पूरी तरह से आकलन करेंगे. अभी नतीजे आने दीजिए पूरी.
सर, हिमाचल में जो अंतर है वो डिसाइसिव हो गया. नतीजे होंगे, अंतर है वो डिसाइसिव हो गया. 24 के चुनाव के लिए कितना,
सॉरी वापस,
2024
के लिए कितना लाभदायक होगा?
देखिए 2024 के अंदर आप भी जानते,
धान खरीदी भी लगातार चल रहा है और निर्बाध गति से चल रहा है. कहीं कोई शिकायत बारदाने की, तौलाई की या धान उठाव की या पेमेंट की कोई शिकायत नहीं है. सब बढ़िया से संचालित हो रहा है. मैं समझता हूँ प्रदेश में इस साल धान खरीदी का, वैसे तो हर साल रिकॉर्ड तोड़ रहे हैं, इस साल भी रिकॉर्ड टूटेगा. तो काफ़ी अच्छे ढंग से संचालित हो रहा है. पैरा धान के लिए भी मैंने अपील की है. तो अधिकांश किसान हैं वो पैरा जलाने का काम नहीं किए हैं, कुछ एक किसान थोड़ा बहुत जलाए हैं. तो इसका अच्छा रिस्पांस आ रहा है. सभी से फिर से मैं निवेदन करूंगा और मीडिया के भी साथियों से कहना चाहूँगा, पैरा दान के लिए वो लोग प्रोत्साहित करें और उनको सम्मानित करना भी चाहिए, ताकि एक तो कार्बन उत्सर्जन नहीं होगा, दूसरा मवेशियों के लिए चारा उपलब्ध होगा.
I think Bhupesh Paghel is pretty satisfied with the results of Himachal Pradesh. Very few people know that Bhupesh Paghel is one of the few chief ministers who has aligned himself with Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. A year ago, in better times, Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Mr. Gehlot, was closely aligned with Rahul Gandhi. He was all set to become the Congress president. But Mr. Paghel, on the other hand, is closely aligned with Priyanka. So, if Congress does well in Himachal Pradesh, then Rajesh Shukla does well in the Congress party. So does Bhupesh Paghel does well. These are the internal dynamics of the Congress party.
I think this was the
yes.
Karthik, Rajesh Shukla never does badly.
Oh. Very true, very true.
Yes.
I was saying that this was the oxygen which was most required in the COVID second term. This was the badly needed oxygen for the Congress party. If the Congress would have lost Himachal Pradesh, which would look like our back, then it would have been practically curtains and Congress taken a decisive step towards the Congress Mukta Bharat. This is Mr. Patel, C.R. Patel and Bhupen Patel, the CM and the...
So finally we get to see the CM of Gujarat.
Yeah. So, CM of Gujarat and the person who has been in charge of Gujarat and been considered to be the main brain, C.R. Patel.
C.R. Patel.
Are you
Wearing
saying
dark
former
glasses.
or incoming? Don't be so sure about who is going to be the CM.
No. Right now, as we win, sir, because Modi, if you remember, Modi said that Bhupendra in the leadership of Narendra will secure the highest margin, and that turned out to be the most prophetic remark ever made by any BJP guy.
I think he's been the most low-profile chief minister of Gujarat.
Because he's the first-term MP, first-term MLA. So nobody knew him. Like when he was made the chief minister, people were in state of shock as to try and figure out who the hell is he.
So I think he assiduously maintains a very, very low profile. I think
absolutely. See, the question is why did the party invest in him?
Well, I think his closeness with the top two, and also the fact that he keeps a very low profile. And usually, what happens is that when you give power to someone who is very low profile, who knows his political existence of what his strengths and weaknesses are, is more amenable to what the centre wants him to do. In the centre, in the case, both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah, because they are from Gujarat, they are heavily invested in Gujarat, and they know that anything which goes wrong, if anything goes wrong in Gujarat, it will have one shadow aspersion on, it will cast an aspersion on their performance in future, and that is the reason why they have never left the side of Gujarat. And this entire cabinet being changed, and talk of Nitin Patel and other big leaders and senior leaders of yesteryears being angry and all. I think the result clearly proves that you can be angry or whatever, but there's no beating.
But Mr. Kar,
if
we keep aside the victory of Bharatiya Janata Party, do you think that Aam Aadmi Party can is on an upswing? Being a national party, do you think that it's going to impact elections in Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh? Do you think it's going to become a player in Karnataka, Mr. Kar?
Well, I think if you look at its ambition, stated ambition, it's absolutely on the ball. It is making no bones about being the next, big candidate for 2024, including leading the way from the states. If you look at, any big ticket national event, Mr. Kejriwal is there right from the evening till the end, as if he is addressing, the nation, and he doesn't lose any such opportunity. So they would go for the kill, especially in the Hindi heartland. Karnataka, because of the urban elite, they would possibly consider it. But my suggestion, I think, looking at Indian political startups, which it happily calls itself, it calls itself a political startup, which has really done well, must be to, build the organizational, heft before really jumping in. Because what happens is that if they lose, in states and invest a lot of energies, they probably would, come down on the overall confidence index. I think Gujarat.
Mr. Kar, there's a very, very interesting data which has come on the website of EC. Congress with 38 seats has secured 43.60% vote.
Yeah.
You'll be surprised.
Congress is.
Bharatiya Janata Party with 27 seats has secured 43.28% of the vote, which means a difference of 0.32 has led to Congress Party's victory. It's razor thin. So which means that BJP in all the election, in terms of vote consolidation, has done well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Gujarat is, you can't cut out a small piece, say that this guy was unhappy with BJP. I think it's a universal victory for BJP in this particular election. But Brijesh, I would like to go back to this fundamental question. A lot of people ask, Congress did particularly well in last elections in Gujarat. It has handed over, this victory to BJP in terms of the numbers that they've got. As you rightly said, they would have settled down at say 120, 100 to 120, or on a positive side 125. But an additional 25-30 seats. Have we finally found a reason that why Congress did not invest any energy? It's like giving a walkover. It's an exit strategy. Not go to Gujarat.
I really don't know what to say. When I was speaking, Mr. Kar,
just to Congress leaders, have they said anything on that? Even junior leaders.
It's just a thought. When you were making your point, I was going through certain news inputs which had come yesterday night, and one input had come from the Congress, unofficial input for you. Rahul Gandhi, K.C. Venugopal, Ashok Gehlot and other leaders and Bharat Ratri is watching the Morocco versus Spain World Cup football match at campsite near Kota, Rajasthan. Now imagine if you have two such, and the pictures are like all slated for you to be produced, retweeted. But if there is so much of stuff happening the next day, I'm speechless. The message is about that you're watching.
You are not the only one, Karthikeya.
You're watching Morocco versus
You are standing
Spain
in a long
match.
queue where people are speechless.
You could have been thinking about what will happen in Himachal Pradesh.
If I come back to what
Brajesh and Karthikeya, in contrast, Priyanka Gandhi did spend some time, I wouldn't say considerable time in Shimla. So, within the same party, two different approaches. They did well in Gujarat last time. Himachal, they lost. Still, they invested some energy. She still camped in Shimla, I'm told. So in that sense, does it reflect two different perspectives about
absolutely? I'll answer that.
Between the same family. Are you reading it like that, or am I overreading it?
No, you're not overreading. Let me answer that. There are two different strands now within the Congress party. If I'll give you an example, and they try to balance each other out often in a negative way. When Priyanka Gandhi pushed for Navjot Singh Sidhu, Rahul Gandhi's camp pushed for Channi. Channi was not a thought out decision. When Navjot Singh Sidhu became a reality, they said, okay, well, the Channi will be the chief minister. It was a game of one-upmanship, and ultimately it wrecked the Congress party. Priyanka Gandhi's approach has slightly been different. A lot of people say that she is not as democratic as Rahul in terms of conversation, but I think she is a flexible decision maker. She has made two mistakes. She has made a mistake in UP, and she made a mistake in Punjab. But I think what she has done is she has salvaged her reputation in Himachal Pradesh. Rahul Gandhi has not been able to do so. One, he has not able to change the language of his communication. Second, his communication as a entry point has not changed and evolved. If you look at his vocabulary, if you look at the certain words, they continue to remain the same. For example, युवा बहुत परेशान है, गुस्सा आपके मन में है, आपके मन में प्रेम जगाना है. These are things which have remained unchanged. But if you look at Priyanka Gandhi, she has changed herself. She did not go out for campaigning. She said, don't put focus on me. She understood the nitty-gritties. As Brajesh pointed out, the first thing she said when she went to Himachal Pradesh, she said, we will implement old pension scheme. So I think there are things which she has done very differently from Rahul Gandhi. But the whole party is trying to repurpose the image of Rahul Gandhi. Priyanka has no support. I should be very, very forthright and clear. Priyanka has no institutional support. She has no support from her mother. Rahul Gandhi has inherited the principal institutional support within the Congress party. If Priyanka delivers this, I am telling you, the gravity within Congress party is going to shift lock, stock and barrel in the next 1 year.
But sir, I slightly differ from this. I differ from this because I personally feel that, that if you look at the overall factor, both brother and sister are not too, they're like apple doesn't fall far from tree. And the fact is that, that she has committed many mistakes when it comes to Uttar Pradesh, when it comes to Punjab, when it comes to taking hardcore political decisions. It may be right or wrong, but it displays your political acumen. This has been severely found wanted both in Rahul Gandhi as well as in Priyanka Gandhi. Himachal may salvage her reputation a bit, but Himachal is also an interesting case where every 5 years you have a new government. So there's a legacy also which is kind of supporting you, and imagine that in one of the rallies, when the key campaigner, the star campaigner of Congress party says, please Rivaz mat badaliyega. Where her hope is lying with the Rivaz rather than the fact that the Congress is good and here a lot we can change your life and things like that. But it's like
Brajesh, the reason why I'm saying this is that Priyanka was never encouraged to join politics. She has joined politics by defying Sonia Gandhi. I remember once Ambika Soni told me that she got pulled up by Sonia when she was contesting for Medak, and Priyanka wanted to come. Her flights were booked, and Sonia Gandhi came to know, and Ambika Soni told me that she said, do not encourage her, she's just got married. And I think Priyanka Gandhi at that point of time was expecting a child. So basically, a lot of time Priyanka was encouraged by a lot of people like Makhanlal Fotidar. Makhanlal Fotidar in his biography has written that Rajiv Gandhi actually wanted Priyanka to take up politics. Priyanka, before Rahul Gandhi came back from abroad, was looking after Amethi and Rae Bareli. whose words were that when Priyanka said, "Inhone mere pitaji ki peeth pe chaku bhauka," that was Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and Arun Nehru lost the election. So Priyanka was taken out of the system. My point is, Priyanka has clawed herself back. She has shown that spirit. Rahul Gandhi has received everything on platter. I'm not saying that Priyanka hasn't received anything on platter. She's a working committee member. Who gets to become a working committee member like that? But all that said, Priyanka Gandhi does not have that luggage which Rahul Gandhi has, that he disappears. Priyanka disappears, where does she go? You know, these are small things. Like Indira Gandhi, she goes to Ranthambore. She goes to Jim Corbett. Where does she go? She goes to Simla. Where would Indira Gandhi go? She would go to Harsil. She would go to the Devra Baba's ashram. She would go to Neem Karoli Baba's ashram. You know, these are the things which people say, "Arey kahan gaye? Hindustan mein gaye." Rahul Gandhi, where does he disappear? You don't know, first of all. Then you find him out, then you say, "Acha, that is a transit because that was Bangkok." Then the whole party will defend, "No, that was the transit point."
Both of you follow Congress so closely. Tell me, what is going to happen in Rajasthan and Karnataka? I mean, who is going to have a bigger sway between Priyanka and Rahul? Do they converge there or they'll follow an individual path?
I think Ashok can answer that.
See, as far
Ashok,
as
Ashok, we have the right.
that's fine.
He's the silent partner right now.
That's fine. I enjoy hearing your views and the conversation. Now, as far as Rajasthan is concerned, the Rajasthan politics, as far as Congress is concerned, will be dictated by who has the ears of Ashok Gehlot. Now, Ashok Gehlot has been a big player in Rajasthan, not in the recent times, but even in the past. Moreover, his stature has increased after he was able to stalemate the move by the Congress party to make him the president of the Congress party and have Sachin Pilot as the next chief minister. Although Ashok Gehlot, when he saw that ploy, he clearly was of the opinion that being chief minister of a state would any day better be than being the president of the Congress party. So here on, as how Congress or the Congress politics will play out in Rajasthan will depend a lot on which way Ashok Gehlot swings, in the sense that will he have the ears of the mother, will he have the ears of the son, or will he have the ears of the daughter? And that will determine that which way or which person within the Congress party will have a larger say.
I think you got to answer.
Karnataka.
I think Karnataka is a long shot, but Karnataka Congress has an advantage because BJP is in a bad position, is in a bad spot in Karnataka. They have not got the leadership there, and I think Karnataka will be.
And for a change, their Congress has been making all the right moves. You know,
I think Karnataka will be affected by what happens in the three states like Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, and Rajasthan, because ultimately these three elections will set the template. But I would say that the elections which took place, the results which have come out today and the results which came out yesterday, they have set the tone for year 2023, and that the dominance of Bharatiya Janata Party is complete when it comes to, it's hegemonic when it comes to Gujarat. And I don't think that there is a word called Rashtriya Vikalp as of now. There might be a Rashtriya Vikalp of number of parties come together, but no single party on its own is a Rashtriya Vikalp of BJP led by Narendra Modi.
No, even the group of parties also are right now not in any kind of position to take on, because there's too much factionalism,
absolutely,
regionalism, and one-stop shop now seems to be Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
And if you look at Brijesh, if you look at the vote share, as I mentioned, of Himachal Pradesh, 0.32% is making all the difference, which means that Bharatiya Janata Party has created a hegemonic status for itself, whereby it has consolidated 50% of the Hindu votes. It just goes on to show that. Tell me, 53% of the votes in Gujarat, you still improve in Delhi, your vote share is so close to the... I thought there would be a difference of at least 1%.
In Gujarat, the vote share has risen from 43% to 54%. So
11% high.
So it's an 11% higher show. And even the difference in Himachal, I really thought that there might be a difference of 2 to 3%. No, it's not. It's only 0.32%. And even in Delhi, the vote has gone, which means which means, and as I said yesterday, that even if the seat does not go, I expect 50% of the seat, 50% of the vote for the Bharatiya Janata Party. I personally feel that if this is the trend, 2024 Lok Sabha election, I think Prime Minister Modi is going to create a record for Bharatiya Janata Party. It's going to be a landslide mandate for him, because there is some sort of a, you may disagree with me, Vijay.
No.
There is some sort of a voter surge, a sort of a Vishwas ki Rajniti, which the last time only Indira Gandhi could do, has created for himself, irrespective of his decision, demonetization, or I really don't want to get into those details. Yes, it doesn't make a difference.
I think Mr. Modi has created a heady cocktail of ideology, governance, welfare, economics. And
Absolutely.
governance, mind you, it's not just feeding the poor. On the economic growth perspective also, on the entrepreneur value, on the startup ecosystem, on the digital architecture. The whole world is celebrating India's, what we call the India stack now. They're calling it the India stack. India stack is simply put the ability to convert digital architecture into public goods for public consumption. So I think these three factors are very, very strong. And on the maths for competition to BJP and NDA, I think having looked at Indian elections as a student for so many decades now, you need one party to have about 80 to 100 minimum seats. Tell me which party today has that capability to get 100 Lok Sabha seats?
Nobody.
Nobody.
No party.
If that is not happening, so there is no challenge.
Absolutely.
I think I think it's time to close. There was a chance which the Congress party had in 2019 to breach that, but I think they could never grasp that the Bharatiya Janata Party was working on a sort of a strategy to break the bastion politics.
Karthike, but there's also one more thing. If you're trying hard to score 20 out of 20 in arithmetic, maths, you score 17, and then from next day onwards you stop studying maths, and then 5 years later you come and say, oh my god, I forgot this thing.
Are you talking about Rahul Gandhi?
Yeah, absolutely. 2017, Rahul Gandhi, whether you like it or not, whether we say that when you have Coke available, why would you go for Coke Light, people still accepted him. He went there, he stayed in various parts of Gujarat, and that was the closest election Congress and BJP fought in Gujarat ever since Gujarat has been carved out of Maharashtra. But after having that kind of effect, you simply disappeared. In this election, you just attended 1 or 2 rallies. And this speaks volumes about the kind of trust you have in yourself.
I think it's time to conclude. Before I thank you all, let me say that the Bharatiya Janata Party has a historic win in Gujarat, 152 seats. Congress has recorded its lowest low. The last low was 33 seats under Madhav Singh, not Madhav Singh Solanki. Madhav Singh Solanki was changed. The election was fought under Amar Singh Chaudhary, and that was 1990, and they got 33 seats. Congress has scraped through in Himachal Pradesh, but I think that's pure luck. The difference is 0.32 seats, but it's a story that BJP could fight back, and they actually fought back from the by-election. They reduced the gap of 8% to 0.32%, and the only setback is in Uttar Pradesh. That's a story. Rampur, Sadar, Mainpuri. Azam Khan's family's candidate and Dimple Yadav, basically Samajwadi Party, they are leading, and other 2 seats, the respective parties in power are leading. But nonetheless, the jury is still out. Is it Prime Minister Modi's gift to Gujarat BJP, or has Gujarat BJP delivered a gift to
Prime Minister Modi's gift to Gujarat? There can be no 2 ways about it, Karthik.
On that note, thank you, Brijesh. Thank you, Ashok.
Thank you, Karthik.
And thank you, Mr. Kar. So you were watching a special broadcast on News 9 on elections. For more updates, for more news, visit our website News 9 Live and our video magazine for in-depth coverage of social and political news, News 9 Plus. Thank you all.